So today's topic is going to be FinOps for everyone. So a bit about what we want to do and what we did yesterday. So basically, we had a lot of value yesterday, a lot of sessions. I know people that have been there for several hours, and from the start of the event, we had giveaways, we had fun discussion, and it was an awesome event. And so what's going to be happening today? So basically what we want to discuss over today is that you can now become a FinOps author because we have opened the blog to everyone. So everyone started in creating content. You can now target the FinOps audience. Think of it like what Medium does, but for FinOps. So you have the URL over there, is FinOpsWeekly/submit-content. So you can submit your content over there. You can make requests and you can submit your topics. And then from there, we are going to be working with you towards publishing it in the website. So it's a new way that we are going to have so that you can contribute to the community and you can get help to create better content. So why doing it with us and not doing it with Medium or whatever feed is because you are targeting now the right FinOps audience. So people follow the page and you can get quickly to the right FinOps audience. Then we have a review process in place so that you can get the best results. You can help you with the system and everything. And of course, it will be automatically shared to the Slack community and in the different channels that FinOps Weekly is on. Of course, it has more odds to get into the newsletter, basically because I'll be able to find it quickly and I will make my best so that the content is of value, either me or the reviewers in place. Of course, for this kind of content is community content only, even though any one can be writing, even if you are from a vendor or if you have, while there is no, let's say, marketing in place, it's welcome to publish. And of course, you would be invited to the FinOps Weekly author channels within Slack so that you can have help and interaction with the rest of the authors. Additional topics is the community talks. So a lot of people, submitted the talk with to the summit, and couldn't make it because the amount of talks that were there, and because the limited time that we had. So we are going to start live community talks in a recurrent way on via streaming on LinkedIn Live and YouTube. So only for the members. There will be live stream. The frequency will be availability based. We are going to start monthly. We can increase up to weekly sessions, and it's open to everyone in the community. So you can leverage also that links. It's also available in the website, which is finosweekly.com/community-talks. So you can check it out. I will be sharing, and the team can be sharing the links in the description below. So that, sorry, in the chat, I'm used to YouTube, and you can work on there. Finally, the task forces. So I had a lot of meeting with community members and a lot of contribution requests for helping the FinOps Weekly and the community of FinOps as well, and I truly appreciate those. And that's why we are creating the task forces. The task forces, after all, are specific units of passionate people about a specific topic, so such as AI, Kubernetes, engineering, etc., etc. Those are going to be Slack channels. So if you search for task force, you will see the list of channels. They will be, let's say, not added by default because I want only people interested. And of course, people that are not interested doesn't have the need to join a task force. So the goal is to basically create knowledge with specialized FinOps teams from scratch. So if we have a topic or we have a specific content that we see that is a gap in the FinOps community, we are going to try and fill it so that there is new content generated from the community to the community. So these specific units will have a coordinated effort to generate content for the FinOps community. So how task forces will work? Each task force will be grouped in small units with 3 to 5 people, one of them leading the unit. So it will be one task force per topic, and then this will be divided per unit. So I don't want to have like 20 people. If half of them are not contributing, they should be focusing on a small pods team, and each of them should be focusing on a part of the topic. They are contribution oriented, so people that are not contributing can leave the unit as soon as they want. So the content will be consumed easily by our channels, and we are going to start organizing them, probably using monthly calls to define the content plan, both for the unit itself and the whole task force initiative. So people can swap the units after the topic has been delivered. So if you, for example, join the FinOps for AI unit, and then you are starting to do a topic deliver, I would swap after the topic that you're working on has been delivered. Then there will be unit leaders that will be in charge of the coordination and will lead the talks for deciding what they work on. So there will be a task force leader and some leader units if the task force is big enough. And then we are going to do some organization between the task forces, which is basically me and the rest of the task force leaders. And of course, the newcomers can pick their task force and their unit whenever they want. So, as mentioned, it's a new initiative. It's subject to changes. We are still deciding on the frequency, the organization, the leads, the people that are going to be working on this. So definitely provide us feedback so that we can improve this organization. But I hope you like the idea. And finally, our last but not least announcement is that the community call. So we are going to start a space for discussion, which is going to be a meeting organized by the community to be talking about certain things that we consider important, and will be organized talks. So basically, it will be different from the community talks. As of there won't be someone presenting. It will be more of an open space for discussion, so that we can bring about topics. So it will be community driven, even though vendors, freelancers, service providers are welcome to participate. It stands for the FinOps for everyone, but they are not allowed to do any selling or whatever. We are going to start this following month, November 27th, and it will be open discussion but organized. So we are going to try and plan the topics before we have the talk, and then some space for open discussion, etc. But probably half of the event will be organized, and then the other half will be Q&A, discussion of the community, and debates. And of course, part of the meeting will be status updates on the task forces, blogs, events, and more, so you are up to date to the status of the FinOps Weekly community in general. And finally, I want to highlight the Slack as a community center. So all the work will be coordinated via Slack for the community blog, for the talks, for the calls, and for the task forces. And of course, any idea or contribution is welcome there for the complete FinOps Weekly project. So you can use the general, you can DM me, you can do anything that you consider. You can ask questions, you can solve questions. It will be great if you work over there, because we want to help you become the best FinOps, and we want to have the best FinOps community possible. And finally, if you missed yesterday's meeting and you missed yesterday's announcement, I have something for you. I prepared a kind of a meme launch, but as you know, yesterday we announced our FinOps learning platform. It stands by learn.finopsweekly.com. You can access over there, and you have a limited offer for the rest of the summit, so ending today. and a free course gently provided by Anderson Oliveira, which already have some students and a lot of good reviews. So I think it's a lot of value because this course, of course, after the event won't be for free anymore. So it's only today. Then after that, we are going to have the normal pricing. So please enjoy the courses for the time. It's already available over there. I'm going to send now the link in the chat. And overall, we look forward to create something meaningful in FinOps with you. We want your contribution, and we want to help you as much as possible to bring the very best of FinOps. This is my passion of working, and I want to create something that is meaningful for you guys. And that's all. Thanks for being here, being yesterday, and the ones that are being today. Thanks everybody, and enjoy day 2. I hope you get a lot of value from what we are going to present today. And without further ado, we can start with Amit from DoiT. Let me just quickly stop sharing my screen. And Amit, how are you?
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, Victor. Thanks for having me, and thanks for organizing all this. It's I know it's a Herculean effort to get it off the ground, especially the first one. So really happy to be here.
Yeah, thanks for being here, and please feel free to start when you want.
Great. Hi everyone. My name is Amit Kinha. I'm the field CTO at DoiT. And previously, before this role, I was leading FinOps globally at Citibank for public cloud. Today I want to talk about, I don't have slides prepared. I think it's much easier to actually, just talk. I want to talk about FinOps 3.0, this concept that we've been percolating on. And the idea really is that if you take a step back and you think about originally why FinOps started, what I call 1.0, the idea was we wanted to be able to have visibility first and foremost, right? We have a lot of different accounts. We have some maybe multi-cloud. And tagging was really important, things like allocations. And the idea really was, I want to see my bill that I get at the end of the month, but I want to be able to understand it, right? And look at it not only once a month, but maybe once a day, and be able to aggregate data across everything. Now that was really important, and so I'm assuming like early 2010s when we first got started in cloud. But then we quickly run into this area of, okay, we have our data, but now what can we do with it, right? And to me, that's FinOps 2.0, which is all about accountability, right? So we started being able to create dashboards with personas for engineering leaders, which is different than, say, the CFO. We're getting some level of optimization reports, right? EC2 instances that are oversized, and a level of cost ownership. So things like anomaly detection, when something goes wrong, really holding teams within enterprises accountable. I actually don't have any slides. I was just going to talk for 20 minutes, Victor. So to me, the 2.0 was really interesting because a lot of the things that were coming out, it's almost like endless good ideas, right? If you think about optimization, every time you scroll through the myriad of different tools we have, and there's like 17 pages of recommendations. And oftentimes it felt almost non-contextualized, right? For example, if you wanted to move, from X to Y, and it said, hey, you can save this much money. But what we didn't account for was the fact that, well, to do that change in a large enterprise, it might take you 9 months of effort. And so all of a sudden, a lot of these optimization recommendations, dashboards, it felt very static, right? It didn't feel like we didn't really understand what the business needed, the context of it. And oftentimes when we looked at cost data, we talk about unit economics a lot, but at the end of the day, what we're really describing is, can we have the ability to understand when, say, the cost goes up by $1 million over the weekend, is it a good thing or is it a bad thing? Should I be worried or not? So if you get an anomaly that said, hey, you spent a lot more money, of course you should freak out about it. But then if you realize, say you're in the front of TechCrunch and your daily active user count went up 5x, all of a sudden it doesn't seem so bad in relative, right? So for me, 3.0, especially now with AI, is really all about being able to have contextual understanding of cost, and it becomes a decision driver in the way that when we talk about shift left, you're able to now use this contextualized cost data to make better decisions. And to me, there are 3 key pillars of 3.0, right? The first one is data. Now, data is, the fundamental building blocks of FinOps, right? We have our cost data, We have some utilization data we marry together, and then we have our business data, right? And the business data would be things like your revenue or anything that you want to use unit economics for. But for me now, especially with AI, it's much more important to now be able to contextualize the data side of things. So you're no longer looking at, for example, what's happened in the past, right? Instead, you're using this data to leverage how can I predict the future in a way that isn't just an AWS calculator that is always, an L0 estimate that is completely wrong every single time there. Example of that could be like, say, you're doing a model training for inference, and it looks very expensive in isolation. And you think, well, I can't spend, 100 hours on a P5 instance on AWS. That's going to be very expensive. But how do you tie that now to the whole journey of that model now running in production afterward? And then looking at the ROI, right? What are we actually getting back in return there? So to be able to understand this entire concept, I think it's really important because what I've noticed in large enterprises is that the FinOps practitioner level is really focused on the cost for cloud. But at a certain level above them, maybe directly to their manager or say the head of IT or maybe even the CTO itself, cost data from FinOps is important, but without the contextualization of, well, what are we getting back in return? And what is the total cost of everything, not just this specific isolated cost? It is a thing that everyone needs, right? So executives want to be able to see things like margin, right? They want to be able to understand if you're a B2B company, what is per customer cost, especially now with AI, if you expose, say, a chatbot in your app to your end user, and you have some power users, let's put it that way, who love pinging it nonstop, the cost on your side is going to be much higher than it was previously. It becomes very non-deterministic, right? So being able to contextualize your cost data along with the utilization data, along with the business data that not just even for unit economics, but other business use cases like margin protection, cost per customer, it's going to become very paramount there. For me, the second thing then after data then is efficiency, right? So like I said, in 2.0, we have endless good ideas, right? We scroll through, we see EC2 right sizing, we see things like, hey, use transit gateway instead of VPC peering, on and on and on. But we really, in 3.0, for me, it becomes very critical to be able to do an analysis of like, well, what is the actual most important thing today, right? It might be that, hey, you are still in experimentation phase with AI, and like most of us are, and there's really no need to worry about over optimizing at the rate, right? For example, a provision throughput that gives you a discount. Because the truth is, the models are changing very quickly, right? Every time OpenAI has a seminar, it feels like they've just killed 5 companies and created 5 new companies out of there. And something that might be the frontier model today that you're using might be obsolete in 6 months, right? So for me, efficiency in 3.0, especially with AI, is really about prioritizing based on impact, effort, and fit, right? A 1% saving that may take 9 months to implement might not be worth it, where you can get 0.25% savings today, right? So being able to understand in context of what will it take to actually get this done in your actual enterprise is something that we overlook often. And the truth is, without being able to do that, you go to an engineer's, and the trope of engineers don't care about cost data. Being a former engineer, I've always found that to be really funny. I think it's not that I don't care. I've never had the right tooling. And, if I'm an engineer and someone comes to me and says, you got to implement these 5 things because your report card for FinOps says you're a D minus. And if I take a look at those 5 things, I'm like, well, it doesn't apply to our company. We don't use ARM processors for the quant libraries, or we can't do transit gateway because of the network architecture or something. You lose trust with the FinOps team, right? So being able to really understand where are the things that are actually relevant to me and what are the things I want to prioritize is going to become very critical there. To me, and the automation side of things is, it's a spectrum, right? On one hand, you can have just insights, you can have ideas and optimization techniques. But to me, the bridge towards automation is there's a lot of things that we do as FinOps practitioners that are very manual, right? You get an anomaly alert and you have to go find the contextual data for it, raise a Jira ticket, and some team might look at it, might not. And to me, I'd rather be in a place where if there's a lot of these things that are happening again and again and again, we want to be able to automate those things, right? We want to be able to automate a lot of the processes with AI, with agentic workflows that are pretty cumbersome and take up a lot of time and are very repeatable. And instead, I want to be able to focus time on automating things that are, for example, in a way like Kubernetes, instead of having every team manually change the vCPU along with the memory limits because their app now needs only 3 gigs because of some optimization instead of 6 gigs. Those are the kind of knobs that I think a lot of engineers where we shifted too far left, right? An engineer really at the end of the day is really focused on building value for the business and not necessarily on always continuously thinking about optimization, right? To me, that's where automation can be a huge help. Wherever you have knobs, for lack of a better way of saying, configurations that are dynamically changing a lot, why don't we look at tools that can actually automate those things? So to give time back to engineers. And around efficiency, to me, the last thing is instead of having a one-off thing where, I think we've all been there if you're a practitioner where, someone calls and says, hey, what did you guys do? You spent way more money in the last month than we had intended. And when we said, hey, you have a blank check to build, we didn't literally mean a blank check, right? How do we manage that? To me, it becomes a thing where you have a cohesive roadmap to say, right now in our company, for this new product we're launching, we're not worried about optimization just yet. We know that we want to be able to look at some non-production data. We want to run in production first before we do any sort of right sizing or workload choices or commitment-based discounts like savings plans. So having a roadmap versus kind of just ad hoc happening whenever someone freaks out about the cost is something that not only has to happen, it'll give a lot more confidence in the FinOps practice that there's a level of trust you need with your business stakeholders that it can't be every time I ask Amit to find some savings, he finds me $1 million because EBS volumes were unattached or something. It should feel a lot more deterministic and a lot more towards a cohesive plan there. And the last step for me is, if I think about FinOps, there's data, right? In 3.0, you want to be able to contextualize it. On efficiency, you want things that will actually move the needle today and then be able to prioritize something later down the line. The last place then is governance, right? And if you've heard me talk before, I call it the FinOps moment, where all of a sudden the intern is, you open up a chatbot to everyone in the company and you think it's great. You can ask a lot of questions to it. You can tell me how many vacation days I have left. And all of a sudden you get a bill at the end of the month that is 10x more. And all of a sudden you're running around. You're like, wait, who's spending this money, right? Especially with AI now, what we're talking about is not even looking at per workload, but per person, right? And so if you have an intern who spends up and uploads a petabyte of data because he thinks AI is really cool and he did it at his personal laptop, company has available ChatGPT, but it's being paid by, per token, you want to be able to prevent these things. And so for me, governance is very similar to where I think about security was, right? You want to be able to prevent things from happening that you don't want in your company, right? Guardrails effectively. And you want to be able to build them in a way that are, finding the balance between too restrictive, where you're essentially disabling people from doing innovation, especially in the AI space, but being able to do limits, for example, maybe per person on tokens, right? Or maybe for a non-prod workload, it can only run on spot instances, or on and on and on, and do it in a way that is almost repeatable per environment, and do it in a way that isn't necessarily a lot of overhead, right? Obviously, we could use something like OPA policies and manually create it in your pipeline, but is that really sustainable? Like, can you actually now track what this guardrail prevented, right? Being able to see that, hey, because of this guardrail that we built that enforces spot instances in non-prod, this and every time someone had actually tried to do, an on-demand instance, you should be able to capture that value and then be able to justify, look, these are the reasons we're actually avoiding cost, right? It'll justify the FinOps practice itself. And the second part then is if you want to prevent bad things from happening, or the guardrails, things will slip, right? There's every reinvent we go to, there's another 500 new things you can do in AWS console. And so to stay ahead of it, things will go through, the guardrails. So next step then is how do you detect these things? And detection is really interesting because on one hand, you have anomaly tools, right? You can look at the curve file and then say, when the cost goes up by a certain degree, notify that team something happened. But to me, I think we kind of miss the forest for the trees here because the cost is just a symptom, right? In fact, if you think about it, instead of waiting 4 hours for the curve file to be created and then you get an alert for it and then someone actions it, wouldn't you want to know immediately, right? So to be able to not only do anomaly detection of not just on cost level, but looking at the guardrails, being able to use an AI agent to now get the contextual analysis of like, well, why did this happen? Was it a release that happened yesterday? Was it we had a lot more users and be able to contextualize it? So now when you go to an engineer and you raise a ticket, you want to give them as much data as possible to understand. We think after everything we've looked at, this is an anomaly. You should look at it. And maybe instead of making an anomaly on something like just cost, what if you did anomalies on unit cost, right? Hey, since the last release yesterday, the unit per unit cost for a million API calls went from $1 to $2.50. Was this intended, right? And this way, you're actually now looking at the business level impact of the anomaly versus just like a, to me, it's something similar to like when you have a fever. Sure, you could look at it and say, I have a 103-degree fever, but if there's something seriously wrong, you'd want to know what is the underlying issue there, right? And so you have detection, you have prevention, and then finally remediation. And I think AI is really, really going to be critical here. So remediation to me is not just you get the anomaly or you detect something's off, right? The bill is too high, for lack of a better way of saying it. What do you do about it? And traditionally, it would mean that someone has to go digging, looking at what caused this to happen. Then they have to figure out, was this okay, right? For example, the TechCrunch example I gave, yeah, cost went up, but it's okay. It didn't go up that much compared to what the value we're getting back. But if it is something that you didn't intend to happen, normally the fix would be that you have to find the code where it happened. You have to go to the engineering team, convince them, hey, this is a big problem. Probably get a buy-in from a product person and say, yeah, we got to fix it now. And support it in a way, the same way people would take if the app was down or there's a critical bug in the system. Now, with AI, I'd love to be in a place where I think the remediation itself, if you're using, say, Terraform or another, IAC pipeline, we should be able to plug into that pipeline, grab the source code, understand what is the change that needs to happen, recommend that change, right? And maybe open up the PR or MR for the person to look at with the detailed analysis of this is why we think we should fix this, right? Update the guardrail so it doesn't happen again if you want to prevent it automatically. And then it's still up to the engineer or the product person to approve it. So this way, what we're really doing is shortening that time of detection, right? And remediation on a level where, again, it's not automation, this big scary thing a lot of enterprises freak out about. It's more of why are we wasting our own time doing things that AI can help us do, right? Being able to have an agentic workload that says when a context of an anomaly comes in, get the CloudWatch logs, for example, look at the PRs that were recently merged in, understand what might be causing this change, and then bundle it all up. And that is the alert that we send out going forward instead of, hey, the cost went up $100, good luck. And I think by doing this, all the things I'm describing here, what it really does is build trust with the FinOps team, right? Instead of looking at the FinOps team as this ivory tower that pushes down to engineers that says, you guys are bad, do something about it. And from a CFO perspective, looking at the FinOps team saying, yeah, I get value from them, but I feel like I don't have confidence that every dollar I'm giving to AWS, what I'm getting back in return. You flip it, and now you become this team that is almost critical functionality that is helping our users instead of just being a nuisance, right? And finally, if you think about AI, right? I know I've described a lot of different ways AI can help, but I'm sure there's a lot of talks yesterday as well, and there'll be more today about AI. But the FinOps for AI side is very interesting. AI for FinOps is, tokenomics and everything else we can talk about. But for me, FinOps or AI for FinOps is the most interesting because there's a lot of things that if you think about different stages that we can use it for. Instead of having, say a CEO who asks a question of what is my bill or what is the forecast for our PPA? Are we going to hit it or not? And then, goes to game of telephone towards finally an engineer who kind of collates it all together, extracts the data, puts in Excel, and then puts into a PowerPoint for the executive to consume from. What if they could just ask the question directly in the console that you have? What is the forecast for my PPA? Will I hit it or not? And if not, what are my options? Right? To me, that is something that we should be able to do very easily. And so cut down that, time between asking a question, translating it, and then getting a reply and then translating it back. Well, to me, AI is a great use case for that. Right. And the other side is then when you think about a lot of the stuff I'm describing, the guardrails, the unit economics, all these things, I think a lot of times what we have is we have a lot of tools out there in the industry. And what ends up happening is you have this moment where, I did, when you connect all the data into your tool, the silver bullet that's supposed to solve all your problems, you kind of just look at it. Now, what do we do? right? The engineers still need to log in every time to actually get the data. You still have to build a bunch of dashboards. You still have to get a lot of reports. You still have to build these guardrails manually, understand the syntax and everything. For me, AI is a great way to abstract that up into English. Why can't I just say in English, hey, I want to prevent things in non-prod from using Spot, and in the background, the guardrails are built, and I approve it, right? And so for me, this abstraction layer is going to be very critical towards really moving fast in FinOps. And instead of being stuck on looking at dashboards and hoping that, hey, this number went up, now let me do something about it. I want to be able to use AI to enrich our data, right? Like I talked about, detect anomalies with a full context of why it's happening, be able to forecast, right? With context of understanding. It's not just the forecast today is not just going to be based on what you did previously. Tell me what's going to change, right? Hey, we're non-prod and we're expecting 1 million users to join as soon as we go to production. Great. Imagine just saying that, and then we can figure out in the background, well, based on unit economics, based on the savings plan you have, in production, we think you're going to be spending this much within a margin of error. Or being able to ask something like, I see my GPU spend is going up and up. Why is that happening? And behind the scenes, what we're looking at is understanding, well, yeah, the GPU cost did go up. This workload that was tagged for, this inference training we're doing, post-training, this is a reason. And here's a detailed breakdown of, who's causing it, where the PR was that was approved for it, and here's a Jira ticket that the business sponsor had approved it there. And finally, yeah, look, for me, what AI I think lastly can help with in this 3.0 era will be the goal of FinOps, I think, it almost feels like an echo chamber sometimes that when you talk to FinOps practitioners, right, all these things we want to do, but eventually you talk to someone who's like, isn't your team's job just to save money? And you're trying to explain to them, no, we do all these other things, whatever. And I think finally in 3.0, we'll be in the place where the goal is not to cut costs. The goal is to make smarter investments, right? The goal is to now, for dollar that we're investing in AWS or Google or Snowflake or MongoDB, Alice or whatever, we can quantify the ROI and we can justify it and enable us to spend more money, right? And I think as soon as we figure out that AI runs on data, but it really scales on cost intelligence, to me, that's FinOps 3.0. With that, I think I'm right at time actually. So Victor, thanks again for
Yeah,
having me.
you
Really
make it
glad to
right
have
on
discussion.
time.
Yeah.
So give it some love in the reaction to Amit. I think it was a very wonderful presentation. So definitely love it. And I'm going to start one sec because yesterday I had some allow panelists to vote. Okay, and I'm going to launch it. So I launched a survey so you can rate the talk and you can provide some feedback to it if you like it or not as a feedback to both the event and the presenter. And while this goes, I think it's the turn to Yuriy. So Yuriy, whenever you are ready, you can start sharing.
Yeah, hi everyone. Hi
Hey, how
Victor.
are you?
Yeah, all good, all good. How are you?
Uh, Doing
All
great, great
right.
to have you here.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Thanks for having me. All right, should we just start?
Yeah, for sure. Let me close
All right.
the votes and let's finish.
Okay. So, can you see my screen? Is it shareable well?
Yep, yep.
All right, good. Hi everyone, my name is Yuriy Prykhodko. I'm Principal Technical Account Manager in AWS, and I'm also leading a solution and project which is called Cloud Intelligence Dashboards, and I'm quite active in FinOps world, and everything related to FinOps is part of not just my day job but also part of my passion and area of interest. Right, today I'm going to talk about FinOps for AI, and I'm going to talk about how to maximize cost efficiency of your generative AI workloads. But first of all, before we start, I'd like to just set the layout for this talk. And when we mean AI, we usually think of 3 different tiers of using AI tools and applications. First tier is ready to be used applications, which kind of out of the box provides capability to boost your productivity, such as Amazon Q for Business or Amazon Quick Suite, which just recently was launched. Or tools like Amazon Q Developer, which provides you software development lifecycle productivity, efficiency increase. Then another layer is models and tools which you can use to build your generative AI applications. And the great example here is Amazon Bedrock, because it allows you to use different variety of models. And then infrastructure layer to build and train your AI models, such as SageMaker, or just different types of specialized EC2 instances, such as AWS Trainium, or different GPU instances, which we provide as well. So how usually Gen AI is priced? Yeah, so let's also think about this. There are several dimensions, and in this kind of Amazon Q and Quick Suite or application like Gen AI services, usually the pricing is per user per month. There are some, like for example, Quick Suite has also pricing for storage and for indexes, but most of the cost will go for like per user per month. There are like usually no prices for like tokens separately, but mostly user per month. Then Bedrock is priced, it's per model, per region, but the pricing is defined, again, majority of pricing is driven by tokens, so the price is usually per 1,000 tokens, the pricing unit. And for EC2 and SageMaker, usually, again, there are some exceptions, but usually in most of the cases, you will be paying for instance hour for your inference or for your training. So today, I'm going to focus on Bedrock, just because, to cover everything in 20 minutes, it's technically not feasible. And I'm going to share with you a few things which I've personally learned by working with some customers on their Gen AI applications, and basically some lessons which I learned, and the ways how you can approach tracking, monitoring, and optimizing generative AI workloads on Bedrock. You all know that token is a basic, in Gen AI, token is a basic unit of text processing and also of the billing, right? So I don't probably need to explain nowadays what token is, but it's generally a like billing unit or text processing unit. What is important about tokens, that since it's the main pricing unit in Bedrock, we need to understand that tokens is LLM specific, so it's very model specific. So the same input, the same text input, which you send to two different models, will provide you two different numbers of tokens, both input and output tokens as well. So it's important to understand that, like, choosing model matters. Then the pricing is based on both input tokens and output tokens. So here the both parts matter. It's not like, data transfer, where only data transfer is free, but here input and output tokens are billed, and you are paying for them. So before we start running our workloads in Bedrock, our Gen AI workloads in Bedrock, the first few things which we need to decide is what's the right pricing option for us and what's the right model we should use. And as for the pricing options, we have three main pricing options on Bedrock. On demand, it's basically pay as you go. There are no commitments, and it's the best place to start for everyone. So if you in doubt, start with on demand. On demand pricing option is basically when you run workloads on like shared infrastructure under the hood, and you don't need to commit to any terms, but from the other side, you have some service quotas, you have some request per token limits and transaction per token request per second limit and transaction per second token per second limit, and that's something that you need to consider. If your applications need higher performance or higher rates of requests per second, tokens per second, that's where you need to think and look at provision throughput. Provision throughput is not necessarily a cost optimization constraint. It's a pricing option which allows you to provision some infrastructure for you and get better performance, lower latency in some cases. And with provision throughput, you pay not for tokens, but for model units, right? And conversion from model units to tokens, it's a bit challenging. So if you feel a need that to get to provision throughput, usually reach out to your AWS account team and they will help you to like figure out the best options. But generally, like don't think about provision throughput as cost optimization thing. In some cases, it could be more efficient, but in most of the cases, it's more like performance related exercise. In provision throughput, you also need to commit for some period of time from 3 to 6 months. And then batch inference. If your GenAI applications don't need real-time inference, if you don't use real-time chats with your users, you can use batch inference to process prompts in batch, usually like in background or like basically in some batch jobs. And with batch inference, you can get up to 50% of price savings. So again, here are the pricing options to consider. Now, the next step which we need to choose, right? The next part which we need to select is we need to select right foundational model. And here are the different consideration dimensions which usually customers should think about. It's your prompt size and whether your prompts will fit to model context window, right? So whether your model is like has a context window which can fit your prompt size, what's the maximum output tokens as well, which your model can provide, then cost per token for each of the models. So cost per token is different per model, then model accuracy, if it's able to provide you the results that you want. Input and output modalities. So it's basically if you need output as a text or you need output as a generated image. So, or if your input will be just a text or your input would be a generated image. So models are different by modality as well. And you also need to consider the service quotas for each model in each regions. There is a service quotas of requests per minute, per second, and tokens per minute, which you also need to consider when you run on demand. And if you need more, you can either increase these quotas, but you also can consider provision throughput to get dedicated infrastructure. Here is a quick example why model selection matters. And we can for a use case with, for example, 20 million tokens, input tokens by using Bedrock foundational model and 1 million output tokens for text summarization use case, you can see how selecting different models by model size and capability from Amazon Nova Lite to Anthropic Claude 4.5 Sonnet, we can see how cost will be different. It's by factor of tens, so it's not. It's very, very big. And when we run traditional workloads like EC2, we already, I think, get used to the fact that we don't need to spin the largest instance type just because it's more performant. Here is the same approach. We don't need to start with the most capable and largest model, which would be the most expensive probably. We need to choose the right model, and usually better to start with the least or somewhere in the middle, and then go up if results with those models are not the ones that you expect. Okay, so we selected now the model, we selected pricing option. Now we started to use Bedrock and deployed some workloads. So now let's talk about cost and usage monitoring and the tools that we have. It's very important to understand that in Bedrock, there are several nuances like how your usage is built. For example, if you use so-called first-party models, it's the models which trained and sold by Amazon and basically by us. Those models are built as billing entity AWS. Then second-party models, it's the models which developed and trained by the different model providers, not AWS, but they sold by AWS. Usually those are the open source models from different providers, the ones that we can also sell because they are open source. And they also build as billing entity AWS because we sell them. And there are third-party models. It's the models which developed, trained, and sold by the model publishers or model providers. So those models actually built as AWS marketplace billing entity. It's important to understand for several reasons, right? First is there will be a little difference in how you can visualize and how you can track the cost. For first-party and second-party models, for example, in Cost Explorer, you will see that service is a Bedrock and billing entity AWS. In cost and in the usage report, you will use line item product code column to get all the Bedrock cost and usage. But for third-party models, in Cost Explorer, service name would be like Bedrock Edition with the brackets specifying the model provider. Billing entity would be AWS Marketplace, and product code in core will include just Marketplace product ID, and product name will have basically a name of the service and the model provider. So this is like important thing to understand, and which makes things a little bit more challenging, right? But once you understand them and use the right tooling, it becomes not that hard. As with any workloads in the cloud, with cost monitoring, the foundation is establish cost alerts, right? And here you can use AWS budgets. And again, with generative AI workloads, it's very important to set the spending boundaries up front, right? To say, okay, how much I can allocate for this POC and how much I'm ready to spend for this POC or for this product overall. Set these boundaries as a budgets. You can use budgets per tag, per application, per account. So set those spending boundaries and make sure that you have alerts to get notified when you exceeding the budget. You can use cost anomaly detection, right? And get notifications about anomalies when some anomaly spend happened, even if it's within the boundaries, you will get notifications with cost anomaly detection. Now, that's where the interesting thing comes into play. And not many people know about this, and that's what some customers learn in a hard way. If you use cost anomaly detection and you use third-party models, so models like Anthropic Claude, and they build as AWS marketplace. So you need to know that AWS market spend is not covered. AWS marketplace spend is not covered with cost anomaly detection. So cost anomaly detection doesn't cover AWS marketplace. So if you use third-party models, think about, like, just know about this and make sure that you adapt to this, and you use things like AWS budgets to, to control it, or you use CloudWatch alerts, because in CloudWatch you can get Bedrock usage, and you can set up CloudWatch alerts to get notification, or you can use, if you're using some custom cost anomaly alerting system, you can also, run some core queries, analyze anomalies. So, but just be aware that cost anomaly detection doesn't cover AWS marketplace, and so doesn't cover third-party models. Now, let's talk about cost visibility. There are several tools which you can use. You probably know about this. In console, you can use AWS Cost Explorer. It's pretty easy to get started. You just need to know that, which services you need to choose for first, second, and third-party models. You can use data experts, cost and usage report, or focus data for detailed billing analysis if you want to run some queries over this, or you can use ready-to-be-used dashboards like Cloud Intelligence dashboards in Amazon Quick Suite. And there are a few things which in Cloud Intelligence dashboards you can get on top of what is, for example, not available in Cost Explorer by default. Let me cover those. And also, for those who are not familiar with Cloud Intelligence dashboards, just in few words, it's an open source solution from AWS, which you can deploy in your environments, and you will get quick suite dashboards with actionable insights, lots of recommendations for your spend and usage data. And we cover very comprehensively Bedrock and SageMaker and all the AI services, cost and usage data. We provide a lot of insights. So in one of our dashboards, which is called Kudos, for example, for Bedrock, we provide ready-to-be-used visuals which already consolidate all together this marketplace and Bedrock usage. You can consolidate multi-pair data from multiple pair accounts, and you can actually, out of the box, see your Bedrock spend over different dimensions, like, for example, spend per pricing model. So you can see how, whether you're using anywhere provision throughput or batch inference, or on demand. Or we provide also details about spend per usage type groups. So it's kind of higher level abstraction or categorization where your spend belongs to. For example, you can see in total how much your organization paying for input tokens, for image generation, for output tokens, for cache prompt caching, for prompt optimization. So all the different Bedrock features in human understandable way, very easy to track. Then we also provide details about per model cost and usage. So you can see how much like your model per model cost differs day to day, and you can see how many tokens you consume for each of the model. And another very important part that we just recently added, ability to see cost per 1,000 tokens or cost per unit for all the models that you use. So you can see for all the models how much it costs you prompt caching, how much input tokens cost. So you can actually, track it and see, oh, like for example, why in some accounts we are using more expensive models while we have similar use cases in which like other applications use cheaper models as well. So it's quite nice and available out of the box. All right, so now we know how to track this cost and how to set up alerts. And now we are going to cover with few examples what you can do to optimize the cost, right? So, and to optimize the cost, because the tokens is the main pricing unit. So if you use less tokens, you spend less, right? So you can optimize amount of tokens. And it includes several optimization techniques. First of all, like make sure that your prompts are not essay, but like they are very concise, and as least text as possible. From the other side, engineer the model input and output. You can provide in the prompt how you would like to see your output, limit your output details. Sometimes models could be chatty, so provide some constraints how you would like to see outputs. You can use input pre-processing. So for example, when your users send a prompt, you can actually pre-process this prompt. You can reduce its length, remove some elements which are necessary, like new lines, double spaces, all the things which then consume tokens but don't add any value. You can add to the initial prompt some details, how would you like to constrain the output to reduce the amount of output tokens. So you can, and then send this prompt to the LLM. If your applications use things like just real-time chat with LLM, you can then reduce amount of tokens which you consume by sending chat history, right? You can use sliding window technique where instead of sending the entire chat history, you send just the last 20 messages, for example, or you can use chat summarization technique where you, again, instead of sending the whole chat history, you actually send the chat summary all the time. So you are reducing the amount of input tokens, but still you can have like all the details from entire chat. There are a few other techniques which are available, which actually first became a techniques, and then we saw that customers actually like can improve efficiency, reduce latency, increase accuracy. And those techniques are available now as Bedrock features out of the box, which you can use. I don't have time today to cover all of them. It's just to mention it's prompt caching. For same prompts, you can leverage prompt caching capabilities, and you can reduce cost by up to 90% and increase latency because the prompts which taken from cache will be faster than from output from LLM. You can use also intelligent prompt routing when you use smaller LLMs to decide for each specific question or topic which larger LLM to use. So that's again how you can reduce total cost by up to 30% from our experience. And you can use also like Bedrock model distillation, where by using your data and larger model, more expensive model, you can distill the model and use the smaller model, like distilled smaller model, but still achieve the accuracy and the richness of result of a larger model, but at way lower cost. Now to summarize, I had just 20 minutes, so I tried to pack this session as much as I can. To summarize all the governance best practices for generative AIs. They are very similar to all your governance best practices for traditional workloads. Control access to the models, control access to what your teams can actually do right with these models. For example, not everyone should have access to provision throughput, right? Because it may be quite expensive. So make sure that people have you follow least privileged principle. You want to give flexibility for your teams to experiment. So have some dedicated playground accounts for that, but restrict production accounts to the models which kind of you approve to use as on organizational level. Have right tools for cost monitorings and set the budgets and define the boundary of your spend for generative AI workloads. Also, establish cost allocation and tracing. So make sure that you can allocate your token usage by application, by department, by billing, and by business unit. And you can actually allocate and tag Bedrock token usage by using inference profiles. Application inference profiles basically allow you to just tag them and set the model which you're going to use in that inference profile. And then once you use in your application, not the model directly, but through inference profile, you will see those tags propagated to cost and usage report, to cost explorer, to Kudos dashboard, everywhere. So you can allocate the cost pretty much the same way as with traditional applications as well. Of course, have cost anomaly detection in place and alerts, and make sure that people read those alerts and react on them. Think about this marketplace nuance that I mentioned, and if you use third-party models, make sure that your anomaly detection strategy covers this. And one of the most important parts is define your KPIs to measure return of investment of GenAI workloads. Actually, to maximize efficiency of generative AI workloads, you need to make sure that you know how to measure efficiency. And here you can apply different levels how you measure them. Track cost per business driver, like unit cost economy. Track cost per maybe useful response. Implement feedback loops in your generative AI applications. Make sure that you can actually track cost of useful response versus cost of not useful response. Track cost per token, what I showed we have in Kudos, for example. And then also measure different business impact of your generative AI workloads, like did we manage to reduce amount of support tickets or people engagement due to implementation of generative AI applications? Did we manage to increase sales from AI-generated recommendations, or did we manage to save some time per employee? So it's also very important to track and measure and to make sure that you can actually understand what the business impact your generative AI workloads bring, to make sure that you can actually, once you start optimizing, that you can measure impact of these optimizations to your business. That's all from my side. I really thanks everyone for joining today. So I don't know if we have time for questions, but really thank you, and I hope you learned something new today.
Thanks, Yuriy. It's going to be if there are questions, yeah, you have 1 minute to post them. If not, yeah, you can answer them, later on in the Q&A section. I'm going to start the voting while we move to Anderson. So I'm going to give it some love to Yuriy's presentation. I think it was amazing, man. So thanks for taking the time of
Yeah,
being
thank you.
here.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Pleasure.
Yeah, if you have any questions, I'm always available on LinkedIn. So yeah, like drop me a line. Also, if you travel into reInvent, drop me a line. Would be happy to meet with everyone and chat about FinOps.
Yeah, it could be great, and feel free to ping Yuriy for that. So thanks, and we are going to move to the following one. Anderson, I think you are over here.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can see you, but we can't hear you.
Okay.
Let me maybe close this and then 1 sec. Maybe you need to request this. Now you may be able to launch your camera. Yes, we can see you now.
All right. Can you see me well? And can you hear me well? All right. Let me share my screen real quick. Okay.
We can see it.
You can see it?
Yep.
All right. So let's go get started. I am super pumped to be here. I think that this event is a point in history that is changing everything I'm glad and honored to say that I was there with Victor on the very beginning by providing some text and support and things like that. And I told him in that time that I really believed on the idea of this project. And 1.5 years later, here where we are, on this size, of this proportion. I'm so happy to be part of that. So congratulations to you, Victor, for the entire team that is supporting you on making that happen, for all the participants and panelists. It's rich. It's really an honor to be here. So a little bit of marketing here, that you know that my book is out there. It's The Ultimate FinOps for Azure. And there is a 30% discount now being offered through Orange Ava, that is my publisher. You can go there, or you can choose to buy from Amazon. So feel free to get that. I didn't do a slide presenting myself because I'm doing so many things on the FinOps space that I don't want to bore you about that. So my LinkedIn is there, or is open for you to take a look and communicate. I'm gladly working for CloudZero now, collaborating with the smart clouds on the Radar Cloud. There is the Portuguese newsletter. Other initiatives as well, helping other companies on funding on the foundation of their FinOps practice and things like that. But now my main focus on CloudZero, happy to be there. But with that said, I just want to put a disclaimer here that the views and ideas that I will be sharing here reflect my personal perspective. Okay, they may not represent those from my contractors, partners, or publishers. With that said, let's go. Let's get going. I want to talk today about the challenges that I'm seeing on the FinOps arena. There's lots of confusion going out there from all the personas. Things that goes on the FinOps adoption, questions on how to scale FinOps, maturity, misunderstanding of what maturity is, understanding of really what FinOps is. Many people sometimes make the relationship that FinOps equal to cost savings, and there's a lot of things going out there, and I'm always thinking, how can we bring more clarity of what this is, what our business or what our industry is doing? So what is on the foundation of our understanding that is missing? And I want to give you a proposal of mine that could explain how to solve it. This basically has to do with the fundamental difference between CapEx and OpEx. On the past, we used to be CapEx oriented, but today, not anymore. FinOps is fundamentally an OpEx intense discipline because cloud spends behavior like a utility bill, recurring, variable, tied directly to consumption. Differently from CapEx model, where infrastructure is purchased mostly upfront, cloud cost scales its usage, making operational decisions the primary driver of financial outcomes. So this means every deployment, every workload, and every architectural choice has a direct impact on the bottom line. FinOps should be bringing financial accountability to the daily operations, empowering teams to treat clouds like a production line, where efficiency, visibility, and mainly ownership are essential to controlling costs and maximizing the value. But seems that they're still struggling on getting that. And this made me think, we are not the only the only business doing OpEx. OpEx, it's out there for years, and many other industries operate and make money, tons of money under this model. So I was thinking, is it possible to learn from other OpEx intense industries And is there any similarities between them? And what can we do from cloud, and especially FinOps? And this brings us to the broader question: how do OpEx intensive industries operate when every unit of output carries a recurring cost? So the result, really blew my mind. Well, to illustrate that, let me tell you a story. And that's the story of Marcelo. He's a good friend of mine. He's an old friend of mine. We know each other since we were teenager troublemakers. Marcelo is 52 years old now, and my age, well, I will not say, but all that I'm going to say is that I still plan to stay younger than him. I saw in LinkedIn that he got a new job and found that it would be perfect match for us to learn, for me to learn a little bit more about manufacturing. Marcelo, he works for Nema Bakehouse. The Nema Bakehouse has 7 years of existence. They bake all sorts of bread made of natural long fermentation. They are in Rio. They are expanding. They are in 6 owned stores, 24 franchise stores, and they plan to big, just scale high. Marcelo, he's a production manager of a unit that produces bread for 2 stores. A little bit about fermentation, which is, it's all completely off topic, because this is an ancient technique. It's ancient. It was invented by, or not sure if it was invented, but the Egyptian there in 1500s before Christ, there are registers that they were already doing that. It comes to a core, let's say, they start preparing the bread, and there is a natural fermentation that starts to, and it can last infinitely if you can put proper care on that. So there are knowns, one of the portions of that lasts maybe 97 years. There is someone in Switzerland that has the same source for 150 years. So with putting that aside, the industrial bakery is a manufacturing industry. Thus, it's OpEx intense. All right. So they want to grow to 60 units and to scale the business. Marcelo, this friend of mine, has a lot of experience in the food industry. He knows, but he knows nothing about cloud. Actually, he never heard about FinOps. So what can he teach us about FinOps, and how the practice that they are carrying will help them grow to their objective, and also help us grow our FinOps practice? Let me take you into this conversation, and left me thinking for days. It was 2 hours with Marcelo, a longtime friend, a sharp observer, and someone that knows how to cut through the noise. From that exchange, there were powerful themes: team setup, standardization, and unit economics. But it's not a checklist, okay? It's an invitation. As you listen and explore what I have ahead, I encourage you to abstract. Don't just take notes, but take perspective. This presentation is not a prescriptive, and I'm not here to define standards, okay? I'm here to offer a lens, a way to step back and see our FinOps practice not as a cost center, but as a living, evolving system. So are you ready to dive in? Let's unpack each one of these and see what we can learn. Let's start with the team setup. It's more related to engineering teams. You can see here the picture. It's the bakery kitchen, all right? So we could do some parallels here, like the raw materials could be compute, storage, and data, foundational cloud resources, and the equipment, they are the CI/CD pipelines and automated provisioning workflows. They even have a Kanban board. I'm serious. They have a Kanban board there. They are all into continuous improvement, and that comes from those mindset. But this is something that I will cover, fortunately, in another conversation. So a little bit about their team. That's what Marcelo told me. They're a small team, between 6 and 10 people per shift. They work on the same environment. They should keep the environment clean and organized. They have a real Kanban board, and they are accountable for the production. So what are the parallels here that I could make by listening to this? It's the 6 to 10 people team drives to the squads or engineering squads. Shared environment, so the team is working their common cloud accounts or subscriptions with shared responsibility for cost performance. To keep that clean and organized tells us that all the resources are well tagged. They are tidy. They are tidy dashboards. The cost hygienes, like for example, you don't have any zombie workloads out there. The real Kanban board is an agile approach for backlog grooming, cost anomaly triage, saving opportunities tracking. And accountable for production, to me, means that the teams own their cloud usage budgets and optimization outcomes. It's really a digital shop floor. You can describe cloud FinOps teams and operating as a digital shop floor. Each team runs its own production line, like workloads, services, pipelines. They must keep the line efficient, optimize spend, reduce waste. They use visual management tools like dashboard, Kanban board, cost reports, and they are accountable for the throughput and cost, not just delivery. So I think that the message here is like, just like manufacturing teams own their shift, cloud teams must own their spend. FinOps isn't a finance function. FinOps is not just chasing people for optimization and savings. It's a production discipline for digital operations. So let's talk about the second point, standardization. This one really, really blew my mind, and you're gonna see why in a second. When we were having our conversation, he said exactly this in Portuguese, and then I just translated. He said, expansion needs to be replicable, otherwise
Anderson, I cannot hear. Okay, now we can hear you again. Yeah.
Okay. So I was telling them, Victor, is like the expansion, what he said here and that's written on the screen is something like, it seems that it's something that you would listen in one of the meetings inside the IT teams. And in one of our FinOps meetings, expansion needs to be replicable, otherwise you cannot scale, and that's so true. So operations, they have for example, they have an operational manual. In this operational manual, they have all the processes, they have the specification, they have the images for each step, how to maintain the equipment, how to do preventive maintenance, the supplier catalog, like what are the tools that they are able to be using in tests that was tested and approved, the brands of the products, the supplier, and I asked him, what about, and how does that work? And he said, well, it doesn't mean that this is the most perfect options. That is simply the options that we made the choice, and we're living with it. Doesn't mean that we cannot change, but if everybody uses whatever they want, we will not be able to keep the results repeatable and to scale. And I was like, this sounds so familiar. So there's so much to unpack. I will just choose two of them. And in terms of maintenance, resource lifecycle management, like cleanup and usage services, patching and upgrades, and supplier catalog, like having approved cloud services, SKUs, and third-party tools, everybody using the same, so that you can scale in terms of standardized process. So, but that's not only that. Let's continue. The common taxonomy, they realize that everybody can speak the same language, we need to align what we're going to be talking. When we say one word, that word has the same meaning for everybody. This is so true. I think that FinOps has a good taxonomy, especially implemented by Focus. So those common taxonomy helps on the conversation between the teams and the areas. Communication chain. They had a problem, like, as it was a small company, the founder were talking with the guy that were on the store. The guy on the store was talking with the guy that was on the bakery kitchen. So sometimes this becomes a little bit of a confusion. Establish a communication chain is really, really helpful. It's like, we know exactly how the communication, the views are flowing within the organization. That also drives efficiency. Okay, so continue here. Central team defines process. Very similar to the FinOps principle of a FinOps should be enabled centrally. This centralized teams is the one that helps define the processes that will be changed, that will be followed, but also evaluate how this is going to be evolved throughout the time. All right, receiving feedback, and anything is written in stone, they can be changed. But while it's not changed, it's asked that everybody follow the same process. Another quote of Marcelo: standardization produces predictable results. This is so true. This is so true. It reduces variability when teams follow consistent process. Whether in manufacturing or cloud operations, they create repeatable outcomes. In FinOps, this could mean, for example, consistent tagging, standard provision templates, and workflows that are governed. Predictable is the foundation of control. You know, this is, everybody tells that, and I agree with that. You can optimize what you can measure, and you can measure what is not standardized. There are people that could argue from that. Some may argue that a rigid standard kills creativity or slow teams down. The concern, in my opinion, is valid. They have a benefit, but here's the counterpoint. Don't think that standardization is a rigidity. It actually brings clarity. When the basics are standardized, teams spend less time reinventing the wheel and more time innovating where it matters. Think that as a guardrails and not a handcuff. All right. So from an executive angle, they could say in cloud FinOps, standardization isn't a bureaucracy. It's the blueprint for scalable efficiency, because this will help us have fewer surprises, make faster decisions, and better business outcomes. So observability is crucial, and this is the last point. I want to talk about metrics and unit economics. They have that in there as well. So in that, on their work, anything that they do need to be very well controlled in terms of temperature. Any problem on the temperature of the environment or the temperature of the dough or the mixing speed, it will, simply make everything, all the production will be wasted. So they need to be constantly managing the environment. What you can see here on the screen is them checking on the Kanban board the temperature every hour. The little equipments there are in place for them to measure the temperature in different points of the room manually. So the operator responsibility is to record equipment temperature 3 times per day. And then this practice builds accountability and reinforces ownership of the production. The parallel to me in cloud would be this. You can frame this as a metaphor for cloud operations. The temperature checking or tracking, it's like the monitoring cloud resources, performance, and cost thresholds. Operator accountability could be related to engineering teams owning their spend and usage metrics. The engagement through understanding. FinOps education improves adoption and optimization. And finally, the inventory checks, reserve the instance, savings plans, and capacity planning for forecasting will ensure that you have a good environment so that your application, your services can run steadily and in an optimal situation. Still, now a little bit more on the metrics. Cost of goods sold for them and for manufacturing in general is very important. This is business specifically. They calculate cost of goods sold based on beginning of the inventory for the week, the sales that were made in that week, and the ending inventory. They admitted that they are missing some points in here, but basically this is what they are using. This has a lot to do with unit economics. In both contexts, the goal is to understand the cost per unit of value delivered. For example, in manufacturing, it's cost COGS per unit equals to total COGS divided by units sold. In FinOps, it could be cost per transaction, cost per user, per gigabyte processed, or per feature delivered. All of that enables good things like pricing decisions when you're negotiating a new contract, reservations purchase, efficiency tracking like the cost per API or cost over or cost per user, and also forecasting, like how much infra is needed per X unit of demand. So in conclusion, just want to run real quick through this. The key takeaways, in my opinion. So the discipline, it drives efficiency. Teams must own their line. Visual management works, like Kanban boards, dashboards. Preventive maintenance saves money. Inventory, Inventory and capacity. This one here means that manufacturers track raw materials to ensure continuity. Cloud teams must track provisioning capacity, reserved instance, and workloads demand to avoid waste and outage. Unit economics really matters, and standardization enables scales. So my final comment would be FinOps is just non-cloud accounting. It's a digital manufacturing. When teams treat clouds like a production line, they unlock efficiency, accountability, and business value at scale. So thank you everyone. It was a pleasure.
Thanks, Anderson, for the talk. I think it was wonderful. Let me please leave some hearts in the chat. Let me start the survey, and then we are going to be. There are some questions in the chat and in the Q&A, but we don't have time to answer them. So feel free to answer them after the talk, and we are going to let. Deepika, if I'm not mistaken, it's your turn, and Hayley. So let me go to the participant site.
Hello, Victor. Hello, everyone.
Hey there.
Hello, everyone.
Am I audible?
Yep.
All right. Quickly go ahead and share the screen here.
Yep.
All right. So first off, very, very good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are joining us from around the world. And thank you, Victor and team, for putting this global summit together. It's amazing. And I'm Deepika Prabhakara. I'm absolutely thrilled to be here with you at the FinOps Weekly Summit today. Little about me. I am a Senior Customer Solutions Manager at AWS, where I have the privilege of working as a trusted advisor to many financial organizations on their cloud transformation journey. And over 2 decades in the technology leadership, I have discovered my true passion lies in helping the enterprises, not just moving to the cloud, but truly leveraging it to accelerate the innovation, optimize their cost, and also achieve the overall operational excellence. So what I bring to every engagement is the combination of that technical knowledge and the business acumen, because at the end of the day, it's all about helping organizations harness the cloud capability to better serve their end customers. And along with me today, I have Hayley. Hayley, why don't you introduce yourself?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Victor, and very nice meeting everybody. My name is Hayley Kozak. I'm a Cloud FinOps architect on the Opex team, and my main job is to help AWS customers, mainly focusing on healthcare and life science customers, to help them develop a long-term cloud efficiency strategy. So happy to get into our discussion today.
All right. So today we are here to walk you through how to build and nurture a robust FinOps culture that kind of transforms the cloud cost management from like a siloed responsibility to an organization-wide commitment. Because let's face it, how many of us struggle with managing cloud cost? And FinOps really goes far beyond just simple cost cutting, because it is a very strategic discipline that requires cross-cultural and cross-functional collaboration. So let's dive into and explore how we can make FinOps work for your organization. And let me start off by asking you a simple question. What do you think is your biggest challenge for the organization where you are today in building a FinOps culture? Please take a moment to think about it and use the chat to share your response. Again, what do you think is the biggest challenge your organization faces with building a FinOps culture? So with that said, we'll watch out to see your responses and compare it to this global data in a bit. And this data comes from none other than the FinOps Foundation's State of FinOps survey. And it reveals some very fascinating insights about how our priorities are evolving, right? And looking at this chart, you can see the comparison between 2024 and 2025 priorities. What stands out immediately is that reducing waste and managing unused resources remains the top concern, and for a good reason, right? And here is what I have learned from working with organizations at different stages of the FinOps journey. So either the organization is in the beginner, where quick wins are very important. Like while waste reduction kind of remains top priority for such organizations, I've seen them achieve like really 15 to 30% cost savings in their first initial stages of their maturity in addressing the obvious inefficiencies like idle instances, attacking the unattached storage or over-provisioned resources. And then let's say they move to a more of an intermediate level of maturity. And what is fascinating is how those priorities shift as the organization as well mature. Because in the early stage of the FinOps team, they focus on the cost by reducing the waste elimination. But when they mature, they spend almost 60 to 70% of their time on strategic activities like commitment management or forecasting, better budgeting, right? This also tells us we are not just getting better at finding problems, we are getting better at preventing them. And then in the third, more advanced category of customers that I have seen them tackle that these priorities in isolation, see, like, let's say 40% less success is achieved when they are tackled in a more of an isolated approach. But when they take this approach to a collaborative model, for example, accurate forecasting is not just about the finance problem. It requires engineering teams to share their roadmaps, business teams to communicate their growth plans. So this perfectly sets the stage for why we need a collaborative culture, which is exactly what we are going to be exploring in the next few slides. So now that we understand what practitioners are prioritizing, FinOps practitioners are prioritizing, let's talk about how to build that culture that can actually deliver on these priorities, right? In my mind, I think the collaborative FinOps culture has 4 main foundational building blocks. And here's the critical point. You need all of them to be working together, all 4 of them to be working together, again, not in silos. So first, the sponsorship. And this isn't just about having someone's name on an organizational chart saying he's a FinOps or he or she is a FinOps sponsor. You need a single-threaded leader who can actually align resources and turn the strategy into real results. So without this, your FinOps initiatives will struggle to get the attention and the resources they deserve. So the most successful FinOps programs have sponsors who don't just provide air cover, but actively participate. At one organization that I worked with, the chief technology officer started attending the weekly cost reviews, and that single action increased the engineering team engagement by almost 300%. People started attending those meetings and providing responses and actively participating. And then secondly, in the ownership category, this is about establishing a culture of accountability. Someone needs to be there to own the outcomes, not just the process. So this could either be a centralized, a decentralized, or a hybrid approach, but it must be very, very clear in terms of who owns what. So I've seen companies like create beautiful racy matrices, but then the real test is when the costs spike unexpectedly, does someone immediately know they are accountable? So that's the question, right, that you need your organization to answer. So the best ownership model that I have seen that works is to create a cost champion model where people aren't necessarily in finance, but take pride in their team's cost efficiency and they celebrate it. So third is the partnership block. And this is where many organizations stumble. So true collaboration between the technology, the finance, and the business stakeholders doesn't happen by accident. It requires intentional relationship building and shared incentives. So here is a practical tip, right? For a successful FinOps team, they spend as much time building these relationships as they do in analyzing the data. So one team that I know has a rule. before sending any cost report, they have a conversation. So it's like as simple as this practice that transformed the FinOps organization from being a cost police to a trusted advisor. So finally, the foundation block, which is where all the reports, the tools, the automation, the governance, and the training, and all that you need for enabling everything else. So without the solid foundation, even the best intentions will crumble. So the most mature FinOps organizations I have worked with have automated almost like 60 to 70% of their reporting. But here's the key. They use that automation to create more time for strategic conversations and not like eliminate the human interaction. So remember, FinOps is a team effort, not a solo marathon. Again, I repeat, it's a team effort, not a solo marathon. But here's what really means. It's not about everyone doing everything. It's about everyone understanding their role in the big picture. So I've seen too many organizations try to make FinOps the responsibility of like one person or one team, but it simply doesn't work at scale. And when you're trying to scale in the cloud. So let's deeper dive into each of these building blocks in the subsequent slides. So let's start with the sponsorship, because without this, the other building blocks become much harder to establish. So I want to address 4 critical questions about executive sponsorship. Why do you need FinOps executive sponsorship? Let's simply put, FinOps sits at the intersection of 3 traditionally siloed functions like engineering, finance, and business operations. And your sponsor becomes the bridge between these worlds. And they have the authority to break down the silos and influence to drive the organizational change. So here is a practical reality, right? The FinOps initiative touch every part of the organization, and without that executive backing, you'll be spending 80% of your time fighting for access to data, to people, to resources, instead of just driving results. So I've seen brilliant FinOps practitioners and FinOps leads fail because they try to influence, but they don't have the authority. How do you select the right sponsor? Look for leaders who have vested interest in both the financial outcome and the technical delivery, like someone who already asks the cost questions in the architecture reviews, right? And this might be like a CTO who is measured on cost efficiency, or a CFO who understands the technology investment, or even a business unit leader who's accountable for a P&L. The key is finding that one person who understands both the finance and the technical implications of the cloud decisions. So the best sponsors that I have worked with weren't necessarily the most senior people in the organization, but they were the ones who naturally connected that bridge between the finance and technical decisions. And one of the most effective sponsors I knew for one of my customer was a VP of engineering who had just a P&L responsibility. And how do you gain their support, right? This is about like speaking their language, not just the FinOps language, understanding their goals first. Are they focused on growth? Are they focused on profitability? Or are they focused on innovation speed? Then show them how those FinOps will enable those goals. Present the data, not just the concepts, and show them the potential impact in terms of what they care about. And here is a practical approach that I have seen work. Start with a cost story about their specific area. Like, don't lead with frameworks and methodologies and dashboards and reports, but rather lead with, here is what we discovered about your team's cloud spend, and here is the opportunity, right? Make it more personal and relevant to their goals. And how do sponsors drive their success, right? Like, let's say now you have secured sponsorship, but the sponsor's role is to set very clear KPIs that matter to the business. They would establish regular tracking, review process, and they would empower their teams to make the decision. So they don't micromanage all the detail, but they hold people accountable for the outcomes. So the best sponsors I have worked with do 3 things. First, they ask the cost questions in every technical review. Second, they celebrate the cost optimization wins publicly, not just the savings initiatives, but the innovation that these savings will enable. And third, they protect the FinOps team from becoming cost police by emphasizing enablement over enforcement. So remember, your sponsor's job isn't to do FinOps, it is to create the condition where FinOps can actually succeed. And the second area is about ownership. So because once you have the sponsorship, you need to decide how the FinOps responsibilities will be distributed across the organization. There is no one-size-fits-all approach here, but there are three main models to consider. The centralized ownership, which kind of works well when you're just starting your FinOps journey, or when you have like a complex shared infrastructure. This might be through like a center of excellence, a dedicated FinOps team, or even like a cloud business office. The advantage is consistency and deep expertise. But here's the key. Even the centralized teams need to be embedded within the engineering teams. The most successful centralized FinOps teams I have seen spend almost 50% of their time sitting with the development teams, not in the conference rooms. And then the second model is the decentralized ownership, which kind of pushes the responsibility directly to the technology teams. This works beautifully when you have a very mature, autonomous team who can handle both technical and financial aspect of their services. However, the advantage is accountability at the point of decision making. Again, it is the accountability at the point of decision making. The challenge is ensuring, again, consistency and avoiding all the duplication of effort. But this is a very powerful model. It requires what I call the cost literacy across your engineering teams. So one organization that I worked with created a simple rule. Every team lead needs to be able to explain their team's cost trend in under 60 seconds. This simple requirement transformed how the teams thought about their spending. And the third model is actually the hybrid approach. And this is what I see working best in large organizations, combining the best of the centralized and the decentralized model. And you have like a central team setting all the standards, providing the tools, managing the enterprise-wide commitments, while the individual teams own their day-to-day cost optimization. It's like having a central IT security team that sets the policies, but every developer is responsible for secure coding, right? It's very similar to that. So regardless of which model you choose, you need to establish very clear processes for cost awareness, visibility, and transparency. So this includes like regular review meetings, clear metrics, and critically, a FinOps champion program that creates the advocates throughout your organization. The best champions aren't necessarily the most technical people. They are the most influential people. Again, they are not the most technical people. They are the most influential people. So look for those engineers that go to, that others go to for advice, and the team leads that people respect. So give them the tools, give them the knowledge, and they will drive adoption better than any mandate that is set. So just take an accountability test. And here is how you know whether the ownership model is working or not. When costs go up, does someone immediately feel responsible? When costs go down, does someone feel proud? If the answer to either question is no, you need to refine your model. So take that small accountability test in your organization and determine what's best for you. So the key insight here is ownership is not just about who does the work, it's about who's accountable for the outcomes. So make sure that's crystal clear in whatever model you choose. So let me turn it over to Hayley to talk about the next few pillars.
Thanks, Deepika. So in my opinion, I feel like ownership, sponsorship, and partnership, they're all intertwined together. And for partnership, I'll start with the quote from Helen Keller: alone, we can do so little, together, we can do so much. And it's very true, and it applies to FinOps, applies to life, applies to work. And like Deepika said, FinOps Champion Program is such a good way to kind of pull people together from different functions. And this is a good way to involve all the key stakeholders throughout your cloud journey. And by key stakeholders, I mean either it's a financial leads, your product owner, your application owners, it could be your business unit owners or engineering teams, or even the third parties, consultants, right? And then how do we create a FinOps Champion Program? We need to first define the key members from all those involving teams, right? Not I said finance and technology teams on the slide, but it goes beyond them. And then you need to establish a regular meeting cadence, and during that cadence, define the common discussion topics. Those topics can be, from talking about getting the visibility to our cost and usage, and all the way to creating that standard procedure for handling your spend variance, and then strategically planning for your cloud investment, integration with existing financial processes, and also even forecasting better. And Deepika, if you don't mind to move to the next slide. Yeah, so now we're getting to the foundations of collaborative FinOps culture. In our opinion, the first one will be set up targeted report for different personas. We all know that getting that cost visibility is very important for any FinOps practice, but people also say a report is only good as the people who use it. So how do we make sure that people understand the data and use them to make informed decisions? So first, define the reporting requirements, right? Collaborate with each persona that we mentioned earlier to determine the specific metrics they need to make decisions and the context they require. And then also establish a FinOps data model, integrate your billing and usage data from various cloud providers, and organize it into a central data store. Also, implement consistent tagging. Everybody knows how important tagging is, so standardize it and enforce tagging policy across all the cloud resources that you have. And then create tailored dashboard. This is essential to make sure everybody care about even going into the dashboard to look at it. You've got to make sure it speaks their language. For example, you create a report for executives. Executives need high-level strategic report to make sure accountability, and they only focus on business value rather than just granular usage metrics. So a high-level visual dashboard showing KPIs, or maybe monthly, quarterly summary report highlighting significant trends and cost drivers will be beneficial. Versus engineers and cloud architects, they require granular, timely data to make that cost-aware decision choices. So they might want to see like team-specific cost and usage report breaking down by service, application, or environments, for example. And then finance team, they may need detailed, accurate report for budgeting, forecasting, and reporting to the broader organization. They would need visibility into how shared costs are allocated and consumed. And then also automate and schedule report. Automate the delivery of reports to relevant stakeholders through either email, Slack, or whichever platform that your organization is using. And then review it. Review the reports with a timely manner to make sure it's still relevant to the stakeholders. And then next one is leverage cloud native tools. Make sure, I know some people may use third-party tools, but make sure you check out your cloud native tools. My team or myself always recommend customers to look at what you have already for free, right? Maybe you can find some tools that can really benefit your organization. And educate and train your teams. Sometimes when we talk to the central FinOps team, they may be well aware of those tools, but then down to the application team, they may not. So how to provide that training, we'll mention in a little bit. Also work with partner teams to establish cloud and technology governance. For example, you can work with the engineering team to define modernization policies, or you can work with finance team to define commitment policies, set up budget alerts, set up cost anomaly detection. And you can also work with your architecture team to set up cost optimization review for new deployment or have regular architecture assessment. You can also work with data team or maybe even legal team to define storage lifecycle and retention policies. Also, of course, depending on your organization, you may have to work with multiple teams to create that tagging policy. And we also have automation. We all know the benefit of automation. It helps to remove that manual routine work and enable proactive governance. For example, you can automate mandatory tagging, cost allocation, instant scheduling. You can terminate idle and underutilized resources. But sometimes one size fits all doesn't, it can trigger false positive. So people may not even paying attention to the alert that you're setting up. So the policies, it has to be tailored to specific workloads and business contexts. So for example, a development server may be automatically shut down during the weekends, but then a mission critical production environment will be protected from the same policy. And then we also have cloud best practice onboarding, right? Does your company have something similar, or is it mandatory within your organization? This is something, you don't want to just limit it to the tech teams, but also provide tailored training materials for all the personas that we mentioned earlier. Also, share your success stories. Do you have a mechanism existing to celebrate FinOps success? You can share the success stories on your dedicated platform, maybe a forum, all hands meeting, Confluence during office hour, or internal sites, newsletter, things like that. But last but not the least, try to incentivize through positive reinforcement. It is crucial to gamify, especially FinOps Foundation, keep talking about gamification. And my team also do something called FinHack, FinOps Hackathon. So basically, think of a way to create that engagement, and you can provide training and education at the same time, but also make it fun to make people earn some swags. Okay, so that's all I have. Now the last slide, Deepika, if you don't mind. Yeah, want to have something for people to take away today. Really just to remember, like Deepika mentioned before, this is not a solo marathon, right? It's teamwork. Teamwork is everything. You need to collaborate to elevate. And then also remember the strong foundations that we mentioned earlier. You need the tooling, you need the training, and the teamwork to make everything happen. Thank you very much, everybody. I'll pass it back to Victor, and happy to connect with us on LinkedIn. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks, Hayley, thanks, Deepika. It was a great talk. So thanks for coming by. I think we now have Jan and Thiago. Let me quickly hand over to them whenever they are ready. I'm going to start the quotes so you can vote on the talk that we just had. Let me rename you Thiago as well, and feel free to start sharing your screen. Okay, we can see it. Jan, we cannot hear you, by the way.
Yes.
Okay,
Here
now.
we go. Excellent. Well, thank you. Thanks a lot, Victor. It's amazing, this event that you are doing. Fantastic organization. Also the content so far, I've seen fantastic presentation. So yeah, but I think we have great content also with Thiago today. Just to introduce myself, so Jean Latiere, I'm a Cloud FinOps specialist. I've been working with AWS, SAP in the past, Accenture. Today I'm running a boutique cloud financial management consultancy called optimnow.io.
Yeah, and thank you, Victor. Thank you for everyone that is attending. I'm Thiago Mozart. I'm a technical account manager here at Real Cloud. I'm a Brazilian as well, so hope to see Brazilians in here in the call. And together we are going to explore a little bit about AI agents and MCP, especially in the FinOps scope, of course, and how we can really leverage and not only look at buzzwords, but go into real demos and real architecture scenarios. So let's get into it, Jean.
Yeah, so as you're saying, like now is time to discuss a bit what artificial intelligence can do for us and why it matters now. Because yeah, we're basically shifting from LLMs to agentic AI, and we're seeing that already chatting with LLM, it's already deja vu, and we're moving on to agentic AI. So we'll discuss a bit what is MCP, because it's foundational to agentic AI architecture. We'll dive into some architectures and we'll do some demos to illustrate the architecture. So we'll try to do them live. Well, we were working them, they were working, so fine. We'll share some lessons learned. So what worked so far, what does not work yet, because yeah, what do you want to get ready for? And yeah, how do you want to get started? How do you want to contribute? We have lots of content to share with you and that you can contribute to. So yeah, let's jump to why it matters now. Well, cloud cost management, you've heard on that it's become extremely complex. We get the commitments to manage the reservations, the savings plan that are getting increasingly complex to manage. You have containerized workloads running on Kubernetes. They can be very volatile. You need to be proactive when optimizing their costs. And now we get the AI workloads. You need to optimize your GPU fleets. You have new platform as a service solutions like Databricks that you need to optimize. So it looks like FinOps has reached like the next level in terms of complexity. And there's only that much that you can achieve with a manual cost governance. It's really starting to fall short. So what we need today, we need interoperability, we need proactive control, and we need more automation. And that's exactly what AI agents are supposed to bring. Because yeah, we are jumping from LLMs that respond to your queries to agents that autonomously observe, plan, act, and reflect, a bit like Agent Smith, you know, in the Matrix trilogy. Yeah, that's what we need to deal with today. But to do that, they need context. And what is the context? What is the context for FinOps? It's details on your big data. It's details on your utilization. Some metrics, for example, on your EC2, your CPU utilization, your memory utilization. And that's where MCP entered the scene a few months ago to connect LLMs with our systems. And yeah, we've seen already waves of MCP, a wave of MCPs developed by AWS. So more than 60 of them, the last time we checked already. But also you find for Azure, you find for GCP. So yeah, Thiago, what are those MCPs about? Like, what can you tell us about?
No, great. Yeah, and actually MCP is super simple. It's basically a protocol that standards the way AI agents or LLMs or different models connect to different tools, to different data in a seamlessly way, and a secure connection as well. So you can audit which tools the model is using, when is being used, and you can track it down which MCP servers or which tools you want the models to connect, and basically give the right context to the models to deliver and to gather the results that you're expecting. And I even saw in the chat that you're talking about hallucination, and this is super important because the models are not deterministic, they are probabilistic. So using the right metrics, the right data, the right tools will increase the right results that is given or the completion of the test, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And let's go into a bit of architecture. We're going to show right now the demo as well. But just to give you a context, here we're going to use the Cloud Desktop architecture, whether we are using Cloud Desktop as our MCP client, basically, which access the AI model. I'll be using Cloud Sonnet 4.5, so you know. And I'm running locally. I'm an MCP server, which connects to my AWS account using my EIM profile, which we'll use by having the user authentication and leverage the access so he can gather information on my AWS account. And the beautiful part is that it's not only one tool You can gather information from Cross Explorer, use AWS budget, compute optimizer, cost in usage, savings plans, and so on. So a lot of context, a lot of information that the model can give, they can gather here, and really leverage a task that you give it to him. I will need to send a request. If you guys can help me here to share my screen.
Yeah.
Let's see. Thank you. I will share my cloud desktop. I have a prompt here. So the idea here is I have an MCP
I will stop
connected.
share. I don't know if like people can see.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah.
Hope you guys can see my screen right now.
Yeah, perfect.
Yep.
So basically the idea here is I have a billing cost management, which is a AWS as a MCP server connected, which gathers a lot of different tools, as I showed before. And if I ask I ask the model to analyze my AWS cost account using the billing MCP server, which I'm intended, so the model can really leverage the MCP server here. I will have a HTML report, which will help tremendously look at the data itself, and even have a brief summary of any insights, any suggested next steps with the data itself. So while it's running and takes some time because you need to analyze and really understand the data here, I will share. Let me share my screen as well. Just a second. Where I have where I have a slide that show a result, and then I'll go back to the cloud desktop. So basically, I created a prompt, a bit more mature prompt, where I need to analyze and have the details of cost data by service, tag, linked account, analyze spends over the last 3 months, especially maybe this week will be important to understand the trends and so on. Any anomaly, any unexpected spikes, recommended queries, because I really want the model to use all the tools available and even gather information on governance and create a dashboard. So the first phase of any AI model will be to retrieve the data using the MCP servers. So any box here that you are looking will basically leverage a different tool. So this type will use Cost Explorer, Cost Anomaly, Cost Explorer again to analyze each and every task that I give it to him. And using 8 phases, this prompt. So really need to explore the data on my AWS account to retrieve the right information, and then we'll create an AI report basically. So every information that is presented on this AI in this report, which is a HTML report, HTML dashboard in this case, really leverage and uses the data from my account in the last 3 months. So it's super quick to create this type of things, and I will show it because it's done already on my cloud desktop while I was showing here the slides. So like Gian mentioned, the idea of using AI FinOps, AI tools, is not to change or stop using FinOps teams, but really achieve a quicker result using the AI itself. So it's super impressive how much details it really gives, and I will get in my cloud desktop just to show you guys the real results right now. So as I mentioned, as I showed before, the model analyze Cost Explorer. You can audit every part of the thinking behind it and all the queries that is you need to do beforehand, right? So session SQL, it creates a query itself, and then it shows in a AWS cost analysis report in this case. So I have my weekly total number, daily average, month to date. So it's really impressive how quick I can have this data, and the results are really impressive, not only because it's super quick and super easy to manage, but as well, the data is the real thing on my AWS account. So if you're thinking a whole different structure, a whole different architecture is really impressive. And even in the end, it has the recommended next steps. So I'm not only using the data, but the model is thinking and try to give different insights so how I can leverage my AWS account and get cheaper, for example, and be better, right?
You'll see when you try it, you'll see that it always do the extra mile. So we'll share the prompts that we've been using. So there are some very interesting prompts that we worked out that you can use, and you'll see that it always to go the extra mile and give some recommendations even when you're not asking. So that's actually very cool. And if you don't want to use Cloud Desktop, you could use Q, for example.
Yeah. So not only Cloud Desktop, I don't want to be vendor like in here. So we have Amazon Q, for example. So you guys, if you're just using AWS and want to use all the AI capabilities from AWS, we have a different architecture where you connect from your terminal, you have your authentication, but not only using Cloud Desktop to manage, you can use Amazon Q and have the same MCP server connected. And as thinking a bit ahead as well, maybe want to deploy it on AWS, all the components. So the web application itself, where you can chat with the AI model, you're using IAM to connect via Amazon Bedrock as well. So you can maybe change the model, use DeepSeek, ChatGPT, Cloud Sonnet, any model. You can have different MCP servers, all of them connected to your own AWS account, or like Jean mentioned, maybe GCP account, maybe Azure subscriptions. So the whole idea here is to really leverage the technology and maybe use the architecture wherever you want, right?
Yeah, and also it's quite important to I'll shift back now to this one because I'll try to demo it, but it's quite important to stay within AWS, because when you're using Cloud Desktop or even when you use Q, all your data is going outside of the AWS account. So yeah, here basically you're going to have like something that's starting to look like a real setup, a real enterprise setup. So I'll try to also do live. So here you see you have like a chatbot interface, user UI, which is running on the EC2 instance that was explained by Thiago. You can see it's connected with 7 tools, the AWS billing MCP. It has 7 tools behind. So let's ask a simple question. Yeah, just tell me my AWS cost this month so far, excluding tasks. And yeah, so it's telling you what it's doing. First, it needs to know what day it is. So here what's cool is that you can really trace what it's doing. So it's taking get today date to be sure it's going for the right dates. Then it's going to go for get cost and usage. So here what it's doing, it's querying the curve. And that's coming to another question, like what we have is often, oh, it hallucinates. Yeah, but that's what the MCP is about. It's about like giving the right context, giving as much data and trying to guide him so that there is only as little hallucination as possible. So it's already done what it's telling me. Yeah, so far, excluding tax, $26. It gives me a breakdown per service, which I've not asked, by the way, so that's cool. Cost Explorer, yeah, that's right, that's $26. Yeah, cool. So another demo that works well, just not one, but 2 demos with Thiago today, so we're doing a good job. And we could ask it, for example, yeah, what's the forecast? What's the forecast for AWS costs end of the month? So I repeat AWS cost because I want to be sure it's going to use the MCP. That's something we are going to tell you during the lessons learned. You have a couple of suggestions for optimization. So what it's doing here, get the forecast, etc. End of October. Yeah, it's already doing the thing, the tool. So here you see it's calling the get forecast tool from the MCP. So it's calling an API basically. So it's not the LLM during itself the calculation. It's more like calling an API. Yeah, so it's probably going to take a bit of time. The LLM is CloudZero 3.5. As Thiago was saying, you can take older LLMs. It's pretty simple to implement with Bedrock. And with Bedrock, you can also set up some guardrails so that you are sure that your chatbot behaves the right way. So he's telling you, he's checking the cost drivers to identify optimization opportunities. And here, what is good is that you can add your corpus of knowledge, of FinOps knowledge. And for example, you can do a RAG of this corpus, and then it's going to interrogate this database, this corpus of knowledge that you have to produce those recommendations. But to be honest here, I'm not sure it's going to find so much because, yeah, in terms of EC2, I don't have much. So it's probably a bit struggling to find something interesting to share with me. It's taking a bit of time, so let's move on because I don't want to be too late about these guys. Perhaps we can come back to it later. How agents and MCP can transform Cloud FinOps. Yeah, so what we see is that it's not going to replace all of us, FinOps practitioners. It's more going to augment us and to help us accelerate how we work. Like all the data analytics, like the basic recommendations, the formatting, it's going to accelerate it tremendously. And so we can focus on more value-added content. Like, for example, unit economic metrics, like the business value of the cloud, like working on the cost allocation, like working on simulations, refining our commitment strategy. Also, we can make estimates and we can build estimations a lot faster. We have done like some demos with Thiago where you can make simulations extremely fast. And last thing for me, you can put FinOps now in the hands of people who did not have it, like were not so comfortable using it, like the finance or even the management can work out some FinOps, like having some analytics without having to ask middle management or an analyst for a report. But yeah, Thiago, what do you think?
Yeah, no, exactly. And I think that's the beautiful part is really building an architecture where AI agents are here to help, to gather information quickly and to present you guys and really use the technology at your favor and building a structure, especially using MCP in a safe way where you have the data that is important to you and maybe creating different agents for not only FinOps, but for DevOps, for security. So everything here is really to enable you guys to use AI at your favor, right?
Yeah, so what have we learned so far?
Yeah, I would say like beyond the hype, right? We are always talking about AI and AI is a buzzword right now. It's not a silver bullet. Like we really want to emphasize require a structure, require prompt engineering as well, using the models to avoid hallucinations, create context, not delivering a lot of different tools, because if you give a lot of things to the AI model, maybe it wants to use everything. It takes a while to get the result, and maybe the result is not the one that you're expecting. So really try to focus and use the AI in the pain points that you have on the manual things that you are doing right now, and create context, create guardrails to have a safe way to use AI models, right, Jean?
Yeah, and as you said a bit earlier, LMs are probabilistic, not deterministic. So very often we've seen that it's calling APIs to do some calculations, not doing it by itself. But still what we saw using over the past months, using those MCPs and LMs, there is often there is a bit of variance in the results. And there is even more variance when you start using multiple MCPs per session. So now AWS offers 60 MCPs. But yeah, you need to limit yourself to 2 or 3 MCPs. Otherwise, you get a bit of confusion. Yeah, the LM is not so sure about which one to use. In terms of data, you don't want to overflow it. You don't want like the token overflow passing too much data. So here it was quite simple. Like we have like not so much data, but we did not try to fetch inside the whole core of a multi-million dollar company. So if you do that, you need to be careful. You need to set up a token budget per session. Otherwise, it could cost a bit. But that said, it's not costing much, especially when you compare to the cost of a FinOps solution, of a FinOps suite. And with it very much looks like the future. We see that, for example, Vantage has announced that they are going for an agent. Many actors
vendors,
many vendors. Don't know if I'm allowed to say the other one. So, but they are also going for the agents. So I think we need
Not
to
the
get
future,
ready
it's the
for
present.
it.
Yeah.
The thing is that, is it autonomous yet to do actively, proactively some optimization on your behalf, like cleaning some orphan disk, like the basic GP2 to GP3 in AWS, the right sizing? We are not sure yet you can totally give it like control over it. We're not sure it's ready. But yeah, it's getting very, very good. And it's getting easier and easier to implement. Also, like setting up some guardrails, it's getting easier to do. So we really encourage you to start manipulating it, playing with it, so that you can make yourself your ID and not keep the idea of LLMs of 18 months ago or 12 months or even 6 months ago, because it's moving so fast. So we've been like sharing, putting this in a GitHub. We share with you the use cases, play with them, download, collaborate, and contact me or Thiago, and we're happy to answer your questions and work with you guys.
Yeah, 100%. Please use it, guys. It's free and help us to deliver more value here as well.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for the presentation. I think it was a very insightful and very useful stuff. So I encourage people to try it. There are a couple of questions in the Q&A, so you can please answer them later on through written form. I'm going to start the voting for your talk, and I'm going to give Larry the floor in the meantime. So Larry, whenever you are ready. Stuff. Let me off this on. If you are talking, you are muted, by the way. But yeah, you can vote in the meantime while we wait for Larry to start. Let me just quickly check. I cannot hear you or see you, Larry. Okay, in the meantime, while we wait for Larry to join us, okay, you are there. That's fine.
I'm here.
Yeah, whenever you're ready, you can start. And thanks for being here in the event, man.
Yep. All right, see my screen?
Yep.
I don't know my right windows. All right. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. I'm here to talk about from single to triple pane, why you need multiple panes of glass when you're looking at your cloud technology, AI, etc. costs. My name is Larry Advey, also known as Fred FinOps. I'm the Director of Cloud Platform and FinOps at CloudZero. I am a Technical Advisory Council member with the FinOps Foundation, and I'm also a Focus maintainer. Really happy to be here today, partnered with Victor in the past on various things, and we're jumping in. The agenda today, so we'll be going through this thought I've had for a while around, talked a lot about single panes of glass in the past, and I don't think it's prescriptive enough, so I'm breaking it out into 3 different panes and talking about those, and then talking about how to get to value at the end of the day, at the end of the story, right? FinOps is a lot about the data. There's a story with the data, and every company is different, but there are things that are very similar. A great way to begin is with questions. So asking some key questions around who, what, when, why, with costs, with technology, with all of this stuff, right? Comes up quite often in various different ways, different shapes, different forms, different contexts, different personas. And, more specifically, a question I run into often is, what am I approving? Like, what am I looking at here? I don't understand what I'm seeing with this invoice or this data. And an extension from this is then, like, why is my bill X dollars, euros, cents, whatever, right? This one comes up a lot. The what, the whys. And once you understand, or maybe you don't, right? Why is my bill X, Y, and Z? Then it evolves to a deeper, why did we spend X on this thing? There's some sort of disconnect there. And when you start getting deeper in your cloud spend and asking these powerful questions, one question that comes up, which is a great question to ask, is this good or bad spend? This is a hard question to answer at times. Good spend, bad spend. Just looking at, something costs $500 versus $50,000 or 100,000 euros. It's hard to tell, is this good or bad? But effectively, what you're driving really towards at the end of the day is this valuable? Is what we're doing here valuable? What we're paying for? Yes or no? And a lot of questions there, but where to begin? So one place to look is ask another question. Where can you find all of your costs today? Most small to large enterprises have this thing that has all the costs, and that is these enterprise resource and planning systems, ERP systems. But they're mostly used by accounting, finance, supply chain, HR, and others. But you start looking into those systems, like what type of data do they have? And why doesn't everyone use these systems? Because it's got all the data and information. It's like, well, why don't they use it? Well, the data itself is a lot of accounting codes, general ledgers, inventories. The data is very valuable. Companies run off of this information. Decisions are made off of it. However, enter FinOps. Like, why does FinOps exist? Why are we here? Well, the ERP data and the user experience doesn't jive well with engineering, product, IT, and others. So engineers love debugging code, but getting an engineer or just diving into and debugging financial data is hard. It's challenging. And it doesn't relate well to the amount of granularity and detail that we need for cloud and usage-based services that change by the second, by the hour, daily, right? So enter the FinOps framework. This is a this is a great framework to look at, and it has grown tremendously over the past several years. It's produced by the FinOps Foundation, iterated by nearly 100,000 people over these many years. There's a lot here, but how do you begin? What's that first step? And looking at this, it's not entirely clear until you start actually trying to digest it, reading the book, different webinars, the training, et cetera, but really jumping into the understand usage and cost domain and focusing on data ingestion, allocation, reporting, analytics. You can't understand what you don't look at, what you don't try to visualize and consume. So starting with the data is a great place to start. And again, there are questions that come up when you start looking at that, where, what am I approving? And why is my bill X amount of dollars? So you can help answer some of these things by having a single pane of glass. The single pane of glass effectively being having all costs in one place. I mentioned an ERP system that has all costs in one place. However, you can't go from a 50,000-foot view down to the actual resources in cloud, AI, token usage, SaaS, account usage, et cetera, within ERP systems. So while surface value, it's like, oh, let's go over here and look at this system that's got all the information. It doesn't have the value that, or the detail and granularity to be successful. So there are challenges with this. And a lot of this has to do with how much data do you have? So how many clouds, AI providers now, right? In the past couple of years, AI is, it's all the rage. What are we spending over here, right? And we're using all sorts of different tools. There's no clear winner within the environment, the world, SaaS vendors, other vendors, and FinOps scopes. That's been expanding more officially within the FinOps framework as well. And boiling this down, effectively, and I've talked about this too in various capacities, use what you have today, native tools, things like that. But it really benefits to sit down and strategize and think, well, what am I going to do in 6 months or 12 months? Or maybe even sooner than that, right? What are my next 5 steps? And as related to a certain virtual character named Link 39 years ago, it's dangerous to go alone. And there are tools available to help. And some of these tools you'll recognize here, one being Focus, I've got on the screen. Again, I'm a maintainer of Focus. And CloudZero also has a data model called AnyCost that they're very, very similar. And they work well together. And CloudZero does support Focus. We can ingest Focus data. But it's a single format for all of your disparate vendors, your AI spend, your cloud, et cetera, et cetera. And Focus is definitely still evolving. 1.3 is coming out here imminently. A lot of really excitement there, right? And CloudZero has AnyCost that can do with that. But start with what you have, the native tools. But thinking ahead, today, maybe I'm really concerned about my cloud provider because we spend most of our money there. But we've seen practitioners will do very great successful things with single panes of glass and further from there, providing a lot of value back to their companies, back to their stakeholders, and then they get asked to do more. So then it becomes, well, how do I bring over my data platform costs, my observability costs, other costs into the one umbrella within FinOps? And so thinking about this down the road becomes really strategic and importance. CloudZero helps put the spend in the context of your business. And I'm really focusing on this left side of this view here today within this journey, where you're ingesting the data from various different sources, bringing it together in a single data model so that things aren't disparate and spread across, right? Cost data is very similar across cloud, SaaS, et cetera, et cetera. And so, but being able to bring that together into one single pane of glass, then you could start poking down and experimenting with the information and seeing what's out there, to where you could look at, well, how much am I spending by provider? GCP, Azure, AWS, OpenAI, Anthropic, Snowflake, Datadog, Databricks, et cetera, or also by flipping this differently, service category across these providers. What am I spending for AI, for databases, for compute, for storage? And with this information, you can perform analysis and benchmarking to kind of look at potentially like which is cheaper, right? But we're still missing some data to really help drive this forward. But it also begs the question, why did we spend X on Y? So we need something more to help with this, to help the, like, what's the information we need? What's the data we need to take this to the next step, the next level? Second pane of glass. And the second pane of glass is effectively the business context. The business context being, what's the data, what's the information that provides meaning to the cost data? And it helps answer the why. Why this, why that? So it's your allocations. And this is a great starting point. You get all the data in one place. Now you have to worry about allocating it, using tags, using labels, resource names, account names, additional metadata, whatever it is. But once you start going down this path and you iterate through it, and the FinOps Foundation talks about this quite extensively within its trainings, the documentation, all this. You're iterating on allocations and getting to the point where you're providing value or providing insights into the information. And it allows you to finally start viewing your data by teams. So here on this screenshot from our platform, I've got one team in blue there, Team Bravo. It's got the vast majority of the cost and spend. So when someone asks, well, how can we optimize things, or how could we reduce costs? How could we make things more efficient? Looking at this information, I say, well, let's talk to Team Bravo, because they spend 90+%. They're responsible 90+% of the spend, the cost. But if you could flip this as well to say, okay, within Team Bravo, or within the total amount of spend, what are our internal versus external costs? Looking at this information, you can derive that most of the costs are external, being that they're not internally generated, so they're not R&D. So they're likely, if this is a technology company, that they're likely customer generated costs, which is a good thing. We're not burning money internally with R&D, doing experiments and doing all that. And if internal was really high, it could be good, could be bad. Maybe you're spiking on something. The company is investing a lot of time and effort into certain new capabilities. Like, we hear tons of investment in AI nowadays, these AI companies. And they have to work towards proving out their business model at the end of the day. But looking under the hood, I would expect their R&D costs to be significantly higher, the internal R&D costs to be higher than how things are externally facing. And so there's this kind of push and pull to understand that costs. And it's really great context to look at, and being able to slice and dice by teams, by this. And then also by customers, flipping this again. Understanding you're a technology company, you sell something, whatever, you provide value back to other people. Your top customers, here, Wayne Enterprises takes the cheese. Providing this type of information can be very straightforward or difficult depending on how the data is organized or how things are architected. So you may have a multi-tenant environment, you may not, you may have shared resources, you may not. And so having FinOps and bringing FinOps in closer to those decisions as they're being made is crucial as part of the conversation. But if you're not there, looking at the data and getting towards answering questions is paramount to running your business, being profitable, being successful, being valuable at the end of the day. But there's still questions that remain. We're not quite there yet. So going back to, is this good or bad spend? This is a fantastic question that all finance practitioners should be thinking about. And I'll be honest, I got this from a finance gentleman that I used to work with. Fantastic person. So Larry, is this good or bad spend? That's what I want. I want to answer this. Are we making money off of this? Yes or no? Or is this maybe erroneous? Is this maybe you've got some fraudulent work within your systems that's causing costs to spike? Is it someone forgot to turn the EC2 instance off, right? Insert meme here. Like, what can we do to make this and put this over from bad to good? But answering the question, it can be hard to answer that question. And then by extension, really what he's asking for is, or their people are asking for is this valuable? Value is hard. There are lots of different ways to look and slice and dice by value. Some are objective, some are subjective, right? If you're a for-profit business, being profitable, GAAP profitable is good, right? But trying to say, is this valuable from an ethics perspective, love, art, utility, like this graphic here? The subjective items can be challenging to quantify. And at the end of the day, is the thing that we're selling worth it for others to buy versus perhaps making themselves? And you got to think about this. We make decisions about this every single day. We're out driving around, walking around, eating at this restaurant, going to this venue. Is this worth it for me to exchange the money for this? Am I going to get value from this time? Is this a short-term or long-term investment? And with value, getting from where you've got nothing, effectively zero, to understanding this is value is important. So going from zero to value is key, and doing this as quickly as possible is even better. So if it takes a lot of time for it to get something ramped up, to get something going, to get to your value and understanding, or being able to iterate, it's even more challenging. There are short-term things like we need to spike on optimizations, like where are we spending our money at? How can we optimize it? But at a certain point, you've optimized the infrastructure. You've optimized your licenses, your seat counts, your tokens, your contracts. Well, what's left? Shifting over to something like unit economics or getting that going at the same time, because unit economics does take a bit of time to do, or it can. You can spike on this, you can easily, just depends on the platform and things, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But thinking about FinOps as just optimizations, that's short-term mindset. And you want to think about optimizations as things are running within operations, but then operate FinOps like a business. And having that visibility, having those conversations with not only finance, but engineering, with leadership and others, all these different personas. But to really truly evaluate value within our companies, our lives and things, we need more information. This is where the third pane of glass comes in, the final form, I'll say at this point. Going back to the FinOps framework, I believe you really have to pull in the quantified business and value domain more specifically, the planning and estimating and unit economics capabilities. So being able to estimate, plan, iterate, looking at your historical data versus current versus future information, things like that. And then coupling that together with unit economics, your cost per something. What's that KPI? What's that metric? Is it cost per customer, transaction, account, per gigabyte, vCPU, token? And to bring all that together, what you really need is supplemental data. And I made this very generic for a reason, because there's no one size fits all, but there are commonalities. We can't change what we don't understand, and we don't understand what we don't measure. With this supplemental data, you can enable then actionable insights and the ability for data-driven decisions. Two huge buzzwords there: actionable insights, data-driven decisions. But having the information available and there for people, then you can actually take action on it. You can actually do something with it, and then help determine value, yes or no, good spend, bad spend, yes or no. A great place to start is revenue. Revenue is often, a very, very important number. Higher revenues, generally better, right? You want costs to go down, you want revenue to go up. And when I think about costs and revenue, they're two sides of the same coin. And with your first two panes of glass, you have all these costs and all this context and detailed information. The third pane, you bring in revenue. And that allows you to start calculating things like margin, profit. And from a very financial sense, do we have good spend or bad spend? And then you can slice and dice that by product, by team, by feature, other things. But with that, there's also additional information that can really help drive success forward. And what drives costs is key to understand and to hypothesize, to experiment with, and then nail down what really drives costs. And sometimes you have to iterate on this to maybe change some things. So if you're looking at your number of accounts, your number of customers, transactions, I'll say Fred, crushing boulders, units sold, other. There is some number that drives costs up and down, or should drive costs up or down. If you've got static workloads, costs never change. But you hypothesize that more customers, more cost, and that's not actually happening. It's like, why isn't that happening? What workload should be changing? And then you're able to optimize, inform, and start diving down into engaging those conversations. You can be very creative with this. You should experiment and think outside the box on what to do here. But the question becomes, like, how do you measure these things? How do you bring all this data together? And in this third pane of glass, CloudZero has this capability called telemetry, where we're able to integrate all this supplemental data together and answer this difficult problem, where it's not just unit data, counts of this versus that, but other data, to where you can calculate easily cost per feature, transaction, customer, profit, margin. Use this information as well to drive shared cost allocations or other things. Into where having I'll say an extensible data model and a flexible platform that allows you to be very creative within your scope, within your business. But what kind of data can you load into there? It's that accounts, the customers, etc. But once you do that, you could start creating some different views where you could show margin by customer over time and see, is this good spend? Is this bad spend? You can color code it. Green is good, red is bad. And you see here with these 26 customers on this example, the left and the right, if you're looking at margin, and margin determines good or bad, then you can see that on the right side here, we've got some red. There's some opportunities there. With this, you can make decisions. Say, well, can we optimize this particular customer? How? Why? Is it something within our platform? They're doing something special? Like, what is it that's driving their margins specifically so low versus others? Or others are so successful? So looking at this back and forth. Then you can track and flip things differently and look at, I've used token as an example within this graph. Cost per token over cost, over cost. So you see the cost per token going up and down over time, costs remaining relatively stable, but then changing the perspective and looking at it by the number of tokens with the cost per tokens being used and generated provides a different view. It tells a story. Costs aren't always changing based off usage. So these don't correlate, like your cloud costs, for instance, right? And that can be okay that this happens. But with this information, if you're expecting your cost per transaction or your cost per unit sold or cost per customer, cost per account to go up or down based off of whether there's more or less, with this information, you can derive, are you doing this or not? But then finally, like, what do you do with this information? When do you insert this, or where do you insert this into? And there are various forms of a product development lifecycle. Created this image here where you start with an idea, doing research, design, development, etc., where you're going around, right? It's a circular, iterative is the point. It's an iterative cycle. You must iterate through this. But which is the most important step? It can also be the hardest without the information, without the data, as I've been talking about. I think it should be no surprise it's the measure step. If you're not measuring things, you don't understand it, you can't improve, you can't iterate. And I'll say more importantly, you can't pivot. You don't have that data to pivot. Pivoting allows you to look at this and say, is this good spend or bad spend? And you can make those strategic decisions to keep investing in something that's good, it's providing value, or diverging from something that's not. With that, you discover actionable insights. You have them at your fingertips. You have all the data you need to make those core business decisions where you're optimizing not only individual products, teams, etc., but the business as a whole. And you're able to make that very transparent across lots of personas and things, where starting, like I mentioned earlier, starting with an ERP system where there's some numbers there, but it's not really usable by engineering. But bringing that together into a FinOps platform that has a data model that's extensible and flexible, then you're able to get to these insights where you can look at the graphs, look at the numbers. Data doesn't lie. It can be wrong, but it doesn't lie. Using them and being able to then win at the end of the day. You're winning with your triple pane of glass. You have all the information. You're able to then iterate. You're able to then track things operationally over time as the business evolves, as things change, because they always do. So what? Ask questions. I talked about several that come up, and it could, like, there's no bad question, I'll say, because it can trigger lots of great conversations. Answer the questions with data. If you don't have the data, learn how you can get it, reach out and talk to the architects, the engineers, the product people, finance, whomever. Find where that's at, learn that. Driving impact through value helps out very significantly. FinOps typically starts with cloud. You're evolving from there to something else to where you could be easily responsible for well over 100 vendors. And FinOps is causing this transformation of evolution. And finally, iterating through this. I think you've got what you need, and you're done. You need to keep pushing and keep evolving and iterating through it, making it operational. So that's my chat, going from single pane of glass to triple. And please connect with me on LinkedIn. If you have questions, we can chat about whatever. And I'm here to help. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry, for the awesome session. Let's give some love to Larry in the chat if you have any questions, because I think I lost the no. So you can ask them in the Q&A. I'm going to start the rating as well, so you can rate Larry's talk, and you can give it some good notes over there. And in the meantime, we are going to start with Sam. So thanks, Larry, for there, and let's go, Sam.
Hello, everybody. Let me just share my screen with you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All good?
Yes, it's loading, I think. Can you share again?
Yes, no worries at all. Sorry, one moment. I am just going to switch to one desktop window, and then I will share that instead, because multi-display is not working.
No problem.
There we go.
Yep.
So, hi, everybody. I'm Sam Hogarth. I am the principal engineer for platform engineering at Tesco Bank in the UK. Tesco are a big store, and Tesco Bank is the personal finance arm of that. We're a medium-sized bank. We've been around since about 1997, and we've recently been acquired by Barclays Bank, so we're now part of that global Barclays family. What I want to do today is take some of your time and talk about some real-world use cases, putting this in practice. What are the lessons? What are the things that we learned along the way? So for a bit of context, the bank was built in 1997 and was largely running in data centers. Around 2014 to 2018 was when the bank was starting to put its foot in the door in cloud compute. And it's been a bit of a journey since then. We've been getting out of our data centers and moving to a fully cloud operating bank. And we're now at the point in our journey where we are really starting to mature those running practices, how we build for the cloud, how we run, how we operate. And so as part of this, obviously what happens at any point in this journey is you end up with some cost challenges. You know, getting out of a data center, moving that kind of workload, the big batches, big customer processing systems that run there, that's hard work. And sometimes you need to take decisions which aren't the most cost effective in the here and now, but will help you later on. So that's where we are. We've stood up a FinOps department. We've been operating a FinOps function for just over a year now. So we're at a really good point to checkpoint and talk through what we've learned. The first thing is building any new function, new capability in an organization. It's inherently a political act, and it's about winning hearts and minds. The first thing that we set out to do is create the snowball effect, create momentum around this, make it so that people get excited, people really buy into the idea of what FinOps means for them, how they work, how they engage with their products, and how they can help serve customers a little better every day. That comes with explaining who we are, what we're doing, why are we here. The first thing we had to explain to people is that we are not bean counters and we're not gatekeepers. We're here as a complementary function. So what we don't want to be doing in FinOps is wielding the sign-off pen and saying, yes, your application can proceed, or your application is not cost efficient, or your service is not profitable, anything like that. We don't want to be these arbiters of decisions. What we want to do is we want to help the bank make more effective decisions, make more effective spend choices. So we sit at the intersection of engineering and product, architecture, and finance. We bring these disciplines together and use a common language so that we can talk about how we build and what value means and how we deliver on that, how we can measure it. So we've, over the past couple of days at this event, we've talked a lot about tagging, and I don't want to get too much into the details of what tagging is. It depends on your cloud platform, how you do it. But given that I'm from a bank which belongs to a shop, the easiest metaphor I could find was that it's like a barcode. It's a way of identifying what a particular piece of cloud resource means. Who does it belong to? Why do we have it here? And we can use it to add metadata, like what kind of data classification does this have? Or who do you need to contact if there's a problem? And we can use tagging for a wide variety of purposes. What we use it for in FinOps right now, where I work, is cost allocation. So we know which of our value streams or which of our platform teams are spending money and on what products or offerings. We also use it to perform anomaly detection, so we can look at that cost allocation, and similar to trend analysis, we can start to profile that usage. We can see, is spend going up, is spend going down, and start to ask questions about, was that expected? Is there a change that you have deliberately, consciously made in your application that expected your spend to go up or expected your spend to go down? We're not trying to judge that spend as good or bad. We're trying to make it visible and let people digest that, understand it, and then apply that to the product. So if the cost is going up and it's not expected, we can do something about it. If the cost is going up and we do expect it because a new feature has came in that has increased our market share or something like that, then that's fine. We can record it and we can properly attribute it. The other thing that we can do is we can then identify where our opportunities are for cost saving and cost effectiveness, and we can reach out to the correct teams or product owners and start to have those conversations about what can we do here? How can we make some adjustments to your product or the way it runs or the way it's built, the way it operates to be more cost effective? The way that we've approached this is in layers, following the FinOps model of crawl, walk, run. Okay, we have tagging standards. It took a lot of effort to get tagging to a place where we needed it to be. That involved a lot of manual tagging, going into existing resources, having conversations with engineers, working out what belongs to whom, and essentially reducing the amount of unknown, untagged resources down to a predictable set. Once we could get to that place, we could then start to place automated reporting on top of that tagging effort. So we can start to say, hey, you've got some resources here. We have a tagging standard over here. Are you compliant with that? We can show that back to engineers and make sure that we are maintaining tagging standards, that we aren't slipping. Building that in, getting engineers to engage with that on a monthly basis has been an interesting experience, but we've got there. We're at a really good tagging position now where the vast majority of our workloads are fully compliant with our tagging standard. We have a few stragglers that we're still working through because this stuff is a long tail. Of course, you're going to have that. The next step for us is to then start to apply organizational policies. So in the spirit of making undesired state unrepresentable in your system, what we want to do is we want to place automated guardrails in place so that you cannot provision resources unless you are fully compliant with our tagging standard. And this isn't just important for FinOps, this is important for security too, so that we can make sure that if there's a new vulnerability, new incident, the correct teams are engaged. So we are trying to lift everybody up by these automated guardrails. Having that minimum standard that you need to adhere to gives you the confidence to project data from that and to have data-driven conversations. One of the first things that you'll do when you get started in FinOps is look at the central actions that you can perform. So if you take a look at your compute spend, what you'll see is a fairly large amorphous blob of spend that it's difficult to attribute to why are we spending it and who does it belong to and in what way. And it becomes difficult to draw any patterns or inferences from that. Tagging helps. That's a big part of it. What you can also do is you can look at the patterns through the day and try and see, this is our current spend, but can we identify a sensible baseline that we can start making cost conversations from? So the first thing that you can do is turn the lights off. It's the simple, if you're not using EC2s, you're not using cloud resources, don't pay for them, don't rent them when you're not needing them. There's a bit of a mindset shift here in that you need people to understand that in the cloud, you're following a rental model. You're paying for things by the hour based on your usage. You're not procuring a physical piece of hardware that is sitting in a data center that you own, that you need to amortize the cost for its life cycle. Okay, if you don't need a resource, you can turn it off. You can get rid of it and put it back on until you need it. So we put in place some really top level scheduling. We are able to automatically shut down our development and test environments when we all go home for the evening, and we keep them off over the weekend. What you then start to see is spikes in your compute usage. So you can see there where you have your optional spend and where you have your mandatory spend, and you can start to draw a baseline of this is kind of how much we are spending. And from there, you can then use the tagging to enrich this data and understand who is responsible for that spend. The other big central lever that you have to pull on your compute spend is once you can visualize that as a block of spend, you can start to engage in bulk discounting. Very convenient for a big UK supermarket, right? In AWS, this is your savings plans. The approach that we've settled on, the metaphor that we use internally for buying savings plans, is the Lego brick approach. So what we don't want to do is draw that horizontal line where our known predictable usage is and buy a single savings plan to cover that for a long period of time. There are a few competing factors here. Savings plans are ultimately a trade-off between several things. You are selling some flexibility because you are committing to a known predictable usage of compute cost for a period of time. That's why Azure calls them commitment discounts, because you're committing that compute spend. So that means if you're going to spend, you need to make sure that you're going to use, because you're still going to be charged even if you don't use that full spend. What you're getting back in return, what you are buying with that money, is a cheaper hourly rental rate, essentially. The longer you commit for, the cheaper that discount can be, because you're selling your predictability. But there needs to be a balance. The other thing that you need to do is you need to be able to retain some of your optionality, some of your flexibility, some of your agility within your savings plans. So rather than having one single savings plans that say you want to cover 80% of your compute spend, rather than having one single big Lego brick to cover that entire spend, actually what you want to do is compose it of smaller Lego bricks and build a model. Build in different amounts of commitments and they stack. Offset them so that they expire at different periods, which gives you the opportunity to sense check and to adjust if the bank's environment has changed. Let's say we've just landed a big new product that's increased our compute spend. We may want to increase our coverage to accommodate for that. Let's say somebody's just re-architected an entire heavyweight monolithic EC2 system into a bunch of lightweight lambdas. Maybe we don't need that compute spend anymore, and maybe we can adjust our commitment tier down. So by seeing this as Lego bricks, we can basically use the modularity to give us the ability to react to how we are using our spend. And then by engaging engineering, engaging product, we were then able to work with our distributed teams in their value streams, in their platform teams, and get some seismic shifts. And here are some of the big things that we've done over the past year that have put a significant notch into our spend. So compute right sizing, following a data center mentality, people would typically over provision EC2 instances on a just in case basis. We were able to use right sizing recommendations from our vendors to have conversations with engineers and say, it's appropriate for you to scale this down based on your usage patterns. And by doing that, we're not renting as much compute, we're not paying for as much compute. GP2 to GP3 migration for storage was a huge cost-saving effort for us. The great thing about this is there is no service interruption as well. So this was a really great technical change that we could work with engineers who weren't as experienced in FinOps, who were just testing the waters in this new world. We could give them a fairly safe change that would have a big impact, wouldn't require downtime, wouldn't require huge coordination, and then they could take that to the bank. So if you still have GP2 workloads, consider moving to GP3. You will get increased throughput, you will get cheaper storage, and yeah, you don't have to take anything offline to do it. EBS volumes and snapshots clean up. So you tend to accumulate a lot of this stuff over time if you're a large enough organization. Having unattached volumes, so that means they're not currently being consumed by some kind of compute resource, is okay on a temporary basis. But if they're just sitting there for long term, then all they're doing is accumulating spend. So what we did was we helped teams to understand which volumes they needed and which volumes they could clean up. The ones that they wanted to take backups of, we took snapshots of because they are considerably cheaper to keep. But even then, we looked through snapshots and we cleaned stuff up. So we put in place retention policies so that data can expire when we don't need to keep it anymore. And that really minimizes the amount of storage space that we're paying for. S3 lifecycle management. I'm going to go into this one in a bit more detail, we realized some huge cost savings by putting appropriate lifecycle management policies in place for our storage buckets. And then CloudTrailer and config management. I'll cover this one as well. At the organization level, at the platform level, we need to collect audit logs from all of our AWS accounts about what activity is going on. It's a huge volume of data. It consumes a huge amount of storage, and it has a very high throughput, which creates some very interesting conditions for cost saving. Let's go into some detail about that. The first thing that we found with S3 is that movement matters as well as how you're storing your data. So in S3, storage is relatively cheap, and it's charged on a per gigabyte basis per month. One of the very common cost-saving exercises that you can do with S3 is move your data into a different lifecycle tier, like Glacier. And the idea is if it's infrequently accessed, you can trade off a little bit of retrieval speed for cheaper storage. And this is great, but you also have to pay to move your data from one tier to another. And the way that you are charged for transfers is not per gigabyte, it's per the number of object requests. So for things like CloudTrail logs, where you have lots of small files, it can actually be, if you do these sums, it can actually be more economical to just keep things in the standard storage bucket. You're paying more per gigabyte for the storage, but that is considerably offset by not having to pay for transferring all of those objects. So like a year's worth of our AWS config data, we were talking, I think it was 600 million objects, and it wasn't actually consuming that much storage, but we were paying more on our S3 bill purely for transitioning all of those objects into Glacier and then into an even more infrequently accessed bucket than it would have been over the life cycle of that data just to keep it in the standard tier. So the lesson there is it's not just the size, it's the quantity as well. We got a 70% saving overall on our storage by applying these sensibly. The other thing we found with S3 is that if you have versioning enabled on your buckets so that you can go back to previous versions of objects, when you perform a delete, you're not actually deleting the object, it's a logical delete. That's by design, it's deliberate. It's so that you can get something back if you accidentally deleted it. What happens is all of those previous versions of the object are still there. You're still paying for them. If you need them, great, that's fine. When you delete an object, what happens is a very, very lightweight bit of storage called a delete marker is consumed and set to be the latest version of that object, so that when you retrieve it, you don't get anything back, and that indicates that the file is deleted. So what we needed to do with our lifecycle policies is also set up some rules to say, what should we do with old versions of objects? And the delete markers, we need to make sure that we clean all of this stuff up as well. How you do that is going to depend on the storage, the data retention policies, all of that kind of stuff. But when we had these conversations and we put them in place with our engineers, we ended up with a 91% saving on this type of storage. Absolutely crazy numbers. We also made some mistakes as well, trying to do the right thing. So we put in place automation to assist engineers to try and lift the bar and make the difficult things easy. So I was talking earlier about our tagging compliance and the automated scans. We put that in place and we ramped up the frequency at which it was recording so that developers could get fast feedback on whether their resources were compliant with the standard. And then what we found was an absolute explosion in cost from AWS config. And being a bank, having strict audit requirements, having strict security requirements, what we actually found here was that introduced a cascading cost effect, where because the Lambdas were running more frequently, they were producing more config events, which was causing more config rules to be evaluated, which you're charged for, which was causing more reports into Security Hub. So it exploded. One of the things we found with a particular, if you were tagging something, if you send a request to AWS to tag a resource with certain values, if the resource already has those tag values, the end result is a no-op, right? Because it already has all the tag values. It's still recorded as a config event. It's empty, but because it's a config event, it's going to be evaluated by all of your security mechanisms, and that's where the cost came from. So what I'm saying here is you also need to be conscious if you're putting in place, if you're wanting to move from the crawl to the walk to the run phase, that the automations that you put in place to support your engineers don't actually compound your cost. Fixing that was a 96% saving on our config rule evaluation. And just to finish up, we're a bank, we belong to a store, and that store has a very popular phrase in the UK, every little helps. And that's an important lesson to take home in a FinOps talk. Every little does help. These small wins can compound and cascade into large scale change. At the level of a bank, that means millions of pounds, millions of dollars, just by virtue of the scale you operate at. I want to give you some kind of take home numbers from us. A year in, we're 20% down on our bill. Our hourly run rate is down 15%. Our efficiency score, measured in terms of how right-sized are our workloads based on how they operate, we're at 87%. And we have had 12 successive months now of month-on-month lower bills, which shows that not only are we taking the big moves, but we are building this into our engineering culture. And we're starting to have our engineers think, what's the financially prudent way to do this? And that's all I have for you today. I hope that little whirlwind tour through what we've been up to for the last year was very useful for you, and enjoy the rest of the event. Thank you.
Thanks, Sam. I think it was a wonderful talk. I think people really enjoyed it. A lot of insights over there. I'm going to quickly open the voting, and then I'm going to leave the room to Dan and Alison.
Hey everybody, we'll just get our slides up and kick off. Slightly different subject here this afternoon. Well, it's early evening here in the UK. Yeah, just changing it. There's been a lot of technical talk, so we're going to just move on a bit. So we're going to start with a bit of a show. Get your clicky fingers out and either, I don't know if you can stick your hands up, but a bit of a reaction to some of these questions.
Sure. Should we just introduce ourselves first, Alison?
Yeah, I just realised. Dan is pausing
right
on this slide to remind me that we haven't introduced. That's difficult when you've got two people and somebody goes off script. Go for it, Dan.
It's all good. Hey, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us today. It's very nice to have you here. My name's Dan Watson. I started my FinOps journey about 3 years ago. Before that, I'd literally never heard the term before in my life. So I'm relatively new to discipline. And yeah, I'm joined here by Alison. She is our Cloud Economics Director at Capgemini Invent, where I also work. She's got a wealth of experience in FinOps across both industry and consulting. And basically, we're here today to talk to you. Well, I've always been interested in kind of behavioral science and how we can work with the way people think rather than against the way people think. And then how we can use that to get the change that we want to see. And it's kind of in that spirit that we're talking with you today. So yeah, over to you, Alison, to get into what you were trying to get into just now.
Yeah, I kicked off too quickly. So have a quick read of these questions that we're talking about. Whether you've had really good exec sponsorship until you come to ask them to really take a hard stand, or you've got really good recommendations, but and everybody agrees to them, but it takes forever to get them done, or a fab dashboard, or tooling and no traffic to it. If that's resonating with any of you, please give us a reaction. Or if it's not resonating with you, that might be because you're so incredible and awesome, but you might be lucky. Or if I asked you incredible, awesome people who don't have these issues, how did you do that? How did you get the culture? How did you get the behavior? I wonder if you would have tangible things other people could do.
Exactly.
So dive into it.
Yeah, I hope that just gives you, hopefully there's some kind of common challenges that maybe resonate with people. But basically, as I was kind of looking through when I was getting my practitioner certification, and I was looking through the second edition of Cloud FinOps, and when I was kind of expecting it to tackle what I think is the hardest question, which is how do we make FinOps behavior stick? How do we make sure that when the FinOps team aren't in the room, people are still doing what we want them to do? But as I was kind of reading through it, I realized something that I at least found interesting. And to me, it seems like FinOps is really rich in its practices, but quite thin in how we get that transformation going. Throughout the book, you kind of see that it defines what needs doing and who should do it. And there's kind of some tactical steps, some quick wins, some kind of small hows. But to me, what seemed like it was missing was a repeatable, adaptive, and end-to-end how, which is kind of like a model for how culture actually changed. So the way I kind of explain that is, to me, FinOps seems to know the nouns, it knows what, it knows who, and there's a little bit of how, but it doesn't really seem to know the verbs. So there's no big picture how do we sustain, how do we evolve FinOps? And so I guess ultimately that comes down to the missing architecture of change. So when you look at FinOps as it is now, it seems like it's really solid in areas, but yeah, the cultural architecture isn't really there. So let's break this down into a few different levels. But at the strategic level, FinOps has got really good, strong principles. We talk about transparency, we talk about accountability, we talk about collaboration, and those are all really, really important things. And we also talk about the roles, and the governance is clear. We know who meets who, and we know why they meet. But that's kind of where it stops. It doesn't tell you how you get those things. It doesn't tell you, it tells you the structure, not how you shift towards those things. There doesn't really seem to be any kind of strategy for linking FinOps adoption to things like broader organizational change. So like your actual broader organizational strategy as well. And there's not really any theory on how those roles actually move culture forward. So that's kind of at the strategic level. At the behavioral level, we've got lots and lots of inspiring stories. So we saw this stuff that's talking about how engineers become cost aware, finance and tech finally speak the same language. And those are great. Those are all really inspiring anecdotes, but that's kind of all they are, anecdotes. They're not mechanisms for change. It doesn't get under the hood, under the grill, and tell us like, how did they actually do that? How did we get people speaking the same language? How did we get engineers to care? And that's the kind of bit that is missing. There's no repeatable model for what triggers those behavioral shifts, because ultimately what's been done somewhere doesn't necessarily mean it will work somewhere else. So yeah, what triggers those behavioral shifts? How are they reinforced? How do you measure adoption over time? And then lastly, there's the kind of the systemic level. So this is kind of the most developed area of FinOps in my mind. At this level, the guidance is kind of excellent. It's really deep. It's really technical. It's very specific. Hearing all the talks today, we all know how to handle billing data. We all know about rates and commitments. We all know about dashboarding. But all of those systems are kind of mechanical. They don't automatically do anything to reinforce behavior or reinforce motivation. So to me, like the learning loops of how people actually engage with that isn't there. The cultural, as I say, like the cultural architecture isn't really built in by definition. So yeah, I guess FinOps does have a how, but when you look closely, each of these layers, so strategic, behavioral, systemic, is kind of confined to its own boundary. So like strategy is shaping roles, it's not necessarily shaping mindsets. I feel like behavioral stories are there to inspire, but they're not there to help. They can't really replicate. And we've got systems that manage all of our data, but they're not necessarily actively managing the behaviors we want to see. And so what I take from that is what's missing isn't a single how, it's the connection between all of them. It's kind of the integrated cultural architecture that turns principles, people, and processes into one adaptive system of change. Yeah.
And it might be fair to say, Dan, that, or building on what you're saying, that we've got all of these really strong parts, but they're working in isolation. They're not necessarily reinforcing each other. Or I might go so far as to say they are technically. Everything I've heard this afternoon is really strong technically, and all of those cogs in the wheel, but the bit that pulls it all together. So we're talking, some of you brave people gave me an emoji earlier. So we'll have all felt degrees of fatigue at times, whether it's like, Tesco's obviously not, because you've got a super duper tagging system that doesn't let it be inconsistent now, for which I'm very impressed. But we've all been, I'm sure before you got to that point, you had inconsistent tagging or unused dashboards or continued over provisioning. It gets a little same old, or has the risk of getting a little same old. But the thing here is that frustration, that's not failure. That's just FinOps succeeding within the limits of its current design. So I might suggest that even if you're a big global operation, it's still operating locally, or maybe a different word would be tactically. And folks say, no, I've got a strategic FinOps function. Yes, but is it strategic from a business point of view? Is it part of the business strategy? And I know we never get a seat at the big table, but we aspire to, and we have to keep it what I like to aspire to anyway. We have built this incredible technical engine of all of the cogs, but it feels when it gets to this cultural change, and it comes up a lot, what are people actually doing to change the dial on the culture? We're circling the same route. We're circling the same loop because it's human challenges, people, right? It's not systems, it's not machines. If you're feeling even remotely the same, this is maybe our sign to think about how we can approach it differently and how we can put some context around that. Back to Dan for a bit more detail.
Yeah, definitely. So this is kind of something that we've been thinking about a lot over the last 12 to 18 months. And so kind of would like to introduce something that we're calling behavioral FinOps. So to me, this is kind of the behavioral operating system. It's that structural how that connects technical practice to cultural change. So yeah, for years we've been refining the engine, but we've kind of been doing it without a steering system. So we haven't been intelligently creating the outcomes we want to see necessarily in terms of behavior. And so behavioral FinOps is that steering. It's the intelligent adaptive architecture. And it's there that can help you turn data into decisions. And then that's kind of the bit that we're already doing, but then turning decisions into that sustained, collective, self-sustaining action.
Can you bring that to life for us a bit? I love it, but it's still a bit theoretical for me, Dan. What do we mean? Give us some depth.
Yeah, definitely. So ultimately, it's kind of a combination of three previously proven disciplines. So the first bit, it takes in elements of behavioral science. So this kind of helps us move from instead of talking about who should act and what should they do, to deconstructing why aren't they acting in the way that we want them to. Is the blocker skill? Is it process? Is it incentive? Basically, this element is all about building architectures that get the behavior your organization needs. It also brings in elements of systems thinking. So that reminds us that organizations are living systems, not machines. What I mean by that is that with a machine, you can put in an input and you get an expected output. I think a good example was in the Tesco Bank talk just now about the cascading effects of those rules that weren't necessarily anticipated. So sometimes you could take an action that has unintended consequences, and that is the definition of a complex system. And so different things like metrics, workflows, and social norms, they all shape the behaviors that we're seeing just as much as the intent behind them. And lastly, modern change design. So this, to me, is kind of the most important element, really, because it's all about co-designing the desired behavior. So when you talk about behavioral science, people sometimes think it's manipulative, it's about getting people to behave in ways that they wouldn't necessarily act. That's definitely not what it's about. And that's why it's really important to have people around the table and talk about the behaviors that you want and design ways with the people that you want to show those behaviors to get there. And experimenting with what works. Like, just because something works in one organization doesn't mean that that's going to work in your organization. And even within one team in your organization doesn't mean that's going to necessarily work across every team. So then, experiment with what works, scale through feedback. Ultimately, you need to adapt to what is relevant for your organizational context and your organizational culture, which FinOps sometimes gets really focused on best practice. But what does that really look like when it's transplanted into your organization? So ultimately, behavioral FinOps kind of sits at the center of all of these disciplines. And when you bring them together, things start to change. So those examples that Alison mentioned up top. So when you think of dashboard fatigue, instead of designing for consumption and just data as an output, start designing for action. What specific actions do we actually want people to be able to take? And at what point do they need that information to be able to take that action? Things like inconsistent tagging. Well, let's design architecture so that we make the good behaviors that we want to see completely effortless. And then things like over provisioning, we want to make sure that we're making efficiency safe. So, successes are visible, it's reinforced, it's celebrated, and equally, when people are piloting new things, it's genuinely safe to fail. For all of these elements, basically, we kind of stop hoping for this culture of accountability. That's what we all want. We all want people to say, to be accountable, but then we get to the point where we're just hoping for that. So yeah, we move away from that and we start designing and evolving the conditions that make it happen. So yeah, we've just talked a little bit about behavioral FinOps as a synthesis of these disciplines. But I just want to take a closer look at just one aspect of behavioral science to give you a sense of what this kind of looks like in practice. So we're going to breeze through these because these are just, one, we're behind time, and two, this is just a tiny element of the overall picture. But I just want to give you an idea of this is how you can start thinking about things in a different way. And if anyone has read any of the things that I've posted on LinkedIn recently, you'll probably recognize some of this stuff anyway. But one of the most useful ideas from behavioral science is this concept is about how people make decisions when things are complex or uncertain. So we probably all know about biases, and cognitive biases are basically shortcuts that help us move fast and minimize complexity. They're not mistakes, they're just ways that the human brain deals with this. But if we can recognize them, then we can design FinOps environments that work with human decision making rather than against it, or even better, we can use these biases to our advantage. So I'm going to do the first two, and then I'm going to hand over to Alison. But first up, we've got anchoring bias. So this is basically when the first number or reference point someone sees sets the tone for everything that follows, even if then you see data that proves that anchor was incorrect. So this can look like things in FinOps. This can look like teams sticking with last month's forecast, the first instance type they tested, or an old budget baseline. And really, to counter that, we need to be building in the space for people to challenge those assumptions and also make it safe for them to be able to let that assumption go. So yeah, basically building the space, building refresh points like architecture reviews, reforecasts, post-migration checks, or better still, you can use intentional anchors. So you can set preset efficient defaults. This is a key element of choice architecture, so that your people are anchoring on something that you want them to use rather than something that you don't want them to use. We also have loss aversion. So loss aversion is basically our tendency to fear loss more than we value gain. So if I say to you that I'm going to give you £10, you're not going to value that, or that's not going to weigh as much in your mind as if I say I'm going to take £10 from you, because you already own that £10. It's basically why teams keep idle environments running just in case, because they're afraid of the consequences that will be of things going wrong. Even if the data, you've got utilization data to show that it's not needed. So the way you counter this bias is by quantifying the risk and reframing the narrative. And the way you can potentially reframe that is, instead of saying we could save 10,000, engineers might not necessarily be motivated by the savings element, but if you say we're losing 10,000 a month by not right sizing, that is a more powerful way of framing it, because and it brings in loss aversion to your advantage. It's the same logic, but then the framing changes the motivation. Over to you, Alison.
And so moving on, another type of bias, and these are, as Dan said, these are just snippets. They're one little bit of one little bit of one little bit, just to make it real, but bearing in mind that this isn't just the whole gamut. So availability bias, this is a really common one, and it's that tendency to either overreact or respond to what is most recent or vivid in your mind. So I would imagine there's probably been some overreactions in the world, in the AWS world, following the outage earlier this week, and they'll be unfounded, but they're based on that most recent or most vivid. So the antidote, what are you going to do? You've got to step back. You've got to give data instead of anecdotes. You've got to try. But if you don't acknowledge that it is that bias that is causing the challenge, you're just kind of pushing at it instead of pushing around it. If you're trying to drive change, you can also use it to your advantage, highlighting a recent success story, make the progress feel really tangible. Moving on to the last one, status quo bias. This is probably the hardest, but the most familiar one to everyone. It's a common theme that change is uncomfortable. Lots of teams stay with what they know. How do we get around it? Well, design the solution to make the right thing the default thing. Easier said than done, but if you stare into it. So some of these, if you pick it apart, some of these activities or approaches will be done without understanding that you are working against or with the status quo bias, or you're being aware of it. So what we're trying to do is just kind of bring them to life, because the more you focus in on them, the more you go, okay, I will word it this way, or I will approach it in that way. And because we're dealing with people, right? So you need to have quite a wide toolbox in order to encourage and get good outcomes. And it's that whole thing of, when the easiest option is the optimized one, inertia starts working for you, not against you. If you get that norm, that habit to be a good habit, you're all good. Now, these biases, this little area that we've chosen to explore this afternoon, they don't make people irrational, they just make them human. But understanding them is what lets us build systems that work with how people really think, instead of fighting against it. Why aren't they looking at this? Why aren't they paying attention to that? Well, maybe we could do something different. Behavioral FinOps isn't about changing people, as Dan said. It's about designing the environments where good decisions come naturally. So just a glimpse into one teeny weeny bit of behavioral FinOps to help us design for how people really think and how they might act. So let's just zoom it back up a bit. So if I think back to the early days of FinOps and where we've come from and where we've got to, such significant progress. I mean, it's just huge. We've made the invisible visible. But visibility by itself, that's been in lots of the talks this afternoon, that doesn't change behavior. I remember back at the beginning, it was all about if you made things visible, it would change behaviors. I had the very luckiness to be able to work with a fabulous man called Mike Coates. And he always used to say to me, our job is we hold a mirror up to our consuming areas, our engineering teams or something. And I always thought it was really good. And the point being, we're not making a judgment on them. We might be, but that's not our purpose. We are letting them see what they're doing. Really, really sound, really true. But what if they don't look in the mirror? You kind of know further forward. So that's the distinction now. That's when we get to the harder stuff. We're suggesting if we use behavioral economics to encourage them to look in the mirror. Real change happens when strategy, systems, and behavior align. When we stop seeing culture happens after the work has been done. How many projects or programs have I seen where we'll just implement the framework and the disciplines and the processes and everything, and then we'll do culture at the end, or we'll just tag it on, and then it's like, oh, culture hasn't really changed. Everyone's still doing the same thing. No surprise, because it's always felt a bit intangible. Everybody agreed the culture needed to shift or change, but they didn't know how to tackle it. So FinOps gave us the practice of cloud cost management, but the next step is to kind of build that behavioral engine to make the practice last. That's how we turn insights into action. It's how action becomes the habit that I mentioned, and that's how discipline becomes something that's self-sustaining. My recollection of conversations and either the first version of the book or even the second version and various events I've been at, the sum total of conversations around culture change talked about maybe having a leaderboard, or if you're in a slightly more boisterous organization, you might name and shame and show those, and you would get some internal competition going, or gamification, and you're all celebrating success. They were all under that same banner of they all feed in, they're all part of this, but they can also turn people off, and they'll turn people off because they've been approached in the wrong way, because the behavior and the impact of the behavior hasn't been understood. You're kind of, again, still pushing against it instead of flowing with it. But that's as far as it went for tackling culture change. It was really important to us to be able to build a framework, something that was tangible about how we would do it, because it's dead good to, we're in consultancy. Those of you that know me know that I'm ex-industry, but now I've got the consultant hat on. I need to show people how we will do things. We need to have a framework. And as Dan said, we've been working on it the last sort of he's been working on it the last 12, 18 months, building this up. How do we do it? What is tangible? What is real? And it's that framework. And we just wanted to just give you a tip of the iceberg to show that there can be a construct to help behavioral economics. It's no longer magic that you hope might happen if you keep talking about it. With the aid of something along the lines of a behavioral FinOps framework, bit of a mouthful, I know, but then we get to build that cultural architecture that we all want to see. So thank you ever so much for listening. I did say, as I jumped right in at the beginning, a slightly different subject, but we'll move on to the next folks. Over to you, Victor, and if there's anything, we'll pick it up in the chat.
Yes,
thanks,
everybody.
Thanks, Alison, and thanks, Dan. I think it was an amazing presentation, and very, very different from what we had. So I am going to open for votes. I think you are going to have a great rating.
Are we allowed to vote?
Yeah, you're not.
Pens all the way.
So good stuff. I'm going to leave the floor to David whenever he's available. So you can start.
I'm here.
Hey, David, how are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for the invitation.
Yeah, pleasure to have you, man. So yeah, whenever you are ready, Dan, if you can stop sharing.
That's me.
Okay, now we can
ready?
share your. Yeah, we can see your desktop. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Well, let's get talking about this. I'm going to go ahead and set a timer so I do not go over. It is Friday, and we don't want to stay later than we have. So this is an interesting presentation because it's funny. I find myself in a weird position. I have the most taken FinOps course, believe it or not, out on LinkedIn Learning, and also the most taken Agentic AI architecture course as well. And so decided to take a look at this in terms of how we're going to mix and match, get us on the regular thing, mix and match both, and how one changes the other. And so I'm invited to a lot of projects where they're implementing agentic AI. They're looking at the technology. They're trying to figure out how to implement it, number one, and also how to account for the FinOps operation stuff. How do they extend the current FinOps infrastructure, FinOps thinking, FinOps culture, to the agentic-based stuff? And by the way, enterprises, if you think that there's a big party going on, everybody's building agentic AI systems and you haven't been invited, that's typically not the case. So even though there's a amount of industry hype that's out there, there is not a lot of actually deployment of this stuff going on. And when you do see it, it's typically going to be misapplied. You have to go in there and kind of redo it. So we're not in a space where this is inflecting yet. We're in a space where people are just getting their generative AI systems, typically beyond the prototypes, up and running. They're looking at agentic and looking at the value of it. And they're looking at taking the models to different dimensions, inclusive of FinOps, which is really what we're talking about here. So I'm talking about forward-looking stuff in this presentation. I'm not talking about stuff you can buy on the shelf today. I'm talking about, in the back room and looking at the roadmap charts of the various FinOps, FinOps technology providers out there. And some of you guys, have written some stuff that I've been, lurking on and things like that, and just trying to figure out where the trajectory is for this stuff and take a look at it. So agentic FinOps has risen up around a couple of things. Number one, we're interested in using autonomous agents. And those of you as old as I am know that this stuff, even though there's new concepts out there in how we're defining agentic, it's basically older technology that's been recast and redesigned, for a new world where generative AI and AI frameworks are there. And basically the idea is, I'm not going to give you an agentic engineering or agentic architecture class here, but what we're doing is we're componentizing small language models into agents where they have an autonomous capability and they actually have their own personas and they're able to act on their own behalf. They're able to make decisions. They're able to have actions that are in there, and they're able to operate in many instances almost like a company. The way I explain it to people who are trying to learn agentic AI, think of agentic AI systems as a company. We hire a chief financial officer, we hire a CEO, we hire a CTO, we hire a leader of sales, things like that. If you turn those roles or personas into agents, you kind of got what it is. Every one of those things has their own expertise and capabilities. They have their own goals and objectives. Obviously, the objective of the sales manager is to increase sales. And they're able to make decisions based on those things to run a system. In this case, we can define it as a company, or run any kind of organization, or run any kind of application or system that has common objectives. And that's the benefit of it. Now, many of you are thinking the same thing I do. And obviously, I'm a agentic AI SME, but I'm also agentic AI skeptic. Those are only going to have applications in just a few problem domains. And I think that's what we're finding out there. However, if you look at the capability to take an agentic approach to FinOps, there are some opportunities there. Not saying you go lock, stock, and barrel into the technology. That's never a good idea. We're kind of paying the price for cloud computing right now and trying to normalize those sorts of things. But we're able to leverage them in a way that's going to add value. So they have autonomous agents. Generative AI integration is going to be part of it. They're either abstracting large language models, or they're leveraging large language models, typically remotely. They're not large language models in most architectures that I worked on don't become agents. If there's any kind of an AI capabilities in the AI agents, it's going to be a small language model. Able to leverage reinforcement learning, able to continuously learn from outcomes, optimize strategies through trial and error and feedback. And the autonomous nature of them really provides the most power. It also provides the most danger because, as we saw a couple of months ago, someone built an agentic AI system. It deleted all their data, then lied about it. And that's because we're not designing these things typically to be trusted. We're designing these things to typically carry out a set of procedures, a set of behaviors. And when we're looking at deploying any agentic framework, where it's going to be around FinOps, or something that's an accounting system, inventory control system, supply chain integration system, things like that, agentic AI systems typically are going to take much more time and effort to make them work. They're much more complex. They have many moving parts. The distributed nature of them makes them extremely complex. And also they can be dangerous, as we saw when the agent deleted data, because if we're giving them the roles and responsibilities, we're also giving them access to various company resources. They're going to be dynamically thinking and changing their knowledge of things over time. That's a real advantage. It's also a real danger. So we have to kind of keep that in mind as we're moving forward. So not promoting agentic AI for everything and anything. I think in a certain domains, which we'll identify in this presentation, it's going to be just fine. But in many instances, it's going to be something that should probably not be looked at least in 2025, 2026. And then kind of that's blasphemy out there compared to all the agent washing that's going on. And everybody wants to get on my calendar to talk about their agentic AI technology, but I truly believe that's where we are right now. So core capabilities and how does it transfer operation? Well, the real-time decision-making, I think, is going to be a core capability in building in these systems. And again, if some of the FinOps tools and technologies out there, they start adopting agentic features and functions, agents can look at cloud platforms in real time using telemetry and business metrics and make key decisions in a very short period of time. So in other words, you have an agent that is assigned just to dealing with the storage systems on a particular cloud provider. It's able to dynamically see how much resources we're consuming and the price of those resources, the cost of those resources as we consume them, and make adjustments up and down as needed if they're allowed to do so. And that provides key capability. So you're not going back to a centralized system that's only going back to those resources to adjust them, every 24 hours or every 48 hours. And typically it's going to be every month. You're able to do it dynamically as you need them. That's kind of taking things to the next level. And also you have to consider things like, the agreements you have with the cloud provider and your ability to do that and actually gain certain cost reductions from it. Those things are there. But just the fact of the matter that I can use FinOps in a way that is going to be real time, able to make millisecond decisions, that's kind of a game changer based on some of the limitations as I'm rolling out these projects. And my time at Deloitte as a chief cloud strategy officer in making those core architectural patterns known. Self-service recommendations, you're able to not only find an issue with some sort of overage or underage or some sort of inefficiency with a particular resource, but you're able to communicate directly with the engineering team in terms of what needs to be fixed, how to fix it, and how to implement it. So it's not only just infrastructure as code, but the ability to have infrastructure as recommendation or code as recommendations. Proactive cost optimization, the ability to, in essence, look in real time at the problems and automatically implementing, cost optimizations and in ways in which they're going to be quicker because, again, we have an agent. Single agent was going to be assigned to a particular set of resources. And then continuous learning. It's feedback loops of these systems. This is kind of where the value of them is going to be. It's not going to be just setting them up with a set of static policies in terms of cost governance within a FinOps system, but the ability to kind of make core decisions moving forward based on how things are changing. Obviously the cost policies, the pricing models, all those sorts of things are going to be a dynamic typically within a cloud provider. Also consuming and dealing with internal systems. This is going to be something that will allow us to see that coming, make a decision based on those things happening without having to go out to a human, without having to go out to a series of static policies, and the ability to optimize whatever resources you're consuming for the business. And this is all good news if we're able to adopt this. So autonomous cost optimization ultimately is what we're going for here. So they're able to look at how organizations are able to manage cloud resources, and I would extend that to on-prem resources as well, traditional computing, private clouds, sovereign clouds, neo clouds, all those things are really on the table here. And they're able to continuously monitor the workload, and they're able to make decisions without manual intervention. This is the core thing we're trying to pull off. Right now, everybody is talking about the ability to proactively automate the optimization of these systems. I've heard about that for a long period of time. The problem is when you implement that, it's typically harder than you think. And many of the tools support it in different ways. And also many of the organizations that I work with don't really have the culture to accept the fact that we're going to allow these tools to automatically optimize these systems without a human looking over the shoulders as to what's going to happen. In many cases, like we saw this week with the Amazon outage, they're going to have too much riding on the cloud, and the applications are running on the cloud where they're just not going to let it happen. Well, this provides us with a core value of doing that, because if we're able to pull this off, and you do it right, the thinking and automation should be far superior of any human beings that are looking over the shoulders. So we're definitely going to have a human in the loop with these sorts of things, but the idea is to engineer the human being out of the loop, because ultimately they become the latency, they become the points of failure, because they're making the most decisions. And if you set them up right, that's going to be the case. That doesn't mean we do away with humans and we do away with engineers and architects and things like that. Very much have a role. AI is about automating tasks. It's not about eliminating humans. And this would provide us with the ability to automate a task that is going to be better if used with this kind of technology than not. Dynamic pricing optimizations, they can look for spot instances or reserve capabilities, things like that, and then make the appropriate decisions as to whether or not we should leverage it or not. Obviously, there's a complex array of things that we think about. If we're looking at leveraging opportunities to reduce costs within some of these large cloud providers, very complex pricing models, very complex ways in which we're able to leverage spot instances and other saving opportunities. And it is able to look at not only the particular instance or opportunity of saving the money in one particular piece of time, but the ability to look at all of the other systems, communicating with all the other agents, and having a coordinated activity, or basically instantaneous meetings, so to speak, in a virtual conference room, in terms of what it's able to do, how it's able to carry it out, what are the current policies, is there a consistent decision or a consistent opinion that everybody has, and the ability to take it forward that way. So also intelligent forecasting and enhanced visibility is a big thing moving forward. So FinOps observability, the ability to kind of see things that are going on and understand why those things are occurring, is a core struggle I think many organizations are still dealing with now. No matter if they have the good sound FinOps observability tools and a good FinOps program, but it's just something that's very difficult for them to get to. So their visibility is a core challenge within many of these organizations that I'm working with that have either moved to the cloud or are moving to the cloud. So static budgets, fail in dynamic cloud environments. That's the end state of this. And so if we set up static policies and the cloud environment moving into is going to be very volatile and dynamic, then we're going to have a very hard time keeping up with that. And that's typically the way people roll out FinOps, is using static policies, static procedures, things like that. Everything is around rules, doing things, process, that kind of stuff. And I understand why that is, because we want to have direct control over those cost resources. But you're not going to be able to get to, any state of price optimization in those kinds of ways. You're going to have some sort of a dynamic capability, which is going to follow the dynamic nature of these cloud models out there. So the ability to put volatility, in essence, into a domain. So in other words, if the cloud usage, these cloud architectures, these cloud configurations out there, with thousands of engineers that are redeploying, resetting, reallocating, building systems around them, and that's going to be something that's going to be constant change. That's going to be volatility. We have to put volatility into a configurable domain. And in many instances, an agentic-based framework would be better at doing that, because we're able to assign an agent that is monitoring and dealing with a particular set of resources, or even a single resource onto itself. And we're able to allocate as many agents that are needed to deal with whatever complexity and whatever dynamic nature of these cloud providers have. And so that provides us with a core capability that I see limiting a lot of FinOps, FinOps programs right now. So confidence-aware models, real-time adjustments, scenario planning, confidence intervals, able to communicate, uncertainty with risk and predictions, and the ability to kind of take a chance or risk on various things. Your ability to experiment, your ability to do some trial and error, and do so automatically within the domain of these agents, where they're able to, in essence, take on the role that they have to optimize the cost. And there could be hundreds of the agents working together in a multi-agent system that are looking at the opportunities to tune, looking at the opportunities to reduce, looking at the opportunities to optimize. Many things that are very hard to take advantage of is if we're just falling back to static rules and processes. So we're going to have to unthink, some of the things I think we've been thinking about for the last 10 years and rethink, some of the innovations that we can leverage here. They're not going to be easy to implement. They're not going to be foolproof. But I think in a few years, they're going to get us to a better state than we are now. So humans, the big issue here is how do you layer this into a culture? How do you layer this into human beings? People are already taught to do FinOps in a certain way, which I think is a good way. We know how to put procedures and processes and rules and approaches and methodologies and how we're going to manage costs within a cloud environment, even non-cloud environment as well, enterprise in how they consume money. But how do we change from the traditional approach to an agentic approach? Well, everything was in traditional FinOps, which is kind of what we're running today, at least all my clients are. They're going to be siloed. They're going to do, typically near time, cost accounting, things like that, and use traditional tools, use FinOps tools, but in many cases, it's kind of falling back to spreadsheets and things like that. And that's how FinOps is being done in the real world these days. Transition phase would be look at hybrid workflows, agent supervision, vision, policy definition, trust building to move to an agentic FinOps where the ability to deal with governance, exception management, cross-functional orchestration, business alignment would be the policies, the culture, the way in which we get things done into the future. And I think this really kind of is the path that we're moving toward at this particular time. If you look at the FinOps technology providers out there, people that are kind of leading the industry in tools that we're all following and considering that they're moving into creating kind of a functional technology standard, I think in many instances, they're going to have to rethink in how they've done stuff in the past because of this new opportunity, because of the new way that we're going to identify and we're going to leverage cloud resources. You got to remember, we're moving to a distributed, complex, heterogeneous world. We're moving away from a single cloud provider. If that decision wasn't made before, it was made this week by many people out there who suffered through the AWS outage. And so it's not going to be 3 or 4 clouds in a multi-cloud deployment. It's going to be 10, 15 clouds, specialized clouds, neo clouds, sovereign clouds. All these things are really going to be in the portfolio of many of these organizations. So this is adapting to that, understanding that we're going to have to deal with complexity through abstraction. We're going to have to deal with complexity through automation. And I think it's going to provide us with a better opportunity to be successful at FinOps. So the new practitioner, we're evolving from the cost accountant, strategic agent supervision, which we're dealing with today, to basically defining policies, setting guardrails, managing exceptions rather than generating reports. And we're focusing on shift from the role of data collection, high-level governance, strategic planning, and cross-functional collaboration by basically implementing these in agentic-based frameworks. So it's going to bridge, or at least we hope, at least the idea of this is going to bridge the divide between DevOps, finance, business units, and how all these stuff really kind of comes together and how it can be functionally more valuable for us. If anything I hear out there as people are deploying FinOps systems and developing FinOps programs, it's the fact of the matter is that the technology is moving so fast, and certainly the move to AI, that the FinOps programs don't necessarily keep up with it. That's not a dig on the FinOps leaders out there and the people who are implementing these things. That's just the fact of the matter is that many organizations are used to innovating and moving fairly quickly, and the FinOps organizations and the FinOps tool systems, processes, procedures, things like that are struggling to keep up. So how does this technical architecture work? Well, you have a data integration layer, unified ingestion from billing APIs, application telemetry, all those sorts of things. You're able to do learning refinement, continuous feedback loops, retrain models, self-correct. In other words, always updating the system, not just training the model one time, but augmenting it ongoing. And so the small language models are able to keep up, they're able to understand the resource, able to understand cost optimization around those resources. model orchestration, the ability to deal with agents that are all running their small language models, and the ability to leverage an execution engine that's going to provide scalability, cloud native agent mesh, API integration, implementing improved optimization. So the idea is that we're moving to a technology stack that's going to be flexible and dynamic versus static and inflexible, which is kind of what we're dealing with today and how we define FinOps. So we're truly able to move in that direction. I think the FinOps tools and the way in which we approach it have to provide the same sort of capabilities, or we're just not going to be able to keep up with the changes of technology. We're undergoing a huge shift right now, whether you've seen it or not. We're not moving to single cloud providers anymore. We're not trying to put everything on AWS. We're putting everything on the best of breed platform where it's going to bring the most value back to the business. That's going to be the best bang for the buck for the business. FinOps needs to keep up, and FinOps needs to have some dynamic capabilities that we need to build into these systems. And last slide. So risk, rules, road ahead. We can get to a 35% cost reduction if we implement this stuff, and that's pretty conservative. You're able to, sustain savings, 90 days of agentic system deployment. And this is the metrics that I'm seeing. Faster issue resolution. We're able to do things 80% better, 80% faster. Anomaly detection to remediation, and then 200 plus manual hours saved, ultimately per FinOps practitioner a month. Again, not engineering the human out of the process, but making their roles much more effective by leveraging a tooling that's going to be much more effective. We need to manage risk, agentic overreach, they delete data if they're allowed to. We need to understand that, giving a series of agents a mind of their own has some risk entailed. We need to figure out how to do that. Need to look at bias transparency, make sure we have ethical rules and regulations that come into this, regulatory compliance. Also, coming up to the next version of the stuff, the ability to have swarm intelligence, wisdom of the crowd, so to speak, having agents work together and share common knowledge frameworks, strategic value, industry standards, and emerging frameworks for responsibility in agentic systems. And with that, I will turn back.
Thanks, David. I think it was great. Some love to David. I'm going to start the voting for rating your talk. Pleasure to have you here, man. And in the meantime, I'm going to give the floor to Venkat from CloudThrottle. Venkat, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. How are you, Victor?
Doing great. Pleasure to have you here. Yeah, we can see your skin now.
Okay.
Okay, floor is yours. Stars. Yeah.
Okay.
Whenever you want.
Hey, this is Venkat, Krishnaiah, so founder and CEO of CloudThrottle. We deliver fixed price government contracts. Okay, so today we are talking about one thing: how to stop runaway cloud spam. This is a common scenario across the cloud usage. Okay, so our focus is very simple, right? Put budget discipline first. Let's get into the next slide. So what happens when you have any workload or any application you're building or anything you're supporting, the budget associated with that, right? So what happens, okay, so when the budget is associated with that, probably the fiscal year or a particular month, okay, so whatever the duration of the project, the people, okay, the engineering team, they forget about putting the budget constraint on their application or account it is dealing with. When you don't have any discipline of monitoring the budget, okay, so they don't know what they are dealing with. So one bad incident may kill your profits, or it may switch off your project itself. That's what we are seeing in the federal side. Okay, so that too, bidding a fixed price project is very, very difficult. Okay, so we need to make a profit. If one engineer makes a mistake, we lose the profit. Okay, so that's reality. So another thing, okay, what we see, the runaway cost is a shared accounts. Okay, so when we have a shared accounts, too many people are handling it. They don't know who's responsible paying for those resources running in the shared accounts. So in the best practices in the federal side, we avoid sharing the accounts. So only few accounts will be shared, okay, so where it is needed, but there is a specific product owner associated with, okay, so he's responsible taking care of the accounts. And also ignore alerts, right? If you're getting too many alerts to one guy, so he will ignore, okay, so if there is no ownership built into the alerts who take care, okay, so they always ignore, so he'll breach the budget. So next is AI workloads. You know that AI is picking up very fast and storage is growing. As we've seen in the federal side, okay, so we are seeing almost 3 to 4 times is growth rate compared to the previous years. So that's where the challenge is coming in our projects, how to manage those workloads, how to see, how to control the storage cost, and also the EC, GPU cost or instance cost. So why it happens? Okay, so let's think about that. Speed over discipline, right? Okay, so engineers think, okay, they want to launch, they want to get the solution fast. Okay, they forget about setting up the budget. They always think, okay, we'll set up budget later. If that is the thing, okay, so we always end up in more runaway spends. Next is weak visibility. So we keep saying from the day one, missing tax, right? Tax is very important to see cost accountability. Missing tax is a very big thing. Okay, so we need to put tax in the every resource and account to monitor the cost associated with that. Next is a no-name responder. As I told, okay, so who is responsible? What kind of alerts? Like, when the hit some percentage, okay, so who take the actions? We need to have that kind of thing. Otherwise, there is no way dealing with that. So alerts will become a noise. So next is no cleanup culture. So every sprint, what we do the cleanup. So to delete our data if needed, if not needed, if it is something needed, later stage, we need to move it to the cold storage. That's what we do. These are the common patterns we see runaway spend. Let's go to the next slide. So budget discipline for a lean team. Okay, so this is what happens in the federal side. Okay, so it's not a big team. So every project will be there, or application they bid the contract, they manage, maximum is with 15, 20 people working for that. So how to set the discipline? That is very important, right? So when define the budget threshold, we commonly go with 60, 80, 100 rule. You can change it. Okay, so that is not a hard rule for them. So in some of the application where we have monitoring critically, we set up to 5 thresholds, up to 110%, because we allow to crash beyond the 100%. So we need to define the thresholds. Otherwise, there is no way to take actions. Set dollar boundaries. Okay, so every product or a project account, there is a dollar associated with that. Talk to your stakeholders. Okay, so owner who manages that, put those boundaries on those accounts or resources, right? So next is escalation hierarchy. This is very, very important what we learned on our fixed price budget monitoring. Who is responsible? What kind of threshold? So for example, 60%, we send the alert to only engineers, not to the manager or finance team. Why? Engineers is the first place where they look into the thing, investigate, okay, right sizing, what is happening. They need to optimize. Otherwise, it will going to consume a lot of budget before that period, right? Next is we need to escalate to managers. So managers, why? Because once the engineer cannot solve that optimization, right sizing, maybe changing the architecture or a workload, we don't know yet, right? So then they're going to discuss with the manager. Manager will go to engineering team, they discuss, and they need to come to a conclusion what is happening. If the manager cannot take, okay, so if just keep on growing the budget consumption, next it go to the finance team, right? Okay, so finance people who are responsible bringing the money for this project, right? They need to know what is going on, because they need some lead time to bring the funds if something is needed. Otherwise, they come to know, because if they want to pay a bill, okay, if they don't have money, so it's very hard to finance guy to bring that dollar value, right? So that's why we need to have a hierarchy level escalation policy. So escalation workflow is very, very important, as I mentioned earlier. Okay, so investigate, right size by engineers, manage and review by managers. Okay, so approve and optimize. Okay, so say some architecture change, okay, they need to approve, they need to argue for the dollar amount for to implement the solution, whatever it's causing. Stakeholder, they want to fund it and realign the their project. Otherwise, we seen in the federal government, they cut off the project. Yes, it is a reality. If we cut off the project, so we lose the money there. Okay, so do this across accounts. So this is what I recommend for our teams. Okay, so standardized spend limits. Okay, reusable, create a reusable template for OU level, project level, or account level. So that is the very much required. You need to standardize the template. Otherwise, you don't know what you're dealing with. Next, enforce tagging. So you need to keep minimum tagging like owner, cost center, environment. Otherwise, we don't know what that resources belongs to. This is we enforce for all our engineers in the team. Scheduling offers, we mentioned a lot of times, right? Okay, so when you don't need those resources, shut it off. Okay, so in the federal agency, okay, so they made a policy after 8 p.m. they're shutting down all the dev, test, and sandboxes. Why? Because one guy is working, doesn't want to spend entire system up and running till morning 6 a.m. So we created a policy there, federal government, to shut it down after 8 p.m. and also during the weekends, and also make sure that some override schedules will be there. For example, say they want to release on Monday. Okay, if you do the shutdown automatically on the weekends, they cannot work. So there should be some override options should be there when you build schedules. Okay, so make sure that properly create a Lambda scripts to take care of those kind of start and stop and override those schedules. Then operating model. Okay, so operating model is assign clear owner. Okay, so every account or every project, they have the owner associated. So you need to assign that owner to the OU level and project level. So make sure that he's responsible for that, the cost consumption. Next is centralize the visibility. So you need to have a real-time spend and budget monitoring. If you don't know what is cost occurring, you are running blind. Okay, so you need to have a real-time spend and budget. So use the Cost Explorer. There is a tool called QuickSight. We use often every federal agency, QuickSight. This is very simple to set up, very, very, very cost effective. Okay, you'll get to know, okay, you can drill down the cost where it is consuming. So set up those and leave it there and give access to your team. Okay, so that is the one we needed. Stakeholder finance decide, apply same rule across all the accounts. Okay, so if you have about 50, 60 accounts, put budget in every account. Don't leave any of the account. Why? So we'll tell you one example. So we have one account, we are running some workload. We removed our stack, right? Okay, so what happened? Surrounding supporting, resources keep running like SNS, SQS. Probably we forgot about Lambda. Probably we didn't delete the EBS volume, right? So it went orphan. We never notice unless you go dig into those areas, right? So better always, set up the budget, every account. Okay, doesn't matter what it is. Apply and see and change the things when the workload is not there. Okay, so don't put it $2,000 when the no workload is there, right? That won't never give you alert. Okay, so make sure that every sprint you go on, set the budget, adjust the budget. One thing we learned, budget is not a static. Okay, remember this, budget is not a static. We need to assess here and there. So whatever the budget you associate, make them roll over or roll forward kind of thing. And also some scenarios like when we're testing or when we're doing the design development phase, we require more money for that account or workload than the design phase, right? So make sure that it's not a static amount every month or in the SDLC side. So that's what we keep doing. The lessons we learned, the key takeaway: start early, set boundaries, enforce accountability. That is very much required to stay within the budget. Next, rollout. Okay, 60, 80, 100. Okay, so you set whatever you want. It does not mean that you need to stick on to this rule, but something threshold should be there. Okay, so in AWS budget, there is a setup. You can set up to the 5, more than 5 threshold levels. And also every threshold put the action, like whom you need to send it, right? You configure that. make sure that you are sending the right people or a right channel, like in Slack, wherever you want to send the alert. Name the holders who is associated with that account. Next is schedule 30 minutes Friday cleanup. That's what we do every Friday. We shut down. Okay, we set up a 30-minute scheduled meeting to clean up the data, like aging data, and look at what is the top 5 resources are consuming. We right size it. Then idle resources, we'll shut it down. So these are the takeaway from fixed price contract we bid, and we make profit out of it. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Venkat. I think it was very wonderful and very key to the point. Let's give it some love to Venkat, and very right on time. I'm going to start the rating for your session, and then in the meantime, we are going to start with the panel about focus. So I am going to welcome Alexandra, Larry, Michael, and Andrew. How are you, everyone, doing?
Hello, Victor. Thank you very much. Yeah, we're gonna do some brief intros here, so I'll kick things off. This is a focus panel, so the FinOps open cost and usage specification. And if you have questions, we are expecting, hopefully, get some questions and do some live answering. But if not, we got some questions, and I'll help facilitate. So I'm Larry again, Fred FinOps from CloudZero. I'm a TAC member and a focus maintainer. Alexandra.
Hi, I'm Alexandra McCoy. I am a new contributor to the Focus project, and I'm also a consultant that's focused on integrating SRE practices for strategic alignment.
Michael.
Hi, I'm Michael Flanagan. I am at Salesforce now. I just recently started working on FinOps tools internally there. I've been working on Focus since pretty much since the beginning, and yeah, happy to be here.
Andrew.
Yeah, I'm Andrew Quigley. I'm with Northwestern Mutual, where I'm the FinOps lead. I've been using Focus since 0.5 and been with the project a couple months, 10 months-ish, I think.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you all for doing introductions. We'll kick off with the first question here. So over to Alexandra. What advice for someone who wants to contribute but feels intimidated? What advice do you have for somebody who wants to contribute but feels intimidated about joining?
I would offer the advice that Focus is not a specific tool. It's a specification that has the responsibility of just standardizing lingo that's important to communicate business value. So I would tell that person not to be intimidated by that, but take inventory of what your area of expertise is and contribute that way. So for me, I have a background in infrastructure and more on the engineering side, and I'm not directly tied to billing data or cost, but I know that's something that as a contributor on a team and within an organization, something that we need to be a bit more mindful of when we're trying to build with efficiency and resiliency. So for me, it's how can I educate myself on this? And then if you have a background in, let's say, infrastructure or DevOps or any other technical area, how can you leverage your own expertise and skill set and contribute it to the project in that way?
All right, Michael, you want to jump
I think that's great. Yeah, I was going to say, I think that's definitely great. You definitely want to come in and expect to, bring in the skill set that you have and the experience that you have, but also, one of the things for those of us that spend a lot of time on Focus, it really does feel like an extended family, and I know it can be daunting, especially when you join a first call and you'll see a few of us really going head to head, just diving super deep into some of these topics where you're just trying to figure out what's going on. If you have questions, reach out to somebody on Slack and just ask questions. Everybody's really there willing to help, and everybody wants to make everybody successful. So if you have questions and you're just looking to, even just if it's just to understand what's going on, you want more context, you want to figure out how you can contribute in a space, if there's something you're passionate about, just ask. Everybody's really friendly and just wants to help. So
absolutely.
Yeah. If I could chime in quick,
Please.
A lot of effort went into reshaping the onboarding process very recently. So it's going to be easier. Now's a better time than ever to join up if you want to contribute. And I would say, like, if you're technically, if you think that's a hurdle, we know as FinOps practitioners that we are a diverse group. We all have different backgrounds, and there are different personas that we have to cater to. And the more diversity in those personas we can get in the focus project, the stronger the spec is going to be. So please join up if you want to.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew, for calling out the mentoring and the onboarding process enhancements. And we got a lot of feedback, and we've been working to make that hopefully a bit easier, right? And partnering up people together to be successful. The next question I've got for the panel is, what emerging cloud cost management challenge do you think Focus should tackle next? And Michael, we'll go over to you first.
Let's see. Honestly, there's especially with my previous role, kind of leading the FinOps portfolio at Microsoft, there's a lot of things that I've heard from people and that I see that are necessary to be done. But honestly, the big thing that I want to understand is more from the audience here. Like, what are the things that y'all want to see? Because, and the reason why I say that, I don't mean to dodge the question, but the reason why I say that is because the biggest thing that I feel like we're missing in Focus is more voice of practitioners. And that's actually a big part of why I moved to Salesforce, is to get a deeper understanding of that, because at Microsoft it was fairly disconnected. Lots of conversations, but they're small conversations, and I didn't really get a whole lot of depth there. So I really want to hear more from practitioners, and this kind of comes to joining the Focus conversations. I really want to know what it is that practitioners need to make their lives better, and what does it take to adopt Focus? Like, how can we make that easier for you? Because that adoption, I think, is like really that first hurdle, and that's the biggest thing that I think that we need to be focusing on up front, I would say.
Yeah,
I'd love
like
to
that
see if anybody does have questions, if they just like raise their hand or something, so I can call on you to
right.
be able to.
Yeah, happy to jump in. I'd have people jump in.
Yeah.
So
I think that's a fair response, given your closeness to the project and how long you've been on it. But as a newbie who's been on the cloud native side and shifting my attention to AI with all of the rapid development and talk about multi-agents and agentic AI, you see a lot of organizations that are increasing their carbon footprint. And I think it's AWS who has like carbon accounting metrics or something like that. So I think it would be really cool with the expansion of data centers if, there were some considerations in the data set surrounding sustainability.
Yeah, this was actually one big one that came up, and we spun up a user group to dig into that, to get a better definition of what does that mean. Is that a different data sets, or is it Is it getting included in the same data set that we have? And there's some interesting aspects and challenges either
Questions
way that you
that need answers.
Yeah. And I think some of those are kind of critical for being able to execute on that. But yeah, actually, that's one thing that comes to mind for that. If there's things like this that you want to see, and there's specific ways that you'd like to see them being done, there's an issue tracker that we have for Focus, and you can go and kind of get your voice heard, at least in small ways, to say, this is what my expectations are when it comes to something like adding sustainability.
It's a good call out.
Also, one other thing, I casually mentioned something that many people probably don't know yet, but one of the things, and I've been a big proponent of this over time, one of the things that we're starting to look at in 1.3 which is the next version that's coming out, is adding additional data sets. And there's a lot of different data sets that we can add. You can think of like having a SKU category, or categorization, SKU catalog, sorry, that was the word I was looking for, separate from the actual cost and usage data. Recommendations are one. Sustainability is a question, should that be separate or together, things like that. Specifically, I think the two that are coming up first are going to be a separate data set for invoices and contract commitments, I think are the two first ones that you'll see.
So we did receive one comment on this in the Q&A. Michael, I'll be interested about your perspective, given where you were previously with Microsoft. The comment was, we'd like to extend Focus further to be near feature parity like any other CSP proprietary format. What challenges with that?
That is one of the biggest things that I've always wanted, and we haven't actually gotten into what our interests are in and why we joined Focus. But just to throw this out, excuse me, Microsoft has like 5 different data formats that they give customers, depending on the type of agreement you have and whatnot. I had tried to standardize that, and it was so much of a challenge, an uphill battle. Once I heard about Focus, I was like, this is the chance to make that happen. And that's why I spend so much time on Focus, is to be able to make that happen. And we had a lot of success from it. There's a 40% adoption rate of Focus, at least up until I left. And one of my big things that I definitely was pushing for when I was on the steering committee was being able to see as many columns from the native cloud data sets get included in Focus. Because I think that the more coverage that we have there, especially when the concepts are the same, the better things will be. We do have challenges as capacity. And I think a big part of that is the level of participation that we have in Focus. So just to call out, if anybody has any capacity to come in and help, like that would help us make a lot more progress. But I think that's really the limiting factor, is a lot of work is put onto a relatively small set of people. And so it's hard to churn through those things. But I totally agree, and I totally want to see that for sure. Actually, one
Absolutely.
other thing, sorry.
And
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Just to piggyback off of what you just said, again, that's a good opportunity to leverage, especially for like engineers and developers and programmers. That's an opportunity to leverage your skill sets and contribute to the broader industry. In addition to that, if you're, I come from the multi-cloud side, so if I'm speaking of the Focus project and the specification, it's from the perspective of someone that's interested in consolidating and aggregating that data across cloud providers. So if you're someone that's also interested in that and you don't have a background in the FinOps space, also take a look at the learn.finops.org website, and there's plenty of certifications and a lot of good material that'll introduce you to the the frameworks that are applicable and help you advocate for FinOps within your organization if you believe in initiative. And I joined a couple of months ago. I don't know if this changed, but at the time there was no entry point for individual contributors. It's more so if your organization is involved in the community. So that will be another avenue for individual contributors to take the specification, align it to the products in your organization, and then advocate internally and take ownership of getting your organization involved in the community.
Good. And you mentioned your multi-cloud experience. That's actually one thing I was going to say as well, is like, if you have multi-cloud experience, that would be immensely useful. So.
Agreed, 100%. So along those lines, we've talked about it a little bit off and on here. I want to get into like what drew us all to focus and how have you adopted it? Now, Andrew, I'll kick it over to you first, because I understand you've got an interesting story from all the way from 0.5, version 0.5, which is almost 2.5 years ago. So you want to jump in there and give your 2 cents?
Yeah, for sure. Funny enough, 2.5 years ago, I found myself drafted into the FinOps team at Northwestern Mutual. I was a cloud engineer before that, didn't really think about FinOps too much. So I got drafted in. First order of business was to start ingesting cost data. And in order to do that, we crawl the curve, blah, blah, blah. But where does it go? And what does it look like? And then I find out about this focus thing. And I'm like, hey, I don't have to like even think about this. I'll just do this. There's a standard coming. It's 0.5, but it's a standard, and multi-cloud is an issue for folks. Like I know, like FinOps, especially 2.5 years ago, was quite the buzzword, and now it has snowballed into where it is now, and it just keeps growing. So a standard is like, I knew a standard was needed. I knew I had to build this thing, so I'm like, I'll just build it around this standard. They already did the work for me. So me and my team did that, and we used it through 1.0-ish, but then our practice kind of grew faster than focus did. So we changed our internal format to be what those of us on the project lovingly call focus. So what that means is as close to focus as possible, but we change it to fit our own needs. So that's when I started looking at joining the project, because there were features I needed that weren't in there. So I'm like, I'll go, I don't know, go upvote some feature requests, play some feature requests. So I did that, and I saw, some of the ones I was upvoting and weren't getting pulled in. So then I joined the project. I figured, well, if you want to get it done, do it yourself. So I joined the project, and now I'm doing that. I'm just adding the features that I needed, and as well as pulling in features I didn't even know I needed that are being suggested by the community. So the project, like 1.3, I'm like thrilled about. Like I can use 1.3 now. Like when cloud adopters start supporting it, I can start using it. So the repo is public. You can go see why I'm excited by looking there, and it'll be announced when it's announced.
Are there any recommendations, Andrew, you would make, having been through this journey, right, where you had others like using this format, generating data in this format? Is there any recommendations you'd say for folks that are using it like how you did? Tips, tricks, anything like that?
Yeah, for sure. When I got started, I really was apprehensive about diverting from the standard. I don't even know why. I think some folks would just say, screw it, I'll add whatever I want. But I was very apprehensive about it, because I wanted the standard to stay a standard. So, make adjustments as needed, like make your data set folk-ish if focus as it is doesn't work for you. And yeah, I don't know that I have any advice beyond that. It makes sense. It all makes sense. Unlike
just to add to that, one thing that I think it gets lost a bit is the goal of focus is not to get everybody to build an ETL pipeline that ingests focus data. That's not the goal. That will definitely accelerate you getting to the goal. But the ultimate goal is really about having a consistent language that any FinOps practice, any stakeholder within your organization already understands, so that when they come in and they look at your data, like you could bring in somebody that already understands this from another organization. They should be able to come in, and since they already understand the language of focus, that when they start looking at your tools, it doesn't matter how the data gets into the tools, but when they start looking at your tools, they understand the language and they know how to communicate. And then you can have intelligent conversations about what the priorities are and what to do next. That's really what the goal of focus is. So when we talk about the idea of focus, it's kind of like a lot of organizations have already built up a platform for ingesting data, or maybe they're using third-party tools. Many people use a mix of third-party and custom, and whatever it is. The idea is an initial step might not be go rebuild all your pipelines. An initial step might be, in this report where you're publishing out to your stakeholders, maybe you just go tweak the words that you use to align to the focus words. And that's what we mean when we say focus. It's like focus, it's inspired by focus. You're not quite ready to make the massive investment to go change all the pipelines that you've had for years, and that's okay. But the closer that you get, the more you can start having those conversations with consistent terminology, and then you won't have people in theory, you won't have people in finance and engineering using different terms to mean different things, and really just kind of leaning in on that ultimate goal of being able to speak the same language.
Michael's comment just reminded me of a key component to my story that I forgot about while I was rambling earlier. Because we built it in focus and we want to ingest focus format as much as possible, so we're not making a special unicorn ETL job for each and every file we bring in. One of the challenges that just about any FinOps practitioner has is allocating cost for internal platforms. So AWS sends us a bill, Microsoft sends us a bill, but maybe the database department does not send us a bill. The logging and observability does not send us a bill. So right now, they do send us a bill. Well, they don't send us a bill, but they send us usage metrics that we can allocate to the right cost centers. So, and they do that by sending us data in focus format. They send us the data, the usage data in focus format, which we can then join with the cost data. So yeah, it's in a language that like Michael said. So since it's consistent, doesn't matter which team I go to, they can look at it and know what it is. Even our finance department, it's so simple, even a finance person can understand it.
Love it, love it. So Alexander, over to you. What got you into focus in the first place?
I'm embarrassed to say this, but I don't really remember. I think it was an accident. But in my journey of investigating something else, I ran across the Focus project and was already interested in getting into FinOps a little bit more. So initially, when I ran across the website. I noticed the certification courses and immediately took them just to see what the framework was and what the alignment was from the business side and the technology side. And I'm like, oh, I'm glad someone is paying attention to this and giving it visibility. So then when I ran into the GitHub repository, I'm like, oh, there's a whole specification around this. And initially I thought it was a tool. But I understand it's not a tool, and to get to the tooling aspects of it, we have to start out with making sure that organizations are on the same page and in alignment with one another from an industry perspective. So it was just something that I agree with and that I believe is needed at this time. And I know there's been other talks in this session that have talked about FinOps needing to keep up, and not necessarily in a bad way, but we have to, assess things accurately and take that constructive criticism. And I think this is like a really good starting point for organizations to move faster. And, coming from the SRE side, whenever we're thinking of alerting and monitoring, it's how do we know that we can set up and configure the alerting and monitoring as much as we want to, but how do we know whether or not we're alerting and monitoring the right things in the right way, in the right points or touch points within our systems? So I think of, so in that instance, observability is the solution. So here I think of it I try to compare it and contrast it to that. In order for us to build out cloud billing data in a way that organizations can move faster, that engineering and product teams can move more efficiently, we have to first make sure that there's a specification and a standard in place. So.
Love it. I had a similar, I'll say, origin story coming across it a little more than about 2.5 years ago, right before 0.5 was released, where I was on one of the community calls and it just popped up right out of nowhere. I'm like, oh, this is really great. This is an awesome opportunity. I worked on oil and gas data pipelines back in the 2000s. So it's very similar type of work, and it's like I could join this. Like I get this. This is really cool. This is really awesome stuff.
And I think both stories also speak to the community aspect. What I think Mike was saying about the relationship between everyone. I think the fact that you don't remember, you don't really care, you just agree or believe with the mission of the project and are allowed to just jump in and start contributing in a way that's meaningful to you. I think that speaks to the culture of the project as well.
Yeah, love it. We have another question in chat here. So Ricardo's wondering, I have an opinion on it. Michael, because you worked at Microsoft previously, I wonder what you would say about it too. But the question is that when Focus is updated, like AWS, Microsoft, etc., updates their format from, say, 1.0 to 1.3, 1.4, will they still have the, is it an in-place upgrade, or is it separate and you have to move things over yourself? I did try to ping AWS here on the side live when that question came up about 5-10 minutes ago. I haven't heard back yet, but I'm guessing based off of their strategy with the Cur 1.0 and 2.0 that they'll still maintain like a Focus 1.0 for some period of time and then deprecate it, and it won't happen in place. That's Fred's 2 cents on it. But Michael, I assume you thought about that at some point as well. So
yeah, so for AWS specifically, I think this is ultimately a question of what each provider is going to do and how they choose to do it. Because I think historically, if we look at how, and I don't know enough about GCP, so I can't really comment on them, but from what I've heard about AWS, they have a tendency to just keep adding columns, and you just kind of have to, you just got to take it. This is what I've heard. I don't historically have a whole lot of experience with that, and I haven't gotten into that stuff at Salesforce yet. But my understanding is that with the new exports platform, I think the intent there is to make it so that you can opt into the things that you care about, so that nothing would be shoved into your bucket without you opting into it. That's my understanding. I think the best way to get this answer really is to talk to AWS. But that being said, my expectation would absolutely be that if you're configuring an export, you should never get anything that you didn't ask for. unless you were explicitly asked for, give me all the things that could ever show up, in which case, then yes, I could imagine how that would change. But I think that's a dangerous thing to ask for. So I don't know if that's even an option. So my expectation is that when they ship, whether it's support for 1.2 or 1.3, which I do know that we're working on, I don't have any timelines or anything like that, but my expectation is that you would have to opt into the next version. For Microsoft, I can definitely say that you do have to opt in. They have 3 versions out right now. Is that right? Yeah, I think 3 versions out right now. Maybe 4. Anyways, whatever. They've got multiple versions out right now. And you do have to opt into them when you're ready to take on that next one. And the reason for this is because for Microsoft specifically, Microsoft releases all the columns. Everything that they have is available in Focus. Focus is actually the best data set that you'd get from Microsoft today. It's not necessarily the same case with AWS and GCP. They don't provide all the data, or even OCI, and I think Tencent also implemented. They don't provide all the data in their Focus feed, which is a bit of a challenge. But in the Microsoft one, all the data is there. When you switch, which introduces a challenge, because then when you switch from 1.0 to 1.2, there you'll see columns like invoice ID, which was X_invoice ID in 1.0, and it's now invoice ID in 1.2. This is important because obviously anything that you're doing with those columns that have been renamed, those queries will have to be updated, and whatever processing that you have around those columns will have to be updated. So I think it's very important for that to be an opt-in gesture, not just something that just gets shoved down your throat.
When I saw that question come in, I was really hoping we'd be able to get it, and I'm glad we did, because that's such an interesting topic and very timely considering where things are moving right now. Michael covered just about every point I would have made, but I would say if your provider is not providing the version of Focus you need, let them know. Just let them know. That's the best way to get the latest and greatest out there. And also, if you don't like the way that they're giving it to you, or that you're consuming the newer version or migrating, let them know that too. Every major provider has a seat in the project at every level, and they're in there advocating for their customers. So you let them know, they let us know.
Yeah, the thing that drives them is direct customer feedback, not anything from us, as part of Focus, at least. I can't tell you how many times I've sat down and had conversations with AWS and GCP when I was at Microsoft about the things I wanted to see them do and change. But the voice of the customer is like 100x more important than anything that we could tell them.
Yep. Thank you, Michael, for the in-depth there, and Andrew as well. We've chewed up all of our time here. Greatly appreciate all 3 of you for joining in this as well, and for Victor for having us here. If you've got questions, please engage with the Focus group either through the website focus.finops.org. It's really easy to join. There is a CLA component, that sort of thing. Please hit me up. I can assist you through as the Focus ambassador, or one of them, and happy to have more people involved. So thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks all of you for this wonderful panel. I am going to start also the rating for people to have a rating of this. So thanks. I think it was wonderful to have a panel dedicated to Focus. And in the meantime, I'm going to give the floor to Esni Basa from Google, so you can start whenever you are ready.
Yes, Victor,
and also to Eric, that I will start also with him.
Yeah, I tried to get your white background. Somehow I couldn't.
Yep.
Okay, 1 second. I have another pop-up missing somewhere. Sorry for the... I can't see my own screen here, but I see it elsewhere. Okay, fine. Yeah. Thanks everyone, and glad to be here. We are here to present about FinOps Hub 2.0 and AI-powered cloud FinOps with Eric Lam. He's the head of cloud FinOps at Google Cloud Professional Services, and I am Srinivasa. I'm a staff solutions consultant, also called as technical account manager here at Google Cloud. I'll be covering FinOps Hub 2.0 on GCP with Gemini Cloud Assist, and Eric will be covering the second half of the session with respect to AI forecasting and stuff. Are you able to hear me quite fine? Good. Right. So before going to like GCP FinOps Hub 2.0, let's take a quick walk through memory lane before we jump into the actual topic. I'll just quickly show like a few slides to see how far FinOps Hub has come. FinOps Hub is a GCP built-in tool that provides a centralized place to see your GCP cost optimization recommendations and review your FinOps scorecard with all cost recommendations, up-level metrics, easy discovery and analysis, finally prioritize the opportunities. So just like the 1 or 2 screenshots I was telling about, on the top right, you can see like time-sensitive actions that can impact your cost. The optimization key performance indicators give customers an easy to understand view into realized savings as well as the size of their savings opportunity. Exploring cost savings opportunities by say service or projects, and finally identifying other saving opportunities by just glancing at the top recommendations in the bottom arrow here quickly. So that's a lot of value add for customers. And one more feature quite helpful for a lot of our customers is helping customers drive FinOps cultural transformation and accountability of their costs, providing pointers and recommendations of how customers can improve their FinOps practices, motivate customers to improve and mature their FinOps practices. Actually, this has helped a lot of our customers to do better in the FinOps space overall. And now let's come to the important topic now of the afternoon, like FinOps Hub 2.0. And in part, like we owe our pace of innovation to the amazing technological advances of Gen AI and Gemini Cloud Assist. We have always been an AI first company, it's our DNA, but when applying this technology to like financial information, we have always been extremely thoughtful, targeting areas of greatest need for the FinOps community with accuracy and aligning closely with the focus standards. So now this starts with a journey of viewing and actually understanding your costs. So let's dig into that part with cost driver insights. You need cost driver insights of applications and workloads because it's hard to optimize the things which you actually can't see. Gemini Cloud Assist with cost reports now also supports viewing costs by App Hub applications. Viewing costs isn't about one service, it's about the collection that create value for your business in a workload or application. You can now use Gemini Cloud Assist to generate custom cost reports based on natural language queries such as, what are my staging costs? It picks up like your user generated labels and tags. You can ask something like, where am I spending the most money? What are my Vertex AI costs? But you don't have to face the blank canvas prompting problem. We also suggest cost reports for you as well. And every report now comes with even more richer insights. So you can see where your cost drivers are more easily across projects, regions, SKUs, multiple dimensions, and the answers are grounded and auditable by your own cost data and visual reporting actually. And so now we have a good picture on the cost. Like, okay, now what are we going to do about workload optimization and waste optimization? That's the most important part. Excuse me. The journey starts with like understanding costs, but when it actually comes down to optimization, things can get difficult quite fast. Let me touch base on new capabilities with FinOps Hub, which are like Gemini-powered experiences, FinOps Hub 2.0, and new optimization recommendations in the same order. Let's deep dive into the optimization parts here. So we understand, sometimes optimizing your cloud can actually, feel like searching of a needle in a haystack, right? Environments can be complex with hundreds or even thousands of projects, countless resources spread across different regions and services. The big questions always are, where are my biggest optimization opportunities hiding, and where should I start, like on a specific project, a particular region, or tackle a certain service first, which can lead to analysis paralysis or missed savings. This is precisely where Gemini Cloud Assist comes in. It provides proactive cost optimization insights directly within your workflow, removing any guesswork so you can have like the maximum impact. I mean, it just looks like exactly the way here it is on the screen. And the other most important part, which is like finding the waste and taking action, that's what like most of us would like to do to actually show the impact. In FinOps Hub 2.0, we correlate granular resource level cost data with utilization metrics to find waste and tell you exactly how to optimize. This started with 4 services initially: Google Compute Engine, Kubernetes Engine, Cloud SQL, and Cloud Run, with more services to come. We detect things like idle resources, right sizing opportunities, and suboptimal configurations. Also, we integrated with App Hub. If anyone doesn't know what App Hub is, it's a way to organize your resources logically like an application and have observability and a lot of other metric gathering, etc., in one spot according to your business goals. With the integration with App Hub, it also allows you to analyze these optimization opportunities directly through the lens of your specific applications. Now you might be thinking, this sounds great, but how do I actually understand and quantify the potential waste across my entire organization? That's where my waste map comes in. One of my favorite features in FinOps Hub 2.0 is like it provides a clear, intuitive visualization, as you could see on the screen, the one in light blue here. But we don't stop there. We have Gemini directly integrated with FinOps Hub to take action on focused prioritization. Ask Gemini to analyze your entire billing account and identify the projects with the highest cost of waste. It will dynamically refresh the waste map that you're seeing on the screen now, instantly highlighting where you should focus your attention first. And then you can summarize and send that email. By identifying waste is one thing, fixing it actually requires teamwork. Gemini can now draft a tailored communication email that you can use to collaborate with your DevOps, finance, engineering, business teams to actually take action. This itself is like a big value add for a lot of our customers who are working with us. This helps teams to, collaborate and tackle important things. And now let's look at like specific new optimizations with respect to some products like GKE, GCE, and others. For Kubernetes Engine, we are tackling areas like identifying idle clusters, over-provisioned clusters, for right sizing, flagging, under-provisioned clusters, for performance risks, etc. For Compute Engine, under-provisioned VMs that might need upsizing, helping you maximize your GCE reservations by identifying idle or underutilized reservations. We're also providing insights for Cloud Run CPU allocation to ensure you have configuration settings where you can save money. And finally, we have Cloud SQL. We've added under-provisioned SQL instances that could pose a business risk if they fail. These are the rest of the recommendations we support in FinOps Hub. For reference, there are a bunch of these across Cloud Run, Cloud SQL, Compute Engine, and other services. Now let's cover the last rung of my section, which is about additional features related to multi-project access. It is actually exciting to see utilization insights now within FinOps Hub, and that we can help our customers pinpoint waste and optimize even more. But like, it's not good enough, having all this tooling if you can't actually get it out to those which need it the most, which is where we need to, focus on other parts of this circle, which is operate. So coming to multi-project access, it was a customer once said like, okay, so FinOps Hub is great, but I want to give this to my pharmacy department or some other department. Many of our customers actually use projects today to organize and segment their costs. It's one of the greatest things about Google Cloud. It comes with this great out of the box to organize resources today. So we have a lot of customers using projects to do this. In fact, the question is like, are there any folks here who are project owners but don't have permissions for tools today, since there aren't a billing administrator? There might be a lot of you. I've seen it with my customers too. Well, now you can actually request access to see cost reports for all the projects that you own, as well as including for FinOps Hub too, for your own set of projects, without becoming actually a billing administrator. This is still in private preview, as you can see, through the new project billing cost manager role without being a billing administrator. But like, for folks, who use custom roles, we also have fine-grained permissions you can enable as well. Given this is a big change for us in our permissions, we are actually gating this with a sign-up form. So if you're interested in gaining access, say you're a FinOps practitioner who does want to give cost reports or FinOps Hub to an engineering line of business or other teammates in your organization, now you can. So you can scan this barcode and sign up for the preview by filling a form. That's all from my side. I think we are on time to start the next one with Eric. Eric, over to you.
Thanks, Srini. First of all, apologize for the technical difficulties earlier. As Srini mentioned, my name is Eric Lam. I'm head of Cloud FinOps within Google Cloud Consulting, part of a Delta team. We work with customers like yourself, and from advisory to designing and implementing FinOps solutions. So I do want a quick thank you and shout out to Victor and team here for organizing such a great event. So just a little bit about Google Cloud, in this space. We have been one of the early co-founding members with the FinOps Foundations. Certainly we were the early members who also have FinOps certified professional practitioners, associate practitioners, and also one of the early members in being a service provider certified as well. So moving on, as Srini mentioned about how we are enabling our customers on using the FinOps Hub to manage your native sort of GCP spend, I want to shift the focus, and this is hence focus, right? A good segue here is, how do we see many of the customer in reality is also multi-cloud, right? They have one or more cloud in their environment. So how are they sort of implementing a single pane of glass view, and how are we helping them? And I also want to share with you what some of the key lessons learned, as we've been helping a lot of strategic accounts and enterprise driving this multi-cloud solutions. So anchoring on the FinOps sort of foundation with the inform, optimize, sort of operate stage, we've also been working with many customers from different mature level of FinOps maturity to very large global customers, right? Fundamentally, there are 5 key building blocks for success, and we have heard in the last 2 days a lot of these concepts. Matter of fact, right? Driving accountability and enablement, right? Is this really FinOps is about how do you enable others, engineers, finance folks, product team to adopt and embrace the FinOps discipline. The second part is measurement and realizations. Once you have that dedicated core team, how do you measure success? How do you track it? How do you realize those KPIs and metrics? Like, how do you change the conversations from the early sort of metric around, hey, I save X percentage of store spend, to a more business-centric discussion where I can help drive a customer impact and revenue. The third area is cost optimizations. As FinOps practitioner, we all know this is a continuous discipline, right? FinOps Foundation often talk about usage optimizations, pricing optimization, well, also architectural optimizations. If you can go back to the previous slide screen, we also talk about planning and forecasting. I will show you, how are we, as we build up a multi-cloud FinOps solution. Certainly, the predictive analytics machine learning model can enable forecasting and drive better accuracy as well. And then finally, right, there's a number of tools, accelerate out there. You need to bring this home. The tool and technology is as good as the people in the process who are actually using it. So next slide. So one of the common questions that when I work with customer and advise them on FinOps, often ask me is, how do I evaluate the number of cloud cost management tools out there, and should I build versus buy, right? That's often an age-old question. First, fundamentally, you do need to consider what's the license and pricing model, right? Certainly, it varies by every single provider, every single vendors. So understanding how does that work, and what's the sort of total cost of ownership of that tool. The second piece is integration and supportability, right? At the end of the day, whether you use a SaaS-based vendor tool or an in-house homegrown solution, you have to integrate into your existing workflow to make it work for you and make it relevant. So understanding what is that low effort and the ease of integration is so important to drive adoption, right, of your FinOps tooling. And then there is features and capability, right? As you think about a multi-cloud world, right? Not all there's not the equivalent parity at all scales and size and features. There might be some features that are available in one cloud versus the other, and might not exist. So understand what those feature gaps and parities are will be one of the key aspects to inform you what is the best tools out there. And at the end of the day, we have seen a mix of both, right? Where customers build and buy new tools, but also they have to do some sort of integration and continuous development on it. So next slide, then, I'll show you the step-by-step that we have seen, right? And this is, certainly built on the fact that, a typical customer, right? You want to take through a crawl, walk, run sort of maturity in order to drive adoption of the tooling, but also understanding, how you're going to integrate and roll this out, right? In the phase approach. First, in a crawl manner, define what the personas are, right? A lot of time when I talk to FinOps practitioners, they're overwhelmed. There's so many reports, so many dashboards. Which one really matters? Which one should I really look at, right? Identify the right persona and create the right dashboard for them so they can make better informed decision. We often talk about data-driven informed decision, but also the fact is you have to tailor those dashboards to the right stakeholders, right? So that's what we call persona-based reporting. In order to get that, you definitely need to have the right data, the right tags, right? And that's fundamental as your first step. Once you have the persona identified, you have the tags created so you can visualize it, then you can ingest other cloud, right? That's when you start creating that unified schema with focus, create the data pipeline for ingesting historical data, new data, right? How do you amend all that stuff? Then creating some insights. Once you have the data across the cloud, you can create insights, you can do cost allocation, you can do showback and chargeback. That's the second evolution of maturity of your tooling. Then the third, once you have that in place and the data in place, right? Because then you can do cost anomaly, you can do forecasting, you can then track your KPIs and do better integrations. A lot of time when we think about cost anomalies, right, you do need a set of historical data, right? For cost anomaly to work effectively, you need to understand, when you feed into the machine learning model, what is that usage patterns over time look like? At what level of granularity of anomaly detections you want to generate? One common sort of complaint here a lot from many customers is sometimes the anomaly can generate a lot of noises. especially if you are going through a transformation, right, in your respective organizations. So how do you minimize those noise? Depends on how effective you are tracking your anomaly, the frequency level of your anomaly detection. One common feature I've been asked is, how do I do real-time anomaly detection, right? Because every cent, every penny counts. And reality is that, if you just based on your cloud bill, that might not be the real time, right? It's near real time. So how do I do that, and so forth? So we do have, work with customers to try to solve for near real time and real time anomaly detection as well. Next slide, Srini. Okay, so that's the step to build sort of the high level footprint. What I'm going to share with you is then, how do you enable that with AI, right, to drive FinOps at scale? So you hear over the last couple of days, right, there's a lot of, agentic FinOps, using AI to drive FinOps adoption. There's many great ideas and solutions out there, and we have been exploring these sort of 5 key ones that we have successfully deployed with many customers. One is the cost estimation AI agent. Imagine your CFO or one of the business leader, hey, how much does this, what does this application workload cost to move to Google Cloud, AWS, or Azure, or OCI, right? Pick your cloud service provider of choice. Try to answer that question is actually not easy. There's online calculator out there. There's a lot of spreadsheets, right, that I have seen teams try to fill out to try to answer that questions. There's no easy, streamlined way to do that. So we're building an agentic sort of multi-agent approach to understand what is your current footprint look like, map it to the technology component stack, and then from the technology component of the application workload into what the equivalent cloud services might be, and then from then on, calling the right SKU and pricing API to streamline the cost and try to answer the one basic question. The second is cloud cost anomaly, and we hear a lot about this. And we actually been building the cost anomaly solutions, 2-3 years ago, matter of fact, right? And we were the first to be able to not only ingest, from GCP, which is native export into BQ, and then with BigQuery, you have the machine learning ARIMA plus to do time series based predictive analytics, and then based on that, we can detect the patterns, figure out what's the upper bound threshold, lower bound threshold, then showcase what the anomaly might be, right? And what's introduced into that sort of predictive machine learning model is that you can do reinforcement learning, right? With the feedback loop, like, hey, we're expecting this workload or this time of the year or the month or the week or the day that we're gonna expect a spike. So train the model over time of what there might be a potential spike might be, and it learns itself, so self-reinforcement learning, and then it'll minimize those noises. With the same reference architecture, with the same machine learning model, you can do forecasting as well, right? If you're able to detect anomaly over time, you can also provide better forecasting. One area of this is we have introduced the ARIMA plus XREG. What that means is that you can do a multivariate forecasting. Not only we are based on your historical data, we can insert your business drivers, your sales campaign, any other data that's externalized that might impact your cloud spend can be input into your forecast model to drive better forecast accuracy. And then the last two is really about how do you generate insights, right? That's the power of Gen AI, is to, based on the vast amount of data and the corpus of data, how do you create a more intelligent dashboard, summarize it in a way that's, as a FinOps practitioner, surface those metrics, surface those recommendations that I actually really care about. Because I don't want to comb through all these dashboards and report on a daily, weekly basis. I want you to surface me, provide me recommendations on things that matter most to me. All right, next slide. Next slide, yep. And so this is the reference architecture that go back, yep, that we built. So starting at the bottom, right? That is the multi-cloud, right? GCP, AWS, Azure, your cloud service provider of choice, will focus data, that data, and then you can also integrate with FinOps Hub, recommendation data that Srinivas talked about. You can also integrate with forecasting driver, cost allocation rules, and other business driver as well. So I call this sort of bottom layer is the FinOps sort of intelligent data lake. What feeds this data lake then is you put on top is the BigQuery. So you store all that into BigQuery, enterprise data warehouse. And within BigQuery, you can use the BQML ARIMA Plus model. The ARIMA Plus model allows you to do predictive analytics that drive and power the anomaly detection, the forecasting, and many other things. But also you can connect that because of the tight integrations into Vertex AI with the latest Gemini 2.5 Pro to generate more insights and so forth. And the beauty of this is because tightly integrated with Looker, right? Our Looker platform allows you to do and create that semantic layer. Because a lot of time when we think about multi-cloud, you need to have a common definition, right? What's the cost of X services? So the definition of cloud cost, the interpretation of that varies, right? Is it gross cost? Is it net cost? Is it cost before tax credit and so forth? So having that semantic layer allow you to define the key definition that every single person and within your organization speaks the same language. And what that powers is personalized reporting, right? For personalized, like you want to create a persona-based dashboard for the CFO, right? Because your CFO, he or she might care about what's my actual versus my forecast, what's my top revenue growth for the month, for the year, for the quarter. You want to have conversation regarding your FinOps data. You want to draw optimization, anomaly detection, and then you want to measure, right, what that unit economics might be. That can power many things, and these are some of the key examples I mentioned. Next slide. So let's double click into the anomalies sort of workload, because this is the one common question you get asked a lot, right? What type of workloads so that typically will generate anomalies? So you want to make sure that you categorize it accordingly. You might have a steady workload as you're operating your business usual, and then over time there might be a drift in your upper bound and lower bound consumption. That's fine. And then you might have seasonality workload, right? Maybe you're having a marketing campaign. You especially if you're in retail space, you might be a holiday, Black Friday, Cyber Monday, right? Spike in your e-commerce website, so you want to make sure you adjust for the seasonality workload. You might be, in the stage of where your companies are doing active migration, right, from on-prem to the cloud. So informing the machine learning model, there's this migration schedule going on, and there's active migrations, right? That will also impact and help you think through how you should minimize the noise of your anomaly detection. And then there might be spike in this of unpredictable workload that might change over time as well. So these are common things that we see as you think about developing a comprehensive cost anomaly solution. Next slide. So to that extent, this is a example of a dashboard solution we built, right? So the anomaly, based on the reference architecture you've seen earlier, we can build a multi-cloud cost anomaly capability, right? Because at the end of the day, in order to detect anomalies across your cloud spend, basically you need very minimal data in a way that what's the specific skill or services, the time and event of that transactions, right? And what's the cost and the unit cost of those sort of services. So with primary sort of data set, you can easily get over time. Maybe typically we recommend of 13 months of data, right? So you want to make sure that you have enough sufficient data to then have the machine learning model learn about your data, set the upper and lower bound threshold, and then customize and filter as you think through it. The other part of this anomaly solution that not only we feed in the machine learning model to do and identify what is the services, the skew that cause anomaly. The reason why we introduced Gemini is then based on Gemini, it can then create recommendations. Once you identify the root cause, how should I go about fixing it? Right? So recommendation to fix the anomaly will be very important. And that's where the Gen AI insights come in. And with the Power Looker, what it does is then you can also connect and create webhooks into Slacks, into your email, into your ServiceNow ticket, into Jira, right? So it can, when an anomaly is being detected, you can then create this integrated workflow. So engineers can then take action on it. So it becomes an end-to-end loop from the initial anomaly detections to anomaly, so root cause analysis and recommendations through a ticketing, where someone's been notified and alert and engineer taking action on it. All right, next slide. So that's all great. How do I actually build this? Right. So this is the sort of how we think about a multi-cloud sort of building data ingestion pipeline might look like. Starting with Google, you have the billing export. Matter of fact, you have standard billing and detailed billing. Recommendation is always go with the detailed billing. So because then you have more columns, more fields that you can gather. And it's natively export to BQ, right? So you have that sort of direct access. For AWS and Microsoft Azure, AWS core file that get exported to S3. The great news here is with our BigQuery data transfer service, there's a native connector from S3 into BQ. So you can use the BigQuery data transfer service to automatically load the data into BQ. Similar with Azure, there is a native connector through the data transfer service. So your Azure blob can then be transferred and loaded into BigQuery as well. With OCI, there's one additional step though. You do have to use the GCP storage transfer service right now to then put and dump and load the data into the Google Cloud Storage bucket. And from there on, then you pick it up with the BQ data transfer service into BQ. So the idea here is that when we see success for customers is you want to do an ELT, not ETL, right? So we want to extract the data, load it, and then later transform. And this is where focus comes in, right? You want to have a standard unified data schema when you put it into a BQ. And that's a very important step because you want all this raw data. And then once you have that, then you can visualize through the local dashboard or any BI platform of your choice. All right, next slide. So as we've been doing this for a while for many of our customers, I'm going to share with you, some of the key lessons learned when you think about implementing a multi-cloud solution. The first one, and as many of you have been sort of sharing, tagging is definitely very important, right? So Google Cloud, our tags are all lowercase, and it's certainly case sensitive, right? When you have the other AWS tag, Azure, there's can be upper lowercase as well, and there's the number of characters you can have in your key value pairs. So harmonizing that, right, upfront, and with using unified schema like Focus is very critical, right? So that when you roll up the cost and you do the sum by the SQL query, you actually have the right appropriate sort of columns and data that you're querying against. The second common challenge we see, what we call the fruit salad problem, is especially when we work with global customers, right? If you and who are multi-cloud, you might have customers, you might have a business unit in Europe, and a AWS account running there, and then the currency invoice might be in euros, and you have a business unit operating in US with US dollar currency, and if you just simply try to sum it up, certainly that become a challenge, and the data is not accurate. So understanding what that data model is and creating that sort of conversion upfront is also a other piece to consider. The third piece we often hear this is your data, especially your billing data, is not in real time. And oftentimes, right, whether it's even from Google, right, we have 24 hours sort of latencies, at most, right? We've been trying to accelerate that. across many of our services so that those billing information are become more and more timely, because that's what our FinOps community is asking us for. But then the reality, you do want to set the right expectation, right? With the executive, when they see a dashboard and they see a mismatch, they'll be questioned. But setting that right expectation of what they're seeing, and understanding that the billing data is not in real time. Next slide. So a few other lessons learned. In addition to that, right? I mentioned earlier, having the organization speaking the same language is so important, right? The definition of what's the cost varies by the users themselves. So when we talk about cost, is it gross cost, post-credit cost, net cost, cost after discount and whatnot? So creating that common language is so important. And again, right, that's what we can do with the local ML code. You create that semantic layer, and that allows you to do that. The one size fits none problem. I mentioned that earlier as well, right? Creating dashboard for dashboard 6 is not going to help anybody. You want to build a persona-based dashboard in a correct manner that's important to the right stakeholder. So when you think about building your own multi-cloud solution, the very first step is figuring out who are the personas, what's the use case for those personas that you care about. Once you identify the persona, the use case for them, identify what the data that they need. Once you have the data they need to show, then you create the dashboard, right? If you try to create also a dashboard up front and show them those dashboards that's not relevant, they're not going to care about it. And then finally, the historical data and scale issues, right? So understanding when you create this sort of orchestration data pipeline, which is the reference architecture I shared earlier, it might look oversimplified, but creating that data pipeline and orchestrating that pipeline across multi-cloud, whether AWS account, Azure subscription, and G2 project, is so critical, right? Spend more time upfront having that robust data ingestion pipeline orchestrating, and that is critical, right? To making sure that the data you get in a multi-cloud world, and when you visualize it, right, you actually have the right information. Else, you will see quite a mismatch. So those are the common sort of 6 lessons learned what we see with many customers when we help them implementing the multi-cloud solutions. So next slide. This, as you all know, right, FinOps is a marathon. It's not a sprint, and it's an iterative journey, right? You want to do a crawl, walk around approach. In early crawl stage, having the right tagging, having the right solutions, and so forth will be important. Then a walk, definitely you want to have that insights and dashboard, and then a run, when you want to ensure that your FinOps discipline are embraced, and then there's reinvestment throughout. All right, I think I'm running out of time. I really appreciate, I know it's late Friday afternoon, and I really appreciate everyone's hanging on here and listening to our presentation. Thank you, Victor. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Eric, and thanks everyone to having the talk. I'm going to thanks for me, and I'm going to give the floor to last but not least Lee Wagner. So I'm going to first start the voting, and then he can start. Let me give it some votes. And then whenever you're ready, Lee, feel free to start. You're muted, by the way.
I'm just checking I'm not back to front. I think I was back to front originally as well. So hold on. Now let me share my screen. Hopefully.
Yep, good.
There we go. Hello, everyone. Thanks for those sticking around to the bitter end. For those that don't know me, so I'm a FinOps SME and founding account exec at Opex. I've been working in FinOps for around 14 years. So I've worked with hundreds of organizations, helping them build FinOps strategies that actually deliver business value. Today I'm really looking forward to sharing with you something called the 3 phases of cloud automation. And hopefully by the end of the talk, you'll have a clear idea of some of the things you can take back to the organization and start implementing immediately. So over the next 15 minutes, we'll cover 3 main topics. First, we'll look at a quick overview of cloud automation to make sure we're on the same page. Then we'll look at the different types of automation that have evolved over the years. And finally, we'll spend a bulk of the time on the exciting stuff, AI, and how that's changing the landscape of automation and what you can start doing about it today. So let's talk about the big picture. Why should we even care about cloud automation? Well, it's more than just a buzzword. At its core, automation is about 3 main things. So it's about getting things done faster, doing them more reliably, and establishing better governance over your cloud environment. So it's a shift from that more kind of slow, error-prone manual processes to a more continuous and reliable, constant, but potentially with humans in the loop. I think always humans in the loop, but we'll come back to that. So if automation is so beneficial, why is it so difficult to get right? What we've learned from working with hundreds of organizations is the biggest hurdles aren't technical, they're actually organizational. The challenge lies in answering questions like who owns this process, who will be responsible if something goes wrong. And that's, it's a people problem, not a code problem. And if we drill down even further, we'll actually find it's more of a risk problem. Your entire cloud automation strategy hinges on your organization's appetite for risk. So, a large, heavily regulated financial institution will have a completely different risk tolerance to a small startup. And for a startup, letting automation run wild is actually possibly the best way to move forward. But for a bank, that would be catastrophic. And in addition, different parts of the organization will actually have different risk tolerance too. A team that's handling credit card data will be far more cautious than a team that's handling, website templates, for example. And then you have the typical considerations like production versus non-production or revenue generating. And so all of these factors have to be considered when you start to think about your automation strategy. So then we have to start to think about what we should even automate, especially based on risk. And so what we like to think about is those 3 levels. So like a low, medium, and high risk. A low risk task might be things like TTLs to old snapshots, or medium risk could be things like right sizing resources, which has a potential but manageable impact on your services. And a high risk task would be anything that touches critical revenue generating services. So then you can also start to think about that as functional types of automation. So the goal isn't to automate everything 100% from day one. So maybe the low risk task you can absolutely automate. But then the more medium risk, you actually want semi-automation, which means having a human in the loop to provide an additional step. And this isn't about playing a blame game here. This is more about adding additional essential checks and balances. And then finally, for the high-risk decisions, really, you might only want to be informed about this. You want to be able to track its process, gather all the data, and then present to a human who can make a mindful and manual decision. So now that we have the different types of automate, or the framework, now let's talk about the different types and how the journey has sort of evolved over time. What you see here is that basically, typically, most organizations start with like manual work within the cloud console. And then the first thing that you would then step up to do is use things like the cloud native tools, like auto scaling, for example. Eventually, as you get more mature, you would then start to adopt things like policy tools, which is kind of more a traditional yes-no tool, which is great for like simple binary logic, i.e. A resources tag delete. It's going to go and delete it. But it might fall short with more complex scenarios. And that's when engineers tend to start writing custom scripts. And then finally, we have things around the low-code workflow tools, which there's also examples from the cloud provider themselves, which they're often useful, but sometimes they lack the integrations with the external tools, or they struggle with the human in approval process. So again, it's a constant iteration. So now, how will AI change all of this? AI, and specifically AI agents, are fundamentally changing how we interact. They've now makes it incredibly more powerful for analysis. They're capable of shifting through immense volumes of data to find a needle in the haystack, which arguably provides a higher level of abstraction. Now, instead of writing complex scripts to check resource configurations, you can simply ask in natural language, show me all the non-compliant S3 buckets. So it's really kind of moving the needle on how we're doing stuff. But yet there will be a lot of remaining questions. We all know that there's hallucinations, and so how do we actually deal with that? I'll take here is around what it can actually help us do, and I think that it goes back to some of the early days of FinOps, which is like visibility and knowing the problem. You need to be able to see it to be able to try and fix it, but actually knowing the problem doesn't fix it. Actually then trying to take it on into the phases of the fix itself needs to be reliable, it needs to be auditable, it needs to be explainable, and potentially we need a new kind of interface, which is also simple enough for humans to understand, that enables us to be able to use it. And then we also need to identify the problems safely in order to fix them. In order to help that, AI, there's software standards are emerging to help this become more of a reality. We're seeing things like MCP, or Model Context Protocol from Anthropic, which allows agents to now communicate with software. So, rather than people communicating with software, now AI can talk with AI, and similarly Google's A2A agent. These are becoming standards now, and creating a common language necessary for a whole new ecosystem of agents to work together to manage the complex environments. And David mentioned on some of this earlier, and again, some of the others have already mentioned on this type of stuff. And then it will also be able to bring us into a new wave of connecting, cloud cost control. With these new agentic capabilities, AI can connect to diverse data sources, analyze complex configurations, telemetry in your cloud environments, identify cost savings that would nearly be impossible for humans to find just manually. Imagine a world where specialized agents from different software vendors can interact with different agents to optimize your cloud spend across your entire network. So, I mean, we're talking a little bit futuristically, so maybe we'll just wind it back a little bit and talk about what we can actually do today. So we like to think about a three-phase framework for cloud automation. And anyone that's already been involved in FinOps knows around things around crawl, walk, and run. And so we can break that down in automation as well. In the crawl phase, you'd start with the basics, implementing, low-risk automations, creating tickets for compliance issues, maybe enforcing resource tagging. Tagging's been a big one we've spoken about, but that's definitely something you could use automation for. And then you can start to move into the walk phase, where you'll start to automate financial reports, create detailed cost allocation, people like Tesco has mentioned. It was very interesting talk earlier. And then into the run phase, you can start to execute, really advanced stuff. So resource deletions, right sizing, and especially with humans in the loop. We don't necessarily see a day where AI is running around enterprises making all these decisions themselves. And I think we've all agreed with that across the day. We would also recommend a hub and spoke model for rolling this out. So you create a central team. Again, those in FinOps know and understand this, but definitely creating a central hub where you can have the repository for your automations or your code or your best practices, and then create a partner team as a pilot spoke, and then that team can then prove out the value with you. So you document your learnings with that team, build reusable components, establish clear frameworks, and then you can start building this out across multiple teams once the pilot is successful. You can start with a number of open source tools that are available today, things like Cloud Custodian for policy enforcement, or Infocrost. But the key, and I think others have mentioned it, is to start small, demonstrate value, and then scale gradually. The last piece of advice I would say is keep yourself up to date. The space moves at an incredible pace. Where we were, just 6 months ago is not where we'll be in 6 months' time. I don't know if any of you have seen the latest Will Smith eating spaghetti. We're really moving at a pace. But these are some of the people that I would suggest to keep an eye on and to follow, and some of the tools to kind of experiment with. But again, the real highlight is, keep checking back. Even if you try something and you think, it's not for me, try again in 3 months' time, because it's going to be different. And that's about it. Feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. Thank you for those that waited around on Friday night. Happy FinOps. Thanks, Victor, for the opportunity.
Thanks, Lee, for the talk. I think it was very to the point and very, very useful. I'm going to also open for the ratings. I hope you give Lee some love over there. And thanks everyone for being here till today. I think some people have probably made like the 2 days full. So don't leave, because I am going to give you some gifts to the ones that are staying till the end. Let me 1 second that I'll prepare everything. So first of all, before I do that, thanks everyone for joining this event, anyone that has joined at any point. It's been a pleasure to be able to do this, and to be able to see a lot of people joining to the event. I hope you had a great time, and the quality of the talks, I think from my perspective, have been amazing, and that the event was worth your time and you have learned a lot. Then in terms of, we'll send the recordings probably during the weekend, so stay tuned to the newsletter, so you can get the information over there, most probably. So you will get an email with that info. Then I will try to collect the slide decks and send it over as well. Maybe I use the same behavior through the newsletter, and we'll start doing the sessions in small batches individually. We are going to share the full recording for the reason, and then we'll publish the sessions individually so that everyone can see the information. So thanks again, and I'm going to start a giveaway as well as we did yesterday. So a couple of courses will be given. Let me get the URL. So you can go here and join the giveaway. You only need the name and the email. The email is basically for contact you for the winners, and the name for that. And feel free to to fill it up. I'll start. I'm going to probably pause the recording now that we already done it.